coming up.
2.9 financing or $2,000 cash back on Ford Taurus. Any style, any color, any features you want. The best deal of the year is also your last chance. 2.9 financing on Ford Explorer. 2.9 financing or $2,000 cash back on Taurus. Hurry in for the best selection. See your Tri-State quality Ford dealer now.
When you're New York City Controller Alan Hevesy, you have one of the toughest jobs in the toughest city in America. You're a voice for the outer boroughs and the fiscal leader for our whole city. Columbia PhD, Queens resident, fighter against waste, independent Democrat. You get criticized when you work with the mayor and attacked when you say no to him, but you keep going because it's your job and your city. Controller Alan Hevesy. One tough town, one tough controller, one strong leader for New York City's future.
Alec Baldwin, Saturday, 7:30.
This man was shielded by HIV confidentiality laws, even after he allegedly spread the virus to young women. The issue, are these laws protecting the wrong people? And a miracle is due 7 times over as an Iowa woman prepares to give birth to septuplets. Septuplets. That's 7. Good morning, America. I'm Charles Gibson.
No one knows better than that woman right now, I bet. I'm Lisa McCree. It is Thursday, October 30th, and we'll have more on those stories in just a few minutes.
Also, big doings in Washington last night, maybe the biggest state dinner that they've had in a couple of years. President Clinton welcoming the Chinese President Jiang Zemin there. All the swells were there. I mean, even the new and the old chairman and president of AT&T. Diane Sawyer was there. That's the back of her head.
That's
as she goes to the
interesting, because wasn't last night a primetime night?
She was on television and at the dinner at the same time. Now, how did they do that?
If Diane was there, was primetime actually
live? Who knows?
I don't know. Diane,
you know,
got some explaining to do.
Jiang Zemin comes to the United States. We all like to go shopping when we go on a foreign trip. You know, if you go overseas, you like to do a little shopping. He buys $3 billion worth of airplanes. Now, that's shopping on a trip. I mean, what do you go to the ATM and you take out $3 billion and you buy airplanes?
It's getting it back on in the carry-on compartment that's really hard.
It's hard to fit the airplane in the airplane when you go home. Anyway, we're going to have a good show today. Ellen Barkin is going to be with us, but we start with the morning's news and Kevin Newman.
And an Asia story kind of related as well, Charlie and Lisa. Good morning, everybody. Well, while you were sleeping, most of the overseas stock markets were slipping again. Markets across Europe are trading lower following the lead downward of both Tokyo and Hong Kong. And it is Hong Kong where ABC's Jim Laurie is with what happened there.
Well, one newspaper here called it a bit of Asian bungee jumping as stocks have been going up and down. In Japan today, the Nikkei index was off 3%. Here in Hong Kong, the Hang Seng fell about 4%, 402 points lower. And so we are not seeing a direct response from the good day on Wall Street yesterday or the comments of Alan Greenspan, Kevin.
Well, are we seeing then a bit of a hangover from the good day the market had yesterday?
What is happening here, apparently, all of these movements are local issue driven and regional issue driven. We have still serious problems in Northeast Asia, in Korea, Southeast Asia with the currencies under pressure. And here in Hong Kong, there was a very bad report that came out today about the real estate market, which has been very much overinflated. One report said that some of the banks here are overextended in terms of their loans that are going into the property market. So this could be a very local thing. It may not be the kind of thing that will rebound around the world. Kevin?
And that was ABC's Jim Laurie reporting from Hong Kong this morning. Well, while he was meeting with the hoi polloi yesterday, Chinese President Jiang Zemin continues his U.S. visit today, meeting some leading congressional critics of his government and its treatment of its people. Last night, though, his summit with President Clinton was capped by that state dinner at the White House. ABC's Ann Compton has the summit story.
The little touches were every bit as important as the global issues for this state visit. The beaming president of China was eager to show off his command of English.
And towards peace and prosperity.
President Xiang will go home with a suitcase full of benefits. Big American corporations who were invited to the dinner will be able to sell him nuclear power technology now that China has given written assurances it will not sell nuclear weapons technology to Iran. But on human rights, the two presidents made no effort to appear in harmony. Zhang defended the violent suppression of student demonstrators in Tiananmen Square.
The Chinese government had to take necessary measures according to law
On this issue, we believe the policy of the government is on the wrong side of history.
Human rights protests against China continued into the evening at what was billed as a stateless dinner to honor victims of repression and human rights abuses in China.
I really want to dedicate this to the people who are not here and have no representation, and that's to the 1.2 billion Chinese who have no representation. We are their voices.
And those voices of protest will be following the Chinese president this morning to Capitol Hill and to the other cradles of American democracy he visits this week, Kevin, Boston and Philadelphia.
Well, and Ann, any word on if there's going to be any kind of reciprocal visit by the president to China?
Absolutely. The importance of this visit is really it will start a pattern of exchange visits so that summits become normal, routine matters. President Clinton expected in Beijing at some point next year.
Much as they came with the old Soviet Union. Thanks very much, Ann Compton, reporting live from the White House this morning. Boxer Mike Tyson is said to be sore but in good spirits following a motorcycle accident that has landed him in the hospital. Tyson suffered some broken ribs when his motorcycle overturned on a highway exit ramp in Connecticut last night. He should be able to go home, though, in about a day or two. In Cambridge, Massachusetts, it is day 3 of jury deliberations in the murder trial of British nanny Louise Woodward. Defense attorney Barry Scheck asked the judge yesterday to clarify some of the jurors' instructions, but the judge refused. Jurors did get some testimony reread, though. Hundreds of worried and frightened people packed a community center in Jamestown, New York last night for an emergency meeting about AIDS. That's the area where one man apparently infected at least 9 young women and perhaps dozens more with the AIDS virus. ABC's James Walker was at that meeting.
They came wearing the symbol of AIDS awareness, parents and children gathering to hear health professionals and school officials talk about the deadly HIV virus that has infected Chautauqua County school children.
Is there danger in my child attending school with a child who is HIV positive?
There is no danger in your child attending school.
And how long do you live after having full-blown AIDS?
I've probably been infected for 20 years, and I've had full-blown AIDS for 6, and I'm still here. So.
And there was a warning to those youngsters afraid to be tested.
If you don't have that test, you could be HIV positive, and you could be spreading the disease. Therefore, you're in the same category as this so-called monster.
After the meeting, some people felt the message did not reach those most at risk.
We've been telling the kids this for a long time, and I really don't believe the people that we need to hear it are hearing it.
Meanwhile, county health officials say the number of students infected with the virus is still rising. James Walker, ABC News, Jamestown, New York.
Well, this story has prompted a countrywide debate about AIDS and privacy, and Lisa's going to have more on that in just a couple of minutes. Well, normally this would be the time when Spencer would bring you the day's weather, but he is a very important man, couldn't make it today. I am able to report, though, that his top-level meetings yesterday on the stock market and Chinese trade apparently went very, very well, and today Spencer is scheduled to address the United Nations. So, in his absence, some heavy rain and strong winds are going to make for a stormy day in the Northwest. Strong winds also forecast for the Northern Rockies. Rain showers expected around the Great Lakes and along the Gulf Coast. Remainder of the nation, as he would say, will be dry. Now look at tomorrow. Trick-or-treaters, they can expect mostly fair weather, but rain and snow likely in the Northern Rockies and Great Lakes. A wet Halloween you can count on, unfortunately, in the southeast. Going to be cold in the Northern Rockies and the plains, mild to warm everywhere else. That's the national weather. Here's a look at what's happening where you are.
We're at the Apollo for first time ever boxing. This is Cedric Kushner, the promoter. How are you?
Terrific, thank you.
Saturday night, big boxing, big card. We're excited. First time ever at the Apollo.
First time ever at the Apollo. They've had all the wonderful musical attractions in the world, and now we have World Championship boxing.
Here's our weather for today. Sunshine 62, a great day. Rain comes in for Saturday, then some sprinkles Sunday morning, and much of Sunday will just be cloudy. Hope you have a great day. Hey, I want a piece of all of you. Here comes the haymaker.
Parents in upstate New York are accusing authorities of waiting too long to warn their community about Nashawn Williams. He is accused of knowingly exposing dozens of young girls to the AIDS virus. At issue, the state's HIV confidentiality law, which poses legal barriers to releasing the names of HIV carriers to anyone, including the police. Critics say that it and similar laws around the country actually help shield sexual predators. Our Steve Avison has the story of one woman who says that law jeopardized her life and the life of her baby.
I get tested every year when I go for my checkup, and he told me he was tested, and he knew he didn't have anything to worry about, and I said I didn't have anything to worry about, so he lied.
Nan Nowak is HIV positive. She believes her partner knowingly infected her, but she didn't find out until her doctors discovered that her 4-month-old daughter was also infected.
My first response was, somebody made a mistake. This is impossible. How can she be HIV positive when I'm not? And the doctor told me, well, you better see somebody too then. So I had myself tested.
So far, Nan is symptom-free, but her daughter Nadia is already suffering the first effects of her HIV infection.
He's given Nadia the death sentence. Nadia gets injections 3 times a week. She has blood work once a week. She takes medication 3 times a day. All of her water has to be sterilized. She can't drink tap water. She can't go to the park and drink out of a fountain.
Though Nadia has survived a bout with meningitis, her long-term prognosis is not good. A fate her mother feels could easily have been avoided with a change in New York law.
The confidentiality law enables people to go out and deliberately infect others. There's no way around it. You can't get information when you need it. I was never told that I was at risk. I think I should have been told. I feel that somebody knew somewhere, somebody could have said something that may not have saved me, but maybe it would have given my baby a chance.
That's him, Dad.
For 2 years, Nan Nowak has fought to get her district attorney to take action against the man she says knowingly infected her. Now she's hoping that her case will help bring change to protect others.
I try to stay as optimistic as I can, and no matter what, as long as there's a breath in my body, these laws have to change, and I am not going to disappear, and I'm not going to go away.
Joining us now with more on the AIDS confidentiality debate is Cheryl Healton. She is Associate Dean of the Columbia University School of Public Health. And from Washington this morning, Lawrence Gostin. He is Professor of Law and Public Health at Georgetown University Law Center. Good morning to both of you. Dr. Healton, the woman we just saw in the report, in Steve Avison's report, really feels like the law is to blame for her illness. Is that justified?
Well, I could certainly appreciate her feeling that way, that the law, in part, affected her ability to know the HIV status of her partner. However, I think it's critically important to understand that you cannot legislate morality. What she's really looking for is an ability to, after the fact, gain retribution for something that was done to her. And so from a public health standpoint, I don't think there's a great deal of evidence that such laws would have created a deterrent effect. Unfortunately, the cornerstone of the public health fight against the AIDS epidemic is a let the buyer beware mentality, that two people are in the relationship and each must protect each other.
But there are cases clearly where that is not happening. People knowingly have the HIV virus or HIV and then yet continually go out and have unprotected sex. How can you stop them if not a law that makes the public aware of what's happening?
Well, actually, I think the most appropriate approach is the approach that currently exists, and that is that we strongly encourage everyone to come forward for testing. If they do test positive, we ask them to share with public health authorities confidentially the names of their sex partners, and then follow-up efforts are made with those sex partners.
Professor Gostin, is it working the way it's structured now?
Well, I think for the most part it is working. I do believe in the principle of privacy and confidentiality, but if an individual knows they're HIV infected and is having sex or sharing drugs with them, then I think they have a moral and a legal obligation to disclose that to their partner. I think this woman or any woman who's engaged in a sexual relationship should do two things: that she should always protect herself, but she should also have the moral, I think, and the legal right to know about really serious risks to her health. And even if it was too late for her, she could have been put on a regime which would have lowered the risk considerably for her child.
But let's look at the case of Nishan Williams, which was really a case of a predator. He knew he had HIV, and his sister at least has said publicly that he knew he was going to infect people and that he did it on purpose and almost with malice. It was the state right to allow his name to be released in order to warn young women who might have been out there and been exposed by him. Was the state right?
Well, I think the state was right to give the information to law enforcement authorities. I think the state was right to inform all individuals who were infected by him or who shared needles with him. I think that is really the sacred trust of the state, that the state public health department, we as individuals in our society, trust our public health department to protect us. And I think that where they have clear evidence of significant risk, they ought to act.
And what about the release of his name and face?
Well, the risk associated with that, and obviously there's no defense for the behavior that has occurred here. Whether it was volitional, a number of people have said they believe that he was uneducated, a drug user, in and out of the criminal justice system. One can even speculate that it was in the criminal justice system as a juvenile that he in fact became infected, a setting where he would not have access to condoms to protect himself against the transfer of infection. But setting all of that aside, I think it is still absolutely clear that you do run a risk when cases become celebrated like this and names and photos are on the internet of deterring other people from coming forward, sharing their HIV infection status, or even learning their HIV infection status. For example, you cannot be held accountable for what you do not know. And if we are going to put into place a national network to criminalize individuals who behave in this way, what we will do is markedly reduce the number of people who want to learn their status.
But what you're saying then is that we should not have put Nishan Williams' face on TV and released his name.
What I'm saying is that we should have done just what Mr. Gostin said should have been done, that we should have vigorously pursued his sexual contacts. This individual
privately
provided the names of his sexual contacts. Instead, he is being portrayed as a list maker. And obviously, he did what many people do not do in their CDC interview with a public health advisor. He actually provided the names of his partners. And I think there may have been significant slippage in that. I would want to know how long did authorities have the names of his partners before they acted, and I would want to know whether he was put into a treatment program, because had he been taking his treatments, he may not have even been infectious.
Professor Gostin, final word?
Yeah, I mean, I think that all public health authorities agree that there ought to be privacy and confidentiality. That's very important. The only place where that should slip is if the person is posing a significant risk. And public health authorities also agree that in those cases, you have to inform the sexual partners. And in this case, one of those rare and limited cases, I would also have informed law enforcement authorities, because that's what they're there for, is to prevent this kind of effect.
All right. You agree to disagree. Thanks very much, Dr. Hilton, Professor Gostin, for being with us this morning. Good Morning America continues right after this.
In the early 1900s, Amelia Earhart took off from Roosevelt Field at least a dozen times. To this day, she may still be the only woman who ever left without buying anything.
For the first time ever, the music of the century. The artists of the century. The sale of the century. Now is the best time to buy some of the greatest albums of all time at a special low price. And the only chance to win the $100,000 grand prize. There's never been a music event like this. Look for this logo on specially marked CDs. It's the sale of the century. Going on now for a limited time at record stores everywhere. See store for details.
On Danny's first trip to the Bronx, he didn't get to Yankee Stadium.
No?
The Botanical Gardens.
Really?
Or the Bronx Zoo. Danny had a serious heart problem, so he was brought to Montefiore Heart Center. New York Magazine says Montefiore has more top heart doctors than anybody around. On Danny's next trip, he got to a ball game, the Gardens, and the Zoo. Whatever your age, you will feel better when you choose Montefiore.
Call us at 1-800-MD-MONTY.
To measure a leader, check their actions, not just their words. Jim McGreevey talks about property taxes, but McGreevey raised Woodbridge property taxes 43%, and McGreevey voted to raise sales and income taxes by $2.8 billion. McGreevey talks about auto insurance, but McGreevey voted to make your auto insurance cost more, and voted against cracking down on fraud. Jim McGreevey, if you know his record, you can't trust his promises.
Another medical story this morning. Just how many babies can one woman have at one time? From Des Moines and the Iowa Methodist Medical Center comes word that a 29-year-old expectant mother, Bobby McCoffey, is carrying 7 children. 7. They are in their 28th week of development. Each fetus now weighs more than 2 pounds. What are their chances? What do they face? Well, joining us this morning from Dallas is Dr. Nancy Snyderman. Nancy, good to see you.
Hi, Charlie.
Nancy, at some point, the uterus can only expand so much.
I'll take it one step further, Charlie. At one point, common sense must intervene over technology. You're absolutely right.
What's the chance? What is the possibility? Because we don't have, as far as we know in the world, surviving septuplets. So what are their chances?
The chances get better and better every day as our technology gets better and better every day. But I think it's really high time that we look at survivability with quality of life. You can now allow babies to live where 20 years ago they would have died, but the risk for neurological complications, heart complications, severe learning and mental retardation, those stakes climb higher and higher. And at least for a mother and a doctor, I think the trade-off is many times not worth it. Now, I know it's an unsavory thought for a lot of people, but selective abortion, where you literally think about not which fetuses to get rid of, but how many to get rid of, is something that we really need to talk about openly in situations like this.
I gather some of the doctors suggested that to this family, the McCoffey family, and they said, no, we're going to leave this in the hands of God. But it was suggested. It is very controversial.
But it's already out of the hands of God, Charlie, because in vitro fertilization is not something that God just sort of said, you know, oh, well, here it is. This is modern technology created by man pushing the envelope. So I think it's foolhardy to suddenly throw, well, it's God's will. That, to me, is a funny mix of medicine and religion and ethics and technology all in one.
We're now at a status of 28 weeks, 2 pounds each child. That's well survivable, isn't it?
It's survivability. There's no doubt about it, but it's not complication-free.
What's the risk of the mother?
Risk to mom is not as great. I mean, there's always uterine rupture because you're right, the uterus can only stretch so far, but the doctors will watch her very, very carefully for premature contractions and things like that. The risk really is to the fetuses. How big can they get? How much nutrition will there be for each and every one? And then it goes from there. You know, they have a team of maybe 40 people standing by, sort of waiting for everything. That's not so much for mom. It's to make sure that every baby comes out a reasonable color and breathing and neurologically okay. Well, this kind of stuff does make me nervous, I must say, from nothing more than a medical ethics aspect.
Well, the babies could come any time. 4 boys, 3 girls. The families already said they have names: Kenneth, Nathaniel, Brandon, Joel, Kelsey, Natalie, Alexis.
And we all have our fingers crossed, Charlie. I may be wrong, but I have my fingers crossed.
We'll be back.
Mrs. Banks.
Get that stupid thing away!
A desperate man.
Are you gonna listen now?
An ambitious reporter.
Big bucks. Show business.
A situation gone mad.
He has enough dynamite in there to level the place.
Stop this nonsense! No!
Dustin Hoffman.
You're erasing everything we built. You buried yourself.
John Travolta.
Everybody knows about it if I get mad. Now sit down!
Mad City, rated PG-13. Starts Friday, November 7th.
How much butter does it take for mouth-watering mashed potatoes? None. Use Swanson broth instead. Rich, golden Swanson chicken broth adds loads of flavor, and it's 99% fat-free. Put in Swanson broth instead of butter for delicious mashed potatoes that are light, fluffy, and low in fat. And now Swanson broth also comes in a resealable carton, so adding flavor without adding fat's a snap. Recipe after recipe. Swanson broth, when all you want to add is flavor.
It's the Monday of all Mondays. And the last thing your busy schedule needs is one more wrinkle. But you're keeping your cool in Stafford's new Traveler Plus suit, only at JCPenney. It's a wool suit that resists wrinkles, stands up to stains, and even shrugs off water. So you'll always look great for your next big meeting.
Hi, hon. Slow day.
JCPenney, I love your style.
Complement your suit with the Stafford Executive Wrinkle-Free Dress Shirt.
It's tough to think straight when you've got sinus pressure and pain.
Mom, what's 13 into 260?
Kevin, just give me a minute.
Mom, you okay?
Now clear your head with new Maddest Sinus, maximum strength non-drowsy. It goes beyond pain relievers like extra strength Tylenol to not only relieve pain, but unclog the congestion that may cause the sinus pain, so you can think again.
Can you say that again? You went too fast.
You can be clear-headed, clear through your day with new Maddest Sinus.
This Channel 7 Eyewitness News Brief is brought to you by Lexus.
Good morning. It's 7:25 on this Thursday, October 30th. I'm Art McFarland, and in the news this morning, the man accused of triggering an HIV epidemic is prompting health officials to visit Bedford-Stuyvesant this morning. Nushawn Williams lived at the Albany houses earlier this year. He reportedly told officials he had at least 75 sex partners in the area and knowingly spread the AIDS virus to young women he met at parks and near schools. Officials are asking those women to come forward and be tested. Williams is currently being held at Rikers Island on a drug charge. What looked like a chance for some fast cash turned into sudden death for an armed robber in the Bronx. The body of the unidentified gunman was taken out of a discount music store on Southern Boulevard last night. Store owner Adelino Goncalves reportedly told police that he shot the man dead after he demanded money and struck Goncalves. No charges have been filed against the shop owner. An alleged deadly prank has a New Jersey teenager facing manslaughter charges this morning. Police say the 15-year-old boy tossed a smoke bomb into a supermarket in South Brunswick. A deputy fire marshal responding to the scene accidentally struck and killed a pedestrian. The manslaughter charge stems from that accident. Coming up, we'll take a look at the morning commute and your exclusive AccuWeather forecast as well in just a moment.
Where once these ancient nameplates ruled, now each of them succumbs, for paradigms doth shift when something wicked this way comes. Introducing an automobile that outperforms the competition everywhere, including the bottom line, the faster, sleeker, meaner GS. See it now at your New York, New Jersey, Connecticut Lexus dealer.
At first glance, today's telecommunications companies may appear to be gigantic, fitful beasts. So big, so cold, so inaccessible. Look more closely, however, and you'll see one company working to change that perception. A company committed to guiding you through the constantly changing terrain with personalized service and solutions tailored to fit your needs. An ally you can always call to speak with someone who will answer your questions and help solve your problems. And a leader who will provide you with the services, technology, and know-how to take advantage of the opportunities still to come. Finding your way in the wilds of communications is easy once you find the right guide. Wild things are happening. Bell Atlantic. We'll see you there.
And now the latest look at the morning commute with Joe Nolan at Metro Traffic. Joe?
Yes, sir. We're going to go outside, take a look around, and show you the Lincoln Tunnel inbound from our helicopter, the Metro Traffic helicopter, as you start to head inbound. And doing very well here. Actually, believe it or not, this is not bad considering what it was a couple of days ago. I take that back. We are back up to the turnpike here. That's about a 40-minute delay coming inbound, so we're not doing well at all. We've got some trouble here again, and a lot of that has to do with the Easy Pass. And again, that'll start to shake out as this thing and people get a little more used to it. Okay, now let's go downtown FDR Drive with our cameras, and we can show you that really moving pretty slowly northbound already here as well. Alternate side of the street parking rules and regulations are in effect today. For Eyewitness News, I'm Joe Nolan.
In sports, the Islanders won in Montreal for the first time in 4 years, beating the Canadiens 5-2. Eyewitness News has learned exclusively that the Yankees have decided not to bring Dwight Gooden back in 1998. On the Yanks' decision not to pick up his $3 million option, Gooden said, quote, "George Steinbrenner was a great man, and I'll never forget what he did for me," unquote. Tonight, Islanders host the Rangers, Devils play host to Mark Messier and the Vancouver Canucks. It's partly sunny right now, and here's your exclusive AccuWeather forecast. 48 degrees currently in Central Park. Humidity is 62%. A gorgeous day ahead, sunny and relatively mild, high around 62. Clear and brisk tonight, down to the 30s in the coldest spots, a low of 48 in the city. Increasing cloudiness then tomorrow with rain late in the day, the high near 60. Rain likely to continue into Saturday. Windy with a chance of rain on Sunday. Good Morning America continues in a moment.
Next, Rosie, it's the season of the stars with the cast of Cinderella.
Girls Got a Dream.
Whitney Houston, Bernadette Peters, and Brandy. Next, Rosie.
This morning at 10, Idea on ABC 7.
In advertising, they say one of the surest ways to get your message across is to put celebrities in your commercial. We hope they're right.
Well, the old clock on the wall says it's 30 minutes past the hour, so we are back. Good to have you with us again this morning. Coming up, a story that I think involved us all. A lot of parents could understand Ellie Nestler's emotional trauma after her son was allegedly molested. But when she gunned down, when she killed the man accused of sodomizing her child, she became the focus of a heated controversy. That was back in 1993. Since then, some have called her a folk heroine, others a cold-blooded murderer. The debate now continues. She has just been released, as you may know, on parole after serving 3.5 years in prison, reunited with her family, and we are going to speak with her here in the studio in just a few moments.
Also coping with breast cancer, isn't she?
At the same time.
Well, also coming up, we have actress Ellen Barkin. She takes on a difficult and emotional role in Oprah Winfrey's upcoming ABC movie, Before Women Had Wings. We talked to Oprah yesterday. We talked to Ellen today and find out what that was like. Also coming up, if you have a pet and you're fed up with those high vet bills, managed care for your mutt.
You have dogs?
Of course.
I have dogs? You can now get insurance policies
Insurance for your dogs. I don't think they cover like cosmetic surgery, so if you need a little doggy nose job, still going to pay for it yourself. But it's amazing. And we'll tell you how much it costs and where you can get it.
And whether it's worth
it.
Whether it's worth doing.
Yeah.
First, the morning's news from Kevin Newman.
Okay, Charlie, thanks very much. Good morning, everybody. A new confrontation looms this morning between Iraq and the United Nations. The UN Security Council warns of serious consequences if Saddam Hussein refuses to back off a demand that Americans in the UN weapons inspection team leave. The 10 Americans have been given a week to leave Iraq. Was there a China connection to Democratic Party fundraising? The White House says President Clinton asked that question of Chinese President Jiang Zemin yesterday. Jiang reportedly said China was not involved in any illegal donations and that China will cooperate with U.S. investigators. The House is scheduled to vote for next week on one of President Clinton's top legislative priorities. He wants the power to negotiate trade agreements under a so-called fast-track provision, meaning that Congress couldn't amend the deals. The vote is expected to be close. Well, starting with the next census, you're going to have more choices of how you classify yourself. You're going to be able to identify all racial categories that apply instead of being limited to one of 4 categories. And officials say it's going to provide a more detailed picture of the population. Well, after a lifetime of awards, Bob Hope is calling this the greatest he's ever received. There he is, 94-year-old Bob Hope in the Capitol Rotunda to receive a congressional resolution making him an honorary military veteran. Hope, of course, spent half a century performing for American troops overseas. There was never someone more worthy. Well, the hardworking Spencer Christian on assignment today, he's taking a personal look at the impact El Nino is expected to have on the coast of the United States. It is very difficult and dangerous work. We wish him a safe return. So in his absence, here's the weather forecast. You can expect a stormy day in the northwest with a combination of rain, snow, and wind. Much of the rest of the nation, though, is going to be dry, but showers could dampen the Great Lakes and the Gulf Coast regions. And you ask, what's it going to be like in the weekend? I'll tell you, heavy rain and snow are forecast in the northeast quarter of the nation. Thunderstorms are going to rumble through parts of Florida, central western parts of the country. Can expect a sun or 2 or 3 or one with a little puffy cloud. That's a national forecast. Here's a look at what you can expect where you are.
We're in Harlem at the Apollo. Good morning, I'm meteorologist Bill Evans. We're going to have a great day today. Nice moon out for the morning hours, too, as a matter of fact. Clear skies, gorgeous day, lots of sunshine. Hey, we're going to have boxing here at the Apollo. Come join us. Today, sunshine and 62. Have a great day.
Next, can she pick up the pieces of her life after murdering her son's alleged molester? Recently released from prison, Ellie Nessler is going to join us when Good Morning America continues.
For the sore nose, the too many sneezes, too many wipes nose, Kleenex presents the better lotion tissue, Cold Care with Lotion. Unlike the other lotion tissue, Cold Care gives you 3 soft layers, not 2, and a moisturizing lotion made with aloe and vitamin E. Tests prove Cold Care with Lotion is more soothing, so it's better at helping a sore nose feel better. Cold Care with Lotion. It's all your nose needs.
Tomorrow.
You will be shot within a week.
You already measured my coffin. Bam! Bam!
You are in contempt!
Defiance begins.
What are you gonna do? You gonna shoot me twice?
Richard Gere. Red Corner, rated R. Starts tomorrow everywhere.
What do I want? I want to know I'm headed in the right direction. I want to keep my options open. I do want to take care of my family. I want to give something back. I want to learn, find what's right for me, be ready for anything, make the right choices. I want to find the people who can get me there.
American Express Financial Advisors can help you decide what you want to do and how to get there.
I want to say I made a difference. I want to do more.
Hey, blueberry lovers! Blueberry lovers! Uh-oh.
Introducing the big, hot homemade taste of Grand's biscuits with the big taste of blueberries.
Whoops.
Hey, you okay? 17 stitches. Can you believe it?
Yeah. I saw the 2x4 that hit you. How's your head? It's gotta hurt.
Man, it did. But the doctor gave me Tylenol. Extra strength.
Tylenol? With everything they have here.
Hey, the stuff works. Come on, let's get out of here.
More than aspirin, more than ibuprofen. For the pain of traumatic injuries, Tylenol is recommended the most by doctors.
A 2x4.
Don't remind me.
October 1st is a day that Ellie Nessler will never forget. It was that day she was released from prison after serving 3.5 years of a 10-year term for killing a man named Daniel Driver. He was the man accused of molesting her young son. Ellie Nessler was freed on parole after the California Supreme Court overturned a jury finding that she was sane at the time of her crime. And Ellie Nessler is joining us now. Good to have you with us. Can you describe this month, what freedom has been like?
Oh, it's been wonderful. After 4 years, it's been wonderful being with my family.
What have you done in the month?
The first thing we did is we just cried and held for a couple days, and now we've got a home. We're living on the lake, got a nice home, and moving in.
Have you talked with the kids about prison?
Oh, about everything. We have a very good communication. My son has been locked up over 2 of the years. He's actually been a victim of the judicial system for a long time. Gotten a lot of trouble after this incident.
Because of this, do you think?
Oh, definitely. You know, he was victimized by me and the judicial system, and then instead of dealing with his pain, they locked him away from family. Well,
what does he think of what you did?
He's still young, so he's 16 years old. He knows what happened to him when he was 6 years old. He knows the judicial system didn't do anything for 5 years. So he thinks I did the right thing, but I think with time, with age, with healing, he'll come around to realizing that it wasn't the thing to do.
You don't think you did the right thing?
No, I think that I was driven by pain, but taking a man's life certainly isn't the way to go.
I was thinking about you. Actually, I didn't realize you were going to be on today, but I was thinking about you last week because there are so many families now involved here in New York with this man who knowingly may have exposed people to AIDS, and you think about families and what they must feel about somebody like that.
To me, I just urge them not to take justice into their own hands, because the pain they will cause their family is far worse than any other pain. Being separated, they'll be able to deal with it. To me, I gave it to God, but it was after the fact. So,
do you feel pain for the family of the man you killed?
Definitely. For Marianne Driver, although I wouldn't openly go to her because I don't feel I have that right, I hope that she's able to forgive me for herself, and I'm certainly so sorry for the pain I caused her.
Can you ever put this behind you, or will you forever be identified with this?
I hope that I will be able to put it behind me. Right now, I've started an organization for abused children. It's, Caring Hearts United, and I've got thousands of letters from people, and I'm hoping that other people will help me to help abused children.
But that in effect it really does re-identify you with this all the time. I mean, you're always going to be to people that woman who killed that man.
Well, I think for a while, but with the internet and everything, I feel that I can establish this organization, and then after it's well established, and I feel I have to give something back to the children. But once everything's on its own, eventually I would like to get away from it, but then I put it in God's hands. If it's meant to be and people still need help, then I'll be there.
Lisa also mentioned at the beginning of the half hour in all of this, you found out you had cancer. How are you doing with that?
It's not in remission, and they gave me 5 years to live 4.5 years ago. And again, after 4 years in prison, I just had to give it up. We all have a time, and hopefully it's quality life, not quantity life, and I just hope I can make a difference.
All right, Ellie Nessa, good to see you.
Good to see
Last time we talked, I think you were still behind bars. Yeah, all right, good to have you here. Thanks.
Thank you, Charlie.
Good Morning America continues. Stay with us.
Good morning, Barnyard! This season, Santa's bringing something special for the whole family. Annabelle's Wish.
I want to fly, too!
A heartwarming story about a calf with a dream in her heart and a magical friendship. With songs and narration by Randy Travis, starring Jerry Van Dyke.
Billy and me, we're all each other's dog.
And Cloris Leachman.
I'll make the perfect mother.
Annabelle's Wish. You couldn't dream of a better gift.
Are you sure you can make turnovers, Dad?
I'm sure.
Too full.
It'll fit.
Mom doesn't do that.
Trust me.
With hot, flaky Pillsbury turnovers.
You've got it made.
My arthritis pain kept waking me up, so I called my doctor. He recommended capsaicin, the ingredient in capsaicin P. It's the topical analgesic ingredient doctors recommend most for arthritis pain. I don't want to live with pain, and I don't have to. Capsaicin P.
Got a cup? Get your coffee made. So many choices. It's your cup, it's your call. So rich, so creamy. It takes your coffee from ordinary to extraordinary. Your cup, your coffee made.
Sunday is the day you eat the most, relax the most, and talk the most. That's why MCI offers 5-cent Sundays. 5 cents a minute every Sunday. Call 1-800-SUNDAYS.
Friday afternoon, I leave at exactly 1:47 to beat the 2 o'clock rush to the Parkway. I limit the kids to 2 cans of sodas each for an average of 1 bathroom stop per 40 miles. Now, passing 8 vehicles every 12 minutes gets me to Flannery's Cafe right before the after-dinner exodus. That gets me to Cold Spring just before the 6 o'clock parking turnover. I grab a space and bingo. Vacationing in this town is hard work, let me tell you.
The 200 horsepower Accord V6 from Honda.
Have you heard about Whitman's new auto emissions test for New Jersey cars? It's coming in February. Think the lines at DMV are long now? Wait till you have this test done. Here's the bad news. If your car fails the new test, you get only one more chance to pass. If it fails the second time, you have to surrender your license plates and you can't use your car anymore. Don't let Whitman take your car. Get rid of her instead. For Governor, save her, because the car you save may be your own.
Know who I am. Who's this strange lady?
In this morning's edition of The Buck Starts Here, most people tend to think of pets as family members, and when they're not feeling so well, you take them to the vet, whose bills can be just as high as your own doctor's. So if you're covered by insurance, shouldn't your pet be as well?
Come back here.
He was in intensive care. He had surgery on his chest to fix his lungs.
He is Ivan, Mark Dodge's English pointer. 5 years ago, Ivan was hit by a car and seriously injured.
We decided that we wanted to give him the fullest care possible, and we were able to do that because we knew that we had real good health insurance for him that we had purchased previously.
Ivan is one of 80,000 pets across the country who have health insurance. His owner, Mark Dodge, pays about $125 a year for the coverage.
The bill was probably close to $10,000, and I'd say the insurance probably picked up four or five.
Star Jones wished she had insurance last week when her Rhodesian Ridgeback Vern was seriously bitten by another dog. Vern needed surgery to repair his wounds and a 4-day hospital stay. Total bill, $1,200 that Star Jones could barely afford.
I called up my friend just, for backup with a credit card, but luckily I had cash on me because you do have to leave a deposit of half.
For anybody who has a dog, it's not very expensive for the insurance, and I would say that it's like the best thing you can do.
Harley. And joining us now to talk about whether you should buy insurance is Harley. These belong to our makeup artist, Michelle, and Samson, come here, who looks like Yoda. Good Morning America, good. Also, Jean Salvatore. She is the Insurance Information Institute, and I'm sorry I'm a little distracted with these guys, but they're wild. And you have a little friend there with you.
I certainly do.
Who should have pet insurance?
Well, pet insurance is not for everybody, but it is something that people should consider if they have a dog, a cat, or an expensive bird. I mean, if you have a little goldfish, you probably don't need to get it health insurance.
Right, but how much are you supposed to pay for that then?
Well, it's a relatively inexpensive policy, but it is something for catastrophes. This is for accidents or serious illnesses. And generally it's going to cost about $89 to $160 a year for catastrophic health insurance.
But do you get a discount if you have more than one pet?
Actually, you do. The more dogs or cats that you have, the greater the discount.
And if they don't smoke, you get a discount even deeper still, right? So where do you find it? How do you go about finding pet insurance?
Well, actually, there's one big national company for dogs and cats. It's Veterinary Pet Insurance. And you can get that right through the telephone by calling an 800 number. If you call your State Department of Insurance, they can give you that 800 number.
And what kind of stuff does it cover, Jean?
Well, it covers basically disasters. So if your cat gets leukemia, it would pay for chemotherapy, surgery, x-rays. It is really for the terrible, terrible things that could happen to a dog or a cat or bird. And this is for big medical bills.
And some of those dogs and birds particularly are very, very expensive.
Yes,
I mean, there
are
are thousands of dollars for some of those
and the medical
exotic
bills
animals.
Can be also thousands of dollars because veterinary care now has gotten very sophisticated. They can do amazing things with animals.
Right, and it's terribly, terribly expensive. We have someone on our staff who had a pet that came down with cancer, and it was, thousands of dollars.
Well, that's the primary reason why people buy it, is they don't want to be put in that terrible position of having to put a really loved animal to sleep because they can't afford the veterinary bills.
Right. All right. Thanks so much for joining us to talk about it. And what about these dogs? These
They are
little pug
so
dogs.
cute.
Don't they look like Yoda? Coming up, you're about to see one of Ellen Barkin's most emotional and expressive performances, not on the big screen, but on TV. She joins us when we return. They are strong for little guys.
Good Morning America's The Buck Starts Here is brought to you by Charles Schwab.
When Wall Street served up its stock du jour, the manager of Steinrow Growth and Income Fund dined elsewhere. He looked for the undervalued, the unfairly maligned, and whatever it took to find them, he did. Who knew to go with him? Over half are customers of Mutual Fund OneSource from Schwab, where over 600 no-load funds are all in one place, along with the tools to choose them. Call now and get our select list free. Investing the way it should be.
If I ran the post office, I'd give busy people like me a break. Get around lines, give them a way to grab things themselves. And please, let's take credit cards. We'd stay open later, and I'd put little post offices all over, like in stores. Oh, don't forget self-adhesive stamps.
Angel stamps. Again?
And then we'd go on the internet.
It's happening at your U.S. Postal Service. We deliver.
Develop a whole new look at Fortunoff's bedroom and bathroom event. Buy famous name comforter sets at fantastic savings and get the matching sheet set free. The Fortunoff 75th birthday bedroom and bathroom event.
What do you want from life?
Extreme sports. Extreme love.
What do you need from life?
Someone who listens.
More choices. Where do you want to go?
Gotta go to Capna.
Columbia Advanced Practice Nurses, primary care specialists. They keep you well and treat you if you're sick or hurt.
What do you need from life?
You need Capna. To enroll, call 212-326-5650.
Develop a whole new look at Fortunoff's bedroom and bathroom event. Fieldcrest, Martex, or Wamsutta 100% cotton bath towels. Buy one towel, get one at half price. The Fortunoff 75th birthday bedroom and bathroom event.
Listen to me. I know the last thing you want to do is hurt your children. You almost killed your baby girl last night. You don't know what it's like. I know exactly what it's like. Husband that died too soon.
If you were watching us yesterday, and we know you were, we spoke to Oprah Winfrey about Before Women Had Wings, which is the first of 6 movies that Oprah is producing for ABC. And this one airs this Sunday night. It's about a girl abused by her alcoholic mother who finds comfort in a wise and gentle neighbor. Oprah Winfrey plays the wise and gentle neighbor. Ellen Barkin plays the abusive mother. It's an intense and rather challenging role, which gives the film much of its emotional intensity. Take a look.
Where do you think you're going? Got homework. Homework? And what were you studying with LJ? Anatomy 101? No, we were just talking, Mom. Talking? Tell me, how stupid do you think I am? I know what you were doing, and in broad daylight, in front of Mr. Ippolito, huh? Do you know that if Mr. Ippolito thinks that we are trash, we're out on the street?
Tough stuff, and Ellen Barkin is joining us now. That is a tough scene to do.
Yeah.
Can you just, I don't know, how do you do that? I mean, how do you get, I don't know how actors work, but you just, I mean, you're talking and chatting and having a cup of coffee, and then all of a sudden he says go, and you have to get up for something like that, or do you sort of wind yourself up?
I think in a scene like that, you certainly wind yourself up, and you spend a lot of time with the other actor. Julia Stiles, who plays the older of the 2 daughters, wanted God to feel something, really, and said, do you think you could give me a little smack? And because you would normally kind of do a miss,
right,
like a stunt hit, and so I was very hesitant, and
she said, I actually want you to slap me.
I mean, the truth is something does happen to you when you feel somebody's hand on your face. It is.
Right.
So, we worked on it. We did a little thing where I would hit her very gently, and push her face over.
Right, right.
And I guess, scenes like that, I think you're not sitting, drinking your coffee or your Coke, and then they say action and you jump up.
Do you find that the crew, because I'm almost mindful now, having been once on a movie set, that it's not just the 2 of you, I mean, there's lots of people around.
Mm-hmm.
When you're doing something like that, which is very dramatic, that the crew's, the whole attitude on the set changes?
Yeah, yeah. I've never had a bad experience with the crew in terms of that. I think they're enormously respectful. Just like, as actors, we should be enormously respectful of what they have to do.
Sure, oh, absolutely.
And I think if they feel that you're appreciating it and giving them their time, they will, especially during scenes like that. They're quiet, they try to work as fast as they can, they try to make sure that they don't have any technical difficulties, so that you've got to kind of live through it again.
You've been away for a long time. I went into the research. We haven't heard from you in a couple of years.
Well, that's not true.
Really?
Yeah, I was in the fan last year. I've been around.
Oh, yeah? Oh, okay. Well, I missed you. You haven't been here in a while.
I haven't been here in a while.
Last time you were here in really, I'm going back in memory, weren't you wearing really bright ruby red shoes?
I probably was. I like a red shoe every now and then.
I mean, it glowed in the dark. It was neon stuff. And we embarrassed you by panning down on your shoes.
I think that's right. I remember.
But today it's very proper black Oxfords.
Yes, thank you.
Anyway, it's good to have you back. The movie, again, is Before Women Had Wings. It airs this Sunday at 9 p.m., 8 Central here on ABC. Good Morning America continues. We'll see you soon again, I hope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got chocolate chip with walnut, chocolate chunk, white chocolate chunk.
Pillsbury's got chocolatey cookies for everyone. Hot and fresh in 15 minutes.
Of course, chocolate chip.
What was that first one again?
People who like Freedent because it won't stick to most dental work love Freedent because it's soft to chew and deliciously long-lasting too. That's why they stick with the gum that won't. Non-stick Freedent, the perfect gum for almost perfect teeth.
was the first time I had seen this play, and I just had to know.
Romeo, dost thou love me?
Does that love come with a lifetime guarantee?
Lifetime guarantee? What do you think this is? That new GM Good Wrench Service Plus?
I got a lifetime guarantee on parts and labor, plus upfront pricing, plus courtesy transportation. New GM Good Wrench Service Plus.
The plus means better. Call for the select GM dealer near you.
It is perhaps our most impressive safety advance ever. A Volvo that can save your soul. Introducing the all-wheel drive cross-country from Volvo.
Disney on Ice presents... It's an ice spectacular of heroic proportions. An epic adventure for the whole family. See it before it bolts. Opens next week at Madison Square Garden and coming to Nassau Coliseum November 18th.
Your children have a right to the best education possible. Abe Hirschfeld wants to make sure you have the right to choose the best schools to provide it. Abe Hirschfeld's plan gives parents the right to choose which public school their child attends. It could be the most important decision you make for your children's future. Real choice for parents, better schools for Manhattan, brighter futures for our children. Abe Hirschfeld for Manhattan Borough President, because our children deserve the best.
Good Morning America is brought to you by your select GM Good Wrench Service Plus dealers.
Coming up in our next hour, the untold story of Italian Americans herded into camps by our government during World War II.
And we're going to go down to the water. Gizmo guide Dick DeBartolo is steering us around the mega yachts and other amazing sea craft at the International Boat Show. Where are you, Dick? We've lost you.
Uh-oh, I saw a sleeve.
There we go. Getting the crew wet.
Well, he was right in frame during the commercial, but live television being what it is, here he comes. Okay. And we'll have him in frame next half hour.
Let's go to commercial before he hits us. We'll be back. When Good Morning America continue.
Continental Airlines, now among the best in the business at getting you to your destination on time.
Tonight, the car of the future. It sees around corners, stops for danger, keeps you awake. Test drive it on ABC's World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
On 2020 Thursday, there's a disease that's killing men and women because nobody will talk about it. If you listen tonight, 2020 could save your life. And on Friday, a Barbara Walters exclusive. Hear the tragic tale of cybersex and chat rooms that may have turned this lonely teen into an accused killer. 2020 Thursday and Friday.
Good morning. It's 7:56 on this Thursday, October 30th. I'm Art McFarland, and our top stories this morning. Health officials are in Bedford-Stuyvesant this morning on the trail of an alleged one-man HIV epidemic. Deshaun Williams lived at the Albany houses earlier this year. He reportedly told officials he knowingly had unprotected sex with at least 75 sex partners in the area after testing positive for the virus. Officials are asking those women to come forward and be tested. Williams is currently being held at Rikers Island on a drug charge. Lawyers for accused baby killer Amy Grossberg reportedly will try to get her case tried separately from that of her boyfriend, Brian Peterson. But Peterson's attorney says the move is not to make the couple legal adversaries, but to offset jury selection problems. Their trial is scheduled for May. And the first dinosaur track ever found on Long Island will soon be in a museum. The 200-million-year-old track turned up near Riverhead some 20 years ago. It was in private hands until recently. Now for the latest on the morning commute, let's go to Joe Nolan, live at Metro Traffic. Joe?
All right, Art, and again, we're going to go out to the helicopter. We've got a problem, and they've had several problems on the Gowanus BQE this morning, and this is just another one as you start to head northbound. This one all the way up by Flushing Avenue. Pretty bad accident here, at least it was one. They've got it pretty much separated and just about out of the way at this point, but boy, you've got a tough go inbound on the Gowanus BQE all the way from the Verrazano right on up here to Flushing Avenue. For Eyewitness News, I'm Joe Nolan.
It's partly sunny right now. Here's your exclusive AccuWeather forecast. 48 degrees currently in Central Park. The humidity 62%. A gorgeous day ahead. Sunny, relatively mild, high around 62. Clear and brisk tonight. Low down to the 30s in the coldest spots, about 48 in the city. Increasing cloudiness tomorrow with a chance of rain late in the day. Rain likely to continue on Saturday. Windy with another chance of rain Sunday. Good Morning America continues.
He not only drugged and raped them. What happened?
Where are my clothes?
He took pictures of his unconscious victims. Next, Oprah. Today at 4, right here on ABC 7.
Have you heard? The same old insiders want to throw a party for themselves in Albany that will cost taxpayers $50 million. And they say your taxes won't go up? Sure. New York families have more important priorities than a $50 million party. Imagine how many textbooks and computers $50 million could buy for our children. Vote no on the Constitutional Convention.
When we spread the wheels out a bit, moved the windshield forward a tad, lowered the step-up height a skosh, and widened the aisle a smidgen, we created a caravan with 32 more cubic feet of room. It's remarkable what a few alterations will do. Now you can lease a caravan for $229 a month.
Go inside El Nino live. A special report tonight at 5.
Making baby history. One woman's big delivery at noon.
In our second hour today, we'll explore the dark secret of wartime discrimination against Italian Americans. And the International Boat Show revs up. We're going to check out the latest and greatest seafaring fantasies. Or even fantasies that take off above the water. Good morning, America. Good to have you with us for our second hour. I'm Charles Gibson.
And I'm Lisa McCreed. It is Thursday, October 30th. As you just mentioned, the story about the Italian Americans. It was a dirty little secret. We've already come to terms, as the government comes to terms and the public has come to terms with what we did to Japanese Americans during World War II. Now we're discovering what happened to Italian Americans during World War II. We'll explore that story a little bit later in this half hour.
All right, also ahead, boats. What is it about boats that makes everybody feel like a kid again?
I think it's the ladies at the boat show.
Well, they're having the International Boat Show right now, and I'm not quite sure why they're having the International Boat Show, because up north here, the water is going to begin to freeze over. They're taking boats out of the water now and putting them up on blocks. But the people who sell boats think this is a good time, so they're having the International Boat Show, and our gizmo guy, Dick DeBartolo, are going to give us a special preview in this hour.
And are we sure he actually knows how to command these crafts?
During the last hour, we were supposed to take a picture of him going around in one of these little boats that's powered by ski-doos, and he went so far off camera we couldn't find him there for a minute, but we're going to find him when we put him on in just a few moments.
Yeah, exactly. The Cuban Coast Guard is saying, go away. Here comes Dick DeBartolo.
We're going to go to the news now. Kevin Newman. Kevin.
Okay, Charlie, Lisa, thanks very much. Good morning, everybody. Well, stock markets around the world have been sliding a bit, not plunging. Sliding in the overnight hours. The downturn, which has now spread to European markets, began in Asia, where analysts say it's largely because of domestic issues. ABC's Jim Laurie has been following the action in Hong Kong for us this morning. Jim, how much of a drop are we talking about there?
Kevin, as you say, nothing like the wild fluctuations that we've had the past few days, but in Tokyo, for example, the Nikkei index was down about 3%. Here in Hong Kong, the Hang Seng index was down 402 points, or about 4%. So a little bit off. Nothing like what one paper referred to as the bungee jumping that's been going on here in Asia the last few days, Kevin.
So is it then a reaction to a kind of ho-hum day on Wall Street yesterday?
Not too much reaction to Wall Street. More, there are local issues. First, regional issues. South Korea, Thailand, other Asian countries are having real problems with their currencies. And secondly, here in Hong Kong, a new report came out today on the Hong Kong real estate market, suggesting that some banks are perhaps overextended too many loans into highly valued property here in Hong Kong.
All right, Jim. Thanks a lot. Jim Laurie reporting from Hong Kong this morning. In other news, Saddam Hussein's order, Yankees go home, still stands. Officials at the United Nations say Iraq's decision to expel 10 Americans on the UN weapons inspection team is the most serious confrontation with Iraq since 1994. That's when Iraq sent troops once again towards Kuwait, but backed off after the U.S. deployed a carrier group. Chinese President Jiang Zemin is face-to-face with some of his harshest critics on Capitol Hill this morning. His visit there follows a one-day summit with President Clinton. ABC's Deborah Wong is covering Zhang's visit to this country, and she joins us from outside the White House. Good morning, Deborah.
Good morning, Kevin. There were no breakthroughs at this summit yesterday, although the two officials did roll out a host of smaller agreements, including one on nuclear cooperation. But not surprisingly, there was one area where they did not see eye to eye, and that was human rights.
The two leaders celebrated the end of their summit with an elegant state dinner, and President Zhang thanked his host in English, calling for a stronger partnership.
We should go along with the trend of the times and respond to the will of the people.
But at their joint press conference earlier in the day, the fault lines in the relationship became clear. Zhang was asked whether he regretted China's decision to crack down on the democracy movement on Tiananmen Square, the event that changed so many Americans' perceptions of China. Calling it the political disturbance that seriously disrupted social stability, he said the Chinese government had to take necessary measures to resolve the matter. President Clinton was direct in his rebuttal.
But on this issue, we believe the policy of the government is on the wrong side of history.
And that was a view shared by more than 1,000 demonstrators who stood in front of the White House yesterday protesting China's treatment of Tibet, Taiwan, and political prisoners.
It is not right to roll out the red carpet for the ruler of regime that rolled out the tanks against its own people in Tiananmen Square.
This is not a cuddly new China we're talking about here. These are the same policies that have been in effect for 50 years.
And although administration officials took pains to outline the accomplishments of the summit, they also had to acknowledge the differences. Theirs is a complex relationship, said one official, marked by strong convictions. Kevin?
Deborah, thanks very much. Deborah Wong reporting live from the White House this morning. An emergency meeting was held in Jamestown, New York last night to help the community there deal with a mini epidemic of the AIDS virus. One man is believed to have infected at least 9 young women and possibly dozens more. Experts answered a lot of questions about AIDS and urged those at risk to be tested. The jury in the murder trial of British nanny Louise Woodward is now into its 3rd day of deliberations. The 19-year-old is accused of murdering a child in her care, and ABC's Terry Moran is covering the trial in Cambridge, Massachusetts for us. Good morning, Terry. What's the conventional wisdom when a jury is into its 3rd day of deliberations in a case like this?
Given there's an impulse in the press in a big murder trial when the jury's out for a few days to say, what are they doing? What's taking so long? Well, they're deliberating. I think most trial lawyers who've had big cases like this will tell you it's not unusual for a jury to take a few days. Even in the trial of Timothy McVeigh, which is a pretty strong prosecution case, the jury took a few days. This jury has heard from 37 witnesses, about a dozen of whom were doctors, more than 110 exhibits. They're taking their time.
But we saw yesterday Barry Scheck, the defense lawyer, get up and ask whether or not he could recharge the jury. Does that suggest that the defense is maybe a little nervous about how long this is taking?
Well, the defense always, a good defense lawyer, always laying down a record for appeal. What Scheck was upset about is that the judge kind of wings it a little bit with this jury. Doesn't go by the book when it comes to the charges. And a good defense lawyer will raise that on appeal if there's a conviction. But I think they are just taking all precautions at this point.
Okay, Terry, thanks very much. I'm sure you'll keep watching that for us. Terry Moran from Cambridge, Massachusetts. Okay, a little Halloween treat now. The Postal Service has unveiled a stamp honoring Alfred Hitchcock. He is, of course, the director of such horror classics as Psycho and The Birds. This is the latest in a series of stamps that, featuring Hollywood legends, but the trick of this is that stamp doesn't go on sale until next year, which is too bad. It is 7 minutes past the hour. Let's take a look at the weather with Spencer Christian. Looking a little stiff, I might add. So I'm going to have to stand in today. Spencer's actually somewhere else and not here to do the weather, so I'm going to have to try this. What's that?
He looks like Little Richard.
He does look like Little Richard. He feels good. Okay, heavy rains, strong winds. Let's look at the real map. This is it. It's going to be heavy rains and strong winds up here in the northwest. Cool, a little bit of showers and snow as well. We're also going to be looking at showers around the Great Lakes here. Mild. Look at all these suns all across the middle part of the country here. And along the Gulf Coast here, it's going to be rain and warmy. Rain and warmy. Let's take a look at tomorrow's map for Trick or Treat. Halloween forecast. Going to be cold in the northern Rockies here, so you get a bit of snow. That may become rain here, but the weather folks tell me that's just kind of, here and there. Not necessarily all the time. But down here in the south, in Florida and down near Charleston, it is going to be raining constantly apparently tomorrow. So it's going to be a wet Halloween. Mild, sunny, beautiful, just terrific, all the way around the rest of the country here. That's a national forecast. Here's a look at what's happening where you are.
We're at the Apollo. Good morning. I'm meteorologist Bill Evans. This is Lou Severese, 36-1, 30 knockouts. The main bout coming up this Saturday night. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready. I just finished up my last spar, and we did a few rounds this morning, and I'm ready to go.
He's ready to go. Don't miss the fights. This Saturday night, first time ever, the Apollo. Weigh-in is at 3 o'clock this afternoon at the Fashion Cafe. How do you weigh?
I'll be right. Usually
You're there.
2:30.
Right.
Heavyweights, we don't have to worry.
All right. Here's our weather for today. Sunshine will be right around 62 degrees. Rain on Saturday and rains on Sunday. Have a great day.
We have all become familiar with the story of the internment of the Japanese Americans during World War II. But what you probably didn't know is that the Japanese weren't the only ethnic minority here to be interned and have their rights restricted during the war. Italians were also targeted. But their story really hasn't been told until now. Bill Ritter is joining us from Baltimore. Has more. Bill?
Charlie, good morning. It has been for the last 50 or so years a very dark secret. Among some families it has been whispered, among others ignored. Still many others to this day do not know what you are about to see. These days some Italian Americans are speaking out about what happened to them during World War II, when hundreds of thousands of them, wrongly it turns out, were targeted as potential enemies of America. Why has this been such a dark secret all of these years?
Of shame. I mean, even in 1980, 81, when I brought up some political things about World War II with my Sicilian grandmother, she went shh like this because she didn't want to be sent back.
They were made to believe that they had done something very wrong, and they were so afraid of being sent away like the Japanese that that's why they kept quiet. They wouldn't even speak the language. And then they put those posters on the poles in town that say, "Don't speak the enemy language." It was very humiliating.
When they came back, they didn't want anybody to know. Said, don't tell the kids, don't say anything, people will forget about it.
But people did not forget about it. Louis Francesconi will always remember the day after Pearl Harbor, December 8th, 1941, when federal agents showed up at his door to take away his father, who at the time was a popular and outspoken radio broadcaster in San Francisco.
So we thought he would only be there a short while. My father told my mother, "Don't worry about it. This is not going to take long. As soon as I have a hearing, I'll be home." Well, they never gave them a hearing. They just went from there to Missoula.
Fort Missoula, Montana. The same camp where Japanese Americans were interned was also home for hundreds of Italian Americans forced here during the early war years. They had lived in this country legally, some for decades, but had never become U.S. citizens. And so when the U.S. entered the war, the government targeted them as so-called enemy aliens. This without any direct evidence that they posed a threat to U.S. security.
Was he fascist? No. He was more pro-American than anybody I know.
When did he die?
15 years ago. He never... I'm sorry. He never blamed his country for what happened. He blamed the politics. And he said he lived there for the rest of his life. He loved Italy. Oh, God. He even instilled in me. I'm sorry.
Like so many children of these enemy aliens, Louis became a soldier and fought in the war for the United States. The bitterness, it seemed, did not affect their patriotism. Eros Bakocina's father was interned at Fort Missoula and later helped the war effort.
How long was he interned?
1941 to 1942. Then he was released and he was sent to Stanford to teach Italian to the American officer going to Italy.
So the same people who interned him then recruited him to teach Italian to American soldiers?
Yes.
The hundreds of Italian Americans interned at Fort Missoula were not the only ones who suffered. For the nearly 600,000 other Italian Americans labeled as enemy aliens, the government restricted their travel, imposed a nighttime curfew, and forced thousands of coastline residents to move inland.
What couldn't you have here? You couldn't have flashlights?
That's right.
Shortwave radio.
Shortwave radio.
No camera.
No camera?
No camera.
No guns.
No guns.
The curfews and the forced evacuations disrupted many families. Fishing boats were confiscated, livelihoods wiped out. Not surprisingly, all this had a dramatic impact on the children.
And what did you feel?
Fear.
Oh, yes, we
Fear.
always lived in.
The mayor of Los Angeles, Fletcher Bauer, had a weekly broadcast, which I heard as a 5-year-old on a Sunday evening. And in that broadcast, he said, we should have the internment of not only the enemy aliens, but even more so their children.
Yes.
Their children are more dangerous because they speak English more fluently. And I, as a 5-year-old, suddenly realized that I might be shipped off at any time.
Now, more than 50 years later, they are finally speaking out. Their goal? Recognition that it happened, with the hope that it won't happen again.
No matter what the hysteria is, I don't want to see this happen to any other group of people. I think if we stand up and give our sentiments, this will give some, other people what do you call it?
Incentive.
The incentive.
We don't
to
want
speak up for themselves without shame, with a sense of vergogna.
Federal legislation has now been introduced for the government to acknowledge that this occurred to Italian Americans. Unlike Japanese Americans, this legislation would not call for reparations or any formal apology by the United States, just an affirmation by the government that this occurred. And Charlie, one other note before I ship it back to you here. The pictures you saw, those dramatic pictures of the internment camps, were taken from an exhibit that's been traveling around the country about Fort Missoula, Montana, what happened to Italian Americans during World War II. It is currently on display at Sacramento State University. It runs through tomorrow. Charlie?
All right, fascinating story. Thanks, Bill Ritter. When Good Morning America continues, we set sail for Fort Lauderdale, where our gizmo guy, Dick DeBartolo, is checking out the International Boat Show. We'll be back.
Hey, we have 1,200 new boats, and we're going to be looking at them in a few minutes.
There are millions of reasons to fly today. Only one that matters to you. At Delta Airlines, it is our pleasure to get you to the place you want to be. Delta Airlines, on top of the world.
Every morning, everywhere, when the sun wakes up the sky, let Folgers be there, open up your eyes. A rich soul stirring brew, nothing that aroma cannot do. Waking you and me, waking everyone in harmony. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
Tonight at 5 on Eyewitness News. Everybody gets stressed out, but could it be a risk to your health? 7's on call to tell you why a strike of stress may cause a kidney stone attack. Then, you think you're springing for a new mattress? Well, one store is selling them used. Who's been sleeping in this bed? Also, carve and slice your way to a vegetable zoo by playing with your food. See the creative creations. Plus, breaking news from 2 newscasters tonight at 5 on Eyewitness News, right here on Channel 7.
I started this dealership years ago. My family worked summers here during their breaks, and my store grew as the community grew. We've got some deep roots here. We've made a lot of friends and always treated people with respect. You see, a Ford dealer's job isn't to sell you a car or truck. Our job is to make it easier for you to drive one. There's more to a Ford because there's more to a Ford dealer. See your Tri-State Quality Ford dealer today.
I'm crazy after all.
Tomorrow, Good Morning America's Halloween Bash. Terrifying. You won't need a second cup of coffee to get your adrenaline going, so don't miss it tomorrow on Good Morning America.
Well, you don't have to wait till tomorrow for treats or to be frightened. We have Dick DeBartolo behind the wheel. We're going to Fort Lauderdale this morning for a dose of fantasy and fun. The world's biggest annual boat show about to begin, and Dick is down there picking out our Christmas presents. Hi, Dick.
Hey, how you doing? You know, there's over $1 billion worth of boats here, some 1,200 to 1,500 boats, and in the next 4 days, about 120,000 people are gonna come to look at them, but we have a little preview of what you're gonna see. The boat I'm getting out of here, this is called the Rush from Regal. It's a great ski boat. There's an aft-facing seat here, and as you know, when you ski a person legally, you need to have an observer. This guy goes 60 miles an hour, has a 175 horsepower Mercury jet engine, sucks water in the bottom and blows it out the back. It's called the Regal Rush. It's really neat. Now we have another unique craft here. You know, a lot of people own personal watercrafts, like the Ski-Doos and the Yamahas. Well, the problem is you go out in the ocean and you're on one and you want to rest. Well, where are you going to rest? This is where this boat really comes in handy. It's called the Wind Jet. And what it uses for power, it uses 2 personal watercraft. What you do is you take all your friends out in the main part of the boat, go out in the ocean. It's powered by the Ski-Doos. When you get out there, while some people rest, the others take the little personal watercraft and go around. And that guy runs $10,000 to $16,000, and you provide your own personal watercraft, and they run, anywhere from $4,000 to $6,000. Now, if you don't have a dock and you want a boat that fits in a closet, this is called the Ragga portable boat. This actually can be folded up and put in a closet. Depending on the number of sections you buy, that's how long your boat is. They come in 8, 11, and 14 feet. This is an 8-footer. So when you clink it together, does it float? Well, there's a man in an outboard-powered Ragga. That's the 11-footer. And they run $1,400 to $2,000. So that's a real inexpensive way to get into boating. I have a couple of really neat accessories. This is a life jacket. You know, a lot of people don't wear life jackets because they think they look nerdy or they're not rugged enough. Well, this is the perfect solution. It is the fanny pack life jacket from Stearns. When you fall in the water, a tablet dissolves and inflates the life jacket. You can also do it manually. Let me pull down on this guy. There you have a life jacket, and you slide it over your head. I'm not going to do that now because I have my mic on. This is another neat guy over here. This is called the Garmin GPS 3, the Personal Navigator. What's amazing about this, we turned it on this morning. In about a minute, it searched the sky for satellites and drew a map of where we are. Drew the Intercoastal Waterway, put a little arrow where we are. And the amazing thing about this, it's under $400. That's at E&B Marine, and this guy is at West Marine, about $40. It's a great safety thing. Now, the big thing down here are the mega yachts. But for mega yachts, you need an appointment. But yesterday, we were very sneaky, and we snuck aboard the Starship mega yacht. And this is what we saw. That's the Starship there. It's 143 feet long, 27 feet wide. Oh, there we are, sneaking into the Starship. What's neat about this guy, it goes 20 knots, which is a phenomenal... I was caught watching Good Morning America, of course. And it has a gorgeous... I was peeking into the dining area. Can sit 8 people there. And this ship is 4 decks high. Here I am running up and down a spiral staircase, joins all 4 decks. And, of course, the master bedroom. I had to check out the bed. I check out everything. I almost got caught, but guess what? I was able to escape by helicopter because the Starship has its own helicopter right aboard. That's about $11 million. Our final guy, is it a boat? Is it a plane? Well, it's both. It's called Sea Air, and it's back here. It's amazing. It's a 50 horsepower engine on an 11-foot inflatable boat. He has a 35-foot wing. He's taking off now. He's going to be airborne. He can fly for up to 3 hours. There he goes.
Oh my gosh.
You know the amazing thing? He can go 10,000 feet high in that. Now you need...
my gosh.
Yeah, they wanted me to be behind him. No. You need to get a pilot's license, but it just takes 10 hours of instruction. And then, yes, Lisa, you can do that.
I don't think so. Call me Ishmael Jetson. That's what that is.
Is that amazing? And that's
unbelievable.
Under $20,000.
I'm going to rush right out right now. Charlie has an order. Charlie, which one did you want?
Charlie wants the...
I'll take the Windjet. I got the Windjet.
He wants the Windjet.
Okay, very good. Okay. Oh, we put a deposit on the Starship. Okay.
All right, we'll see you. Thanks, Dick. We'll be back.
Thank you. Okay, bye.
Why choose Classico over Prego and Ragu? Because Classico knows that with a classic, you don't need to add anything extra. Something truly authentic is best left alone. So while Prego and Ragu add corn syrups,
Whitefish. Just a reminder, it's easier to buy things without a lot of middlemen.
I'm not too happy with this whitefish.
The same is true when purchasing car insurance. Buy direct from Geico over the phone and you could save 15% or more. Geico Direct, a better way to buy car insurance.
Art clearance sale. This Sunday, collector's art will sell out paintings like this antique style floral, still lifes, landscapes, and formal Victorian style portraits at unbelievable savings. Plus over 3,000 paintings to be sold out at $19 to $59. Only $19 to $59. Incredible. This Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. in Secaucus at the Meadowlands Hilton, in Terrytown at the Westchester Marriott, in Smithtown, Long Island at the Sheraton, in Uniondale at the Long Island Marriott, in Parsippany at the Sheraton Tara, in Somerset at the Marriott, at LaGuardia Airport at the Crowne Plaza, in Trumbull, Connecticut at the Marriott, and at the Staten Island Hotel.
Your first look at numbers and win for drawings.
Tonight during Wheel of Fortune.
With jurors deadlocked in the Terry Nichols trial, Nichols' fate now rests in the judge's hands. But why couldn't the jury reach a decision on a proper sentence for Nichols? And how do the victims' families in Oklahoma City feel about the jury deadlock? Good morning, America. Good to have you with us. It is Thursday, January 8th. I'm Charles Gibson. I'm the one on this side.
And I'm Lisa McCree. We'll have more on that top story in just a minute, including an interview with the juror, and we'll also get some reaction from those who lost relatives in the Oklahoma City bombing.
That coming up in this half hour. Also today, we're going to check in on the Paula Jones case. Attorneys for Paula Jones claim, of course, that the IRS audit of her tax returns is politically motivated. Meanwhile, her sexual harassment lawsuit against President Clinton is moving ahead. The president has been tentatively scheduled to give sworn testimony in a deposition later this month. We're going to be talking this morning with the president's attorney, Robert Bennett.
Also, can you talk and drive at the same time? Do you talk and drive at the same time?
I can talk and drive at the same time, but I have trouble eating a hamburger in the car, and I can't use a phone in the car.
You can't use a phone. Put mascara on the car in the car, though. That's easy for most people.
You're in your territory now, not mine.
Well, people who talk on the phone while they're driving are at greater risk for accident. And we're going to talk this morning about how much danger you're in if you're dialing and driving. Don't dial and drive.
All that coming up. We have a good show for you this morning. Hope you can stick around. But first, we go to the news. Kevin Newman is still ailing, and so Asha Blake is back in for Kevin this morning.
Good morning, Lisa. Good morning, Charlie.
Good morning,
Lots of news to talk about, so we'll get right to it. 1 month from tomorrow, Judge Richard Mage is to receive sentencing recommendations for Terry Nichols. The recommendations will come from both the prosecution and the defense. Now, it is up to the judge to decide Nichols' sentence because of the jury's deadlock. ABC's Lisa Salters has more on the aftermath.
Still stunned by the outcome of the trial, bombing survivors and relatives of the victims joined hand in hand with prosecutors for a memorial service. They tearfully paid tribute to lost loved ones.
April the 19th, 1995 at 9:02 a.m. is the moment you became an angel.
And they prayed for understanding.
If God's justice is not always that clear to us, God's comfort is.
Stand tall. There are 168 souls beaming their light down on us tonight, and they will never, ever leave us.
But those families will now leave Denver believing that the jury let them down. After deliberating for 13 hours, jurors sent a note to Judge Richard Mage saying they couldn't agree on a punishment for Terry Nichols. The judge then ended their deliberations. The court will now impose a sentence. But Nichols knew that his life had been spared. Family members knew there would be no closure.
Angry? Hell yes, I'm angry.
I wanted to see justice served, and justice hasn't been served.
In a news conference, jury foreperson Nikki Deutschman said she understands the family's pain, but blames the prosecution for, quote, dropping the ball.
The government was not able to prove to all of us satisfactorily that Terry Nichols was greatly involved in this whole process. Only that he was somewhat involved in this process.
Other jurors weren't so sure.
There's always that shadow of a doubt in your mind, did I do the right thing? And God, I hope we did.
Nonetheless, Nichols' fate is now out of their hands, and family members must continue to come to terms with their disappointment. family members do have one last hope for satisfaction in this case, and that is that Judge Richard Maich will do, in essence, what the jury could not do, that he will sentence Terry Nichols to life in prison without parole. Asha?
All right, thank you very much, Lisa. Lisa joining us from Denver this morning. Well, the condemnation and frustration from survivors and victims' families in Denver were echoed where the bombing took place, Oklahoma City. ABC's Dean Reynolds is there.
A cold rain fell near what once was the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building as the news from Denver began to filter through the gloom. It landed like a body blow to the people who've lived for almost 3 years with the wounds and losses from the explosion. For many of these people, the jury's verdict was inexplicable, and its failure to decide a penalty for Terry Nichols an added insult.
Our system is the best system there is, and it works when people will allow it to work and take responsibility to make it work. And in this particular case, I don't feel the jury took the responsibility to make it work.
I think Terry Nichols deserved the death penalty. I think that would be a just verdict.
Many here expressed the hope that Judge Richard Maich will now impose the stiffest sentence he can, life in prison without parole.
I have faith in him. He's a very smart man, he's a decent man, and hopefully he'll do the right thing.
But the case here is far from closed. Local prosecutor Bob Macy plans to try both Nichols and Timothy McVeigh in Oklahoma County Court.
In this case, I don't think morally or ethically I have any choice whatsoever. The goal is whoever blew up that building down the street and killed all those people face justice. And the men that did that need to die.
Macy has been methodically compiling evidence from the federal prosecutions and intends to begin filing motions with regard to state trials close to the time of the 3rd anniversary of the Oklahoma City bombing. Asha?
All right, thanks, Dean, for that report from Oklahoma City. And Lisa McCree will be talking with some victims' families in just a few minutes. Over to Sacramento now, where opening statements are set for this morning in the trial of accused Unabomber Theodore Kaczynski. The proceedings have been delayed for most of the week by a dispute between Kaczynski and his defense team. ABC's Terry Moran joins us with a story from Sacramento. Good morning, Terry.
Good morning, Asha. That's right. This is take 2 in the Unabomber trial with Ted Kaczynski in the courtroom. Anything could happen, and 2 major developments yesterday set this case off on a very uncertain course. First, Kaczynski once again startled the courtroom, including, it looked like, the judge and his own lawyers, by asking for a new lawyer. He said he'd talked to the flamboyant San Francisco attorney Tony Serra, and that Serra was willing to represent him and not raise a mental illness defense. The judge said it's too late in the game for a new lawyer to come into the case and turned that request down. And then Judge Burrell did something extraordinary. He ruled that a mental illness defense can be imposed on Ted Kaczynski against his wishes, and that, in the event of a conviction, could be incredibly strong grounds for an appeal. Asha?
All right, thanks very much, Terry, for that report from Sacramento. Now, one more story here before we go to weather. Less than 3 weeks ago, Detroit Lions linebacker Reggie Brown dislocated 2 neck vertebrae making a tackle. You can see it happening right here in the videotape. Now, before a news conference yesterday, the 23-year-old got up from a wheelchair and walked. He is going to a Houston facility to continue his rehabilitation today. And the doctors say he is doing really well. As a matter of fact, Spencer, they say he is a dream patient, as you can see right there in the videotape.
And his condition is a dream come true. That's remarkable.
Yes,
it
is.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Great. Good
How
for
about
him.
the weather?
Well, things are not looking so good. I mean, literally not looking so good. Here in New York, the visibility is down to near zero as fog, dense fog, has blanketed this region. This is well, not much to look at here. This is a shot of Central Park. There you go. This would be the normal view of Central Park. You can see the buildings, the skyline, the trees there at Central Park. This is the way it looks now with the fog. And it's been this way for several days now. Driving in, I'll tell you, to work it's tough. It's rough out there. But right now, this is our outlook for today. Fog will persist in the northeast throughout much of the morning hours, certainly. Some icing going on up in northern New England. It's going to be warm in the east today, but it will be wet with lots of rainfall, some flooding rain reaching from the Ohio Valley down along the Atlantic coast. The flooding is still occurring along much of the Gulf Coast and in the lower Mississippi Valley, although skies will be clearing there today after several days of rainfall. Snow on the back edge of all this rain down through the the northern and central part of the Mississippi Valley. Out west, becoming frigid in the northern plains and northern Rockies, and that cold air is going to start shifting eastward a bit over the next couple of days. That's a look at the national weather. Here's a look at what's happening where you are.
It may be foggy, but you can clearly see we're at Krispy Kreme with a lot of good donuts, the Tri-State's favorite. And you know what? We got some tough weather though out there for your drive this morning. Your 5-day fog this morning will be dense as an advisory through 10 o'clock. The rain will come tonight, could get heavy, especially overnight. Could be some street and highway flooding. Warm through tomorrow. Eventually the sun may come out, if not late Friday. Saturday and Sunday for sure. The weekend looks nice and dry, but temperatures will be dropping to where they should be, which is right around 40 degrees. Monday not bad at about 44. But be careful today, the fog this morning, the rain tonight. Make it a great day. Back to Good Morning America and have a donut.
As we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, and as Asha reported in the news, unable to reach a unanimous verdict, Terry Nichols' jury has ensured that he will not receive the death penalty for his role in the Oklahoma City bombing, at least not in federal court, because the jury was not able to reach a unanimous verdict on what his sentence should be. The result has left many victims' families outraged and confused. Just a few moments before we went on the air this morning, I had a chance to speak with juror Holly Hanlon, who joined us from Denver. Holly Hanlon, some of us were struck by the fact that the jury deliberated on sentence for only 13 hours before the judge dismissed you. Were you so far apart as to what a proper sentence would be that you weren't going to reach agreement?
I think so. I think ultimately, even if we had gone further, we would have come up with the same conclusion. There were 3 different choices to make. There were 3 splits.
The 3 choices being?
Life in prison without possibility of parole, and of course the death sentence, and then the opportunity to send it back to Judge Maich, which is what we eventually did.
And how was the jury divided?
Honestly, without giving numbers, I don't think that'd be fair. It was an equal 3-way split, pretty close. You know, it was darn close.
And what did you think was the proper sentence?
For me, the evidence just did not present a strong enough case to justify death in this case, unfortunately. I felt, and I still feel, that life imprisonment is the best option.
The foreperson of the jury, Nikki Deutschman, said that the government dropped the ball in its conduct of the case. Did you agree with that? Did you think in some way the government was lacking?
I do think they left us with some big holes, Charlie. Unfortunately, there were things that we couldn't fill in, and that's why we came to an impasse. But I want to stress, I think they did a good job in presenting the evidence that they had. They really did. It wasn't and I don't think Nikki meant to say that they boofed the case by any means. It was a difficult case to present for both sides. A lot of evidence.
We had a chance last night to talk to one of the other jurors, a rather long interview with a woman on the jury named Christy Seib, and I want to play just a portion of what she had to say last night.
Okay.
I felt he was guilty. I personally believe I was going for the death penalty. The evidence was there for me, and I did not want to turn it over to the judge. 13 hours was not a long time to invest in as severe as this was. And I thought he was going to tell us to try to go back in there. I knew I had strong beliefs. I wasn't willing to relinquish that, and they were the same way. We knew we weren't getting anywhere. I hope this doesn't end here. I think there's more there. I think a lot of people think there's more there.
She obviously was in one of those other 2 groups that you talked about. Was there acrimony among you as you debated this sentence?
Well, yes. I mean, you know, anytime you have 12 people deliberating, trying to come to one conclusion, you're going to have problems. You're going to have some hard feelings. But, you know, again, I want to stress there were 12 good people in that room. We all did our very best to get to the positions that we ended up in. It wasn't any one person, and it was hard. And I do know Chris felt that way. She was adamant about her feelings.
It was confusing to some outside the jury room as to why you reached the verdict that you did in the first phase, the first verdict phase, because you found Mr. Nichols guilty of conspiring to build what was a 5,000-pound bomb, but then just found him guilty of manslaughter, which indicates an accidental death resulted from this. If he was guilty of conspiring to build this big bomb, didn't you think he intended to use it to kill people?
Some of us did, but the problem there, Charlie, was the evidence for some people didn't present a strong enough case. There were those in our group that didn't feel convinced that the intent was there. Honestly, there were some who felt there was coercion. There were some who felt that he tried to back out possibly at the end, and there were others who felt that he hadn't been involved from the very beginning. So it left people in different positions on that, and again, that's part of the reason I'm here today, is to try to explain part of why that verdict came out the way it did.
Holly Hanlon, you realize that some family members of victims, some survivors, are upset with this verdict?
And understandably so. For one thing, I know they think we let them down, and I want more than anything for them to know that we thought about them on a continual basis, the victims' families. Even before the sentencing phase, we really did think about those people, but we had to use the evidence that was presented to us, and Judge Mage continually reminded us of what our job was and what we could and couldn't use. And there were some things that just didn't fit for some people.
Holly Hanlon, good to talk to you. I appreciate your being with us.
You're welcome, Charlie. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A conversation that we conducted just a few moments before we went on the air this morning. Lisa?
Charlie, many family members of Oklahoma City bombing victims were also split over whether Terry Nichols should be put to death. But they are unanimous in their disappointment over the jury's inability to come up with any sentence at all. Joining us now from Oklahoma City, Bud Welch. He lost a daughter, Julie Marie, in the blast in Oklahoma. And from Denver this morning, Fred Anderson. He lost his wife, Rebecca, in the explosion there. Good morning to both of you. Mr. Welch, I'll begin with you. Your reaction this morning?
Well, I have really about the same reaction that I had last night. Have a real tough time dealing with some of the comments that the foreperson had to say.
For example?
Well, I was most upset with her remarks about Kathleen Trainer. I didn't think that Kathleen had that coming, and I think it's a shame that the lady made the comments that she did. And her comments about the anti-government sentiment maybe in the country and her feelings, I think maybe she should have voiced some of that during the questioning before she was seated as a jurist.
Mr. Anderson, do you think they gave it enough time?
Do I think the jury gave us enough time?
Gave it enough time? Should they have deliberated longer to try to reach some sort of compromise?
Well, from the understanding that, what I've heard from the floor person and the other jurors that have testified, it wouldn't have mattered if they had any more time.
They would have still been stuck, you think?
Right.
Some of the jurors said that they wish the state had provided more conclusive evidence about Terry Nichols' involvement in the bombing. Mr. Wells, do you think the state did its job?
Yeah, I think that the prosecution did a good enough job. I didn't hear all the evidence, so I'm not real sure where some of those comments are coming from. But I think the prosecution did a complete job. I'm very satisfied with what they did.
Do you think that the jury thought of those victims while they were in that deliberation room as much as you wish they had?
Well, I'm sure that they probably did, but for the foreperson to be able to make the comments that she did about how she knew how maybe Kathleen felt or others felt, I can tell you she doesn't have a clue, and I think people should refrain from those type of comments.
Mr. Anderson, you testified at the trial about the loss of your wife, Rebecca. Do you think the jury thought enough of the victims as they were deliberating and as they brought their initial verdict of guilt of conspiracy but only of manslaughter and not murder?
Well, I'm tried very hard because I've caught myself doing this. I'm not going to say the whole jury. I'm going to just say there are parts of the jury that I felt just was not tuned into the job that they were chose to do. For instance, the foreperson yesterday commented about the third person, the John Doe number 2. Well, John Doe number 2 wasn't on trial here. That wasn't part of her job. that had nothing to do with this trial. She commented, well, the attorneys didn't do this and the attorneys didn't do that. It's irrelevant what the attorneys did or how they did their job. It's the evidence that she was supposed to be looking at, not what the attorneys were doing.
Were you disappointed, to go back to the initial guilt phase of the trial, were you disappointed that they found Terry Nichols guilty of conspiracy but then only of manslaughter rather than murder?
I was very shocked with that because I didn't think they would get him on first degree, but I figured when they convicted him on conspiracy and then they come back with manslaughter, them two things contradict each other 100%.
Real quickly, I want to bring in Jeffrey Toobin, our legal analyst here. Jeffrey, there's still a state trial to be held. Is there a chance that Terry Nichols can get the death penalty there?
Well, it'll be a legal battle, Lisa. I mean, they will argue that this is double jeopardy, but the weight of courts in recent years seems to be, if you remember the Rodney King case, a state trial and a federal trial are both permissible on the same facts, and another punishment is possible, including the death penalty. Very briefly, the Judge Maitch's choices as he considers what to do with Terry Nichols now? The prosecution will ask for a life sentence. The defense will probably ask for as little as time served, so it's going to be a big range of choice. And very briefly, Mr. Welsh and Mr. Anderson, both of you, if Terry Nichols gets only time served, what will you do?
Well, I'm not real sure I can even respond to that because I don't think that's even a possibility.
You don't? You think he's going to get some sort of life sentence or very long sentence?
I don't think that he'll ever be released from prison.
All right. And thank you so much, both of you, Mr. Welsh, Mr. Anderson, for joining us this morning. A very difficult day yesterday and today for you, I'm sure. We'll be back right after this.
I'm here in the heart of the city to check out an anonymous tip. We've heard that certain individuals have figured out a way to receive medical care seemingly without paying for it. Sources have led us to Ms. Susan Stone, and oh, there she is now. Ms. Stone, if that is your name, last week a checkup and a mammogram, you have new glasses, and today you're back for who knows what. And I understand you have no intention of paying for it.
But I do pay. I have HIP VIP Zero Premium, so I just pay my Medicare Part B premium and small co-payments. But that's all, I swear.
A little young for...
Okay, I'm 65. Thanks. My friends think I'm 50.
Miss Stone, allow me. Miss Stone has the HIP VIP Zero Premium plan. She gets all her care from HIP-affiliated providers and gets all her traditional Medicare benefits. So call now and we'll send you a 10-minute prepaid long-distance calling card and our free brochure on the HIP VIP Zero Premium plan. Miss Stone, would you like the pleasure?
Delighted. So, where do you get your health care?
It's HIP. The Pocono Mountains, where the snow's inviting and the hospitality's as warm as the people who visit. So bring the whole family. And whether you're into a hot dog with mustard or an intimate dinner for two, visit the Pocono Mountains and use your American Express card for a vacation dream come true. Call 1-800-POCONOS for your free Poconos Winter Vacation Guide.
Harry wrote a bestseller about his best friends.
You told our whole story.
But when you kiss and tell,
If you want to shoot me, shoot me.
you go to hell.
Fawcett, serial killers, lawyers who appear on television.
Critics agree Harry is hilarious, brilliantly inventive, a triumph, one of the funniest comedies Alan has ever made.
You want me to turn on the air conditioner?
Your air conditioner?
Sure, it messes up the ozone layer.
Deconstructing Harry, rated R. Now playing. Check local listings.
Coming up, Paula Jones' lawyers say an IRS audit of her tax returns was politically motivated. But the president's lawyer says the president had nothing to do with that audit. We will speak with Robert Bennett, the president's lawyer, when we return in our 7:30 half hour. And then if you're ordering from our menu this morning, let's put that up on the screen. There it is. The Paula Jones case at 7:36.
You know what else we have today? Besides the electronic show and car phones and safety, we have chicken soup from Emerald, and Kevin Newman is going to get a little care package after today's program.
And Kevin Spacey with us a little later, too.
That's right.
For your worst cold, Kleenex presents the very best care. Cold Care. They're the first family of tissues with 3 plush layers, not 2, so they hold up blow after blow. And they're the softest made to be gentle on your nose. Try Ultra Comfort, Lotion, Menthol, and Extra Large. Tissues as individual as the noses they care for. Because Kleenex Cold Care is the best care. It's all your nose needs.
Is your breath clean and fresh enough to get this close? Get kissably close with Scope. No other leading mouthwash kills more bad breath germs. The minty tingle tells you your breath is fresh. Get kissably close with Scope.
I love the fishes because they're so delicious.
Moms say yes to Pepperidge Farm Goldfish crackers because they're baked, not fried like most chips.
I love the fishes because they're so delicious. Got goldfish.
Goldfish, it's one snack that's okay to get hooked on.
Well, it's that time again. Hello, can you say sale? It's Pier 1's winter clearance and sale. And who doesn't like a sale? With terrific buys on all your favorites, you'll need a friend to help carry it all. Pier 1's winter clearance and sale. Going on now.
What does it take to keep my hair this beautiful?
Lots and lots of people.
Come on, in the real world, it takes New Daily Defense. They're new shampoos and conditioners that really protect your hair. Daily Defense shields your hair from sun, blow dryers, even pollution. With new Daily Defense, anyone can get the protection their hair needs to keep it shiny and beautiful without a big production. New Daily Defense from Clairol. Hair care for the real world. Defend yourself.
Believe it or not, many flu sufferers have never heard of this. Tylenol Flu. For your toughest flu symptoms. Strength you can trust.
This Channel 7 Eyewitness News Brief, sponsored by Champion Mortgage and Mitsubishi.
Good morning. It's 7:25 on this Thursday, January 8th. I'm Stacey Sager. Here's a look at the morning's top stories. Police say it is no fair deal as cheating strap hangers get a free ticket to ride. They say some people have figured out how to use expired Metro cards to get free bus and subway rides. They won't reveal how the scam works, but they say it's a glitch in their $700 million computer system. The MTA is scrambling to get it fixed before more cheats beat the system. The search is on for the person who brutally stabbed a teenage girl to death in Queens. 13-year-old Sharice Gardner's body was found yesterday in her third-floor apartment at the Pominock Houses in Flushing. Some residents say they saw two men running from the building, but so far they have no other clues. Friends say Sharice was a hard-working honor student who stayed out of trouble. And President Clinton makes a low-profile visit to the Big Apple later today. He is stumping to raise funds for the Democratic Party, but the White House is banning TV camera coverage. The president's press officials say Republican fundraisers are usually private affairs, so Democrats are now following suit. A print reporter will be allowed to attend, and the White House will provide audio of the president's speeches. And when we return, we will take a look at this morning's traffic and weather.
It was the best thing we ever did. We got rid of all our bills.
0, 0, 0.
Today, you could start a new beginning.
If you're a homeowner, call 1-800-CHAMPION for our Pay Down Your Debt program.
Find out how you can have zero balances on all of your bills and save hundreds of dollars a month.
We're saving $300 a month.
I should have done it sooner. No better time, no better way.
No day like today. Isn't today a great day for a new beginning? When your bank says no, Champion says yes.
Hey, how's it going? Can't complain.
It's the rugged SUV with the smooth ride.
Hank, can I borrow your eyebrow pencil?
The Montero Sport, one of the sport utility vehicles from Mitsubishi.
We know your little secret, how you indulge in rich chocolate almond, can't resist dark chocolate fudge, and still look perfectly delicious. It's Nestle's sweet success, because you live for luscious and creamy. So many flavors, so few calories, so easy to lose weight. With Nestle's sweet success, the secret is you can lose it all and have it all at the same time.
And Joe Nolan is at Metro Traffic with a look at how the morning commute is shaping up. Joe?
All right, Stace. First, we're going to go out to the airports and show you what we mean by delays. Let's take a look here at Newark Airport. All you see is tails. Let's count. All right, there's the one that just left. Here's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 airplanes. Here's another one. 14 airplanes just within that shot. So obviously, there are going to be delays at Newark Airport. So just be prepared for that. Now, also, look at the fog out of LaGuardia. Wow, it is very, very bad. It won't really affect arrivals as much as departures. So again, call ahead. And we also continue to have some problems as you begin to travel out onto the Belt Parkway with the fog as well. I mean, look at this. It is not good at all. So just be prepared. For Eyewitness News, I'm Joe Nolan.
It's not pretty. Thanks, Joe. In sports, Sam Cassell scored a career-high 34 points for New Jersey, but the Knicks edged the Nets in overtime 89-88. And at the Meadowlands, Jason Arnott made his Devils debut after coming over from Edmonton, and big number 25 made his presence felt. Devils led Pittsburgh 1-0 in the second when Randy McKay scored his 17th goal, tying his career high. McKay and the Devils beat the Penguins 3-1. In college basketball, Rutgers routed Seton Hall 81-49. And checking the weather, it is foggy and damp right now. Here's the exclusive AccuWeather forecast. 46 degrees outside. The humidity is 96%. Foggy, rainy, warmer, and generally miserable for most of today. The high near 61. More rain tonight. The low in the city about 60 degrees. Stay tuned for more of Good Morning America. Have a great morning, everyone.
Win a trip to Hollywood when the Chevy Venture brings the Rosie O'Donnell Show to L.A. For details, watch Rosie next time with Matt Lauer and Pam Grier.
This morning at 10, right here on ABC 7.
In advertising, they say one of the surest ways to get your message across is to put celebrities in your commercial. We hope they're right.
And good morning again, America. I'm Lisa McCree along with Charlie Gibson, and it's 30 minutes past the hour.
And we have a very full half hour for you this half hour, and we'll get right to it. Just give you a quick rundown of what we got. First of all, we're going to be speaking with the president's lawyer, President Clinton's lawyer, Robert Bennett, who will address some of Paula Jones' latest accusations and discuss other developments in that case.
Also coming up, Charlie, a new government report on car phones. Do you dial and drive? How much of a danger is that? We'll find out.
Not to mention all the other gadgets that are in a car these days.
And a taco and a hamburger and all those things you do when you drive.
That's right. Everything. The car is beginning to look a little bit like an extension of the office or the home these days. And third thing in this half hour, our gadget guy, Dick DeBartolo, is at the opening of the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, where vendors are parading all sorts of new electronic products, many of which may show up in your car in times, but he's going to run down what's new at the Consumer Electronics Show.
I want to know what to buy. Like, what if you're going to buy a new television, should you wait for a year? Is there new stuff? We've seen them around here, right? Those super thin TVs. How thin were those? Like 3 or 4 inches.
It was just about that thin. The whole TV was that thin.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it was great. I want to find out what we should buy and what we should wait on.
We will ask Dick about that, but first let's get the news from Asha Blake, who's in for Kevin Newman.
All right. Thanks, Lisa. Thanks, Charlie. Good morning, everybody. Opening statements are scheduled today in the trial of accused Unabomber Theodore Kaczynski. Yesterday, the judge ruled that Kaczynski could not fire his lawyers. And over objections of Kaczynski and prosecutors, the lawyers will be able to raise the issue of Kaczynski's mental condition. A memorial service was held last night in Denver, 1 block from the courthouse, where a jury failed to reach a decision on a sentence for Oklahoma City bombing conspirator Terry Nichols. It is now up to Judge Richard Mach to do the sentencing, and he cannot impose the death penalty. White separatist Randy Weaver says he is real happy an FBI agent involved in the 1992 Ruby Ridge standoff will face trial. An Idaho judge yesterday ordered Lon Horiuchi tried on involuntary manslaughter charges. Now, Horiuchi fired the shot that killed Weaver's wife. You may remember that. And the Federal Aviation Administration is expected to order inspections of at least 185 Boeing 737 jetliners. Sources tell ABC News that investigators believe a 737 that crashed in Indonesia last month was missing some bolts on a vital stabilizer. And they want to know whether the same problem exists on the other planes. Okay, some space news now. German astronomers say they have the strongest evidence yet that a massive black hole is at the center of the Milky Way. Now, the researchers charted the movements of about 200 stars and found that those moving the fastest were near the center. You can watch this animation and figure that out. According to the astronomers, that is proof of the black hole, since nothing can escape from its gravitational grasp. Okay, at about 32 minutes after 7 o'clock, time to take a look at the weather right now with Spencer.
Okay, Ashley, there's no escaping the messy weather in the east today. I mean, it is really a mess. We've got heavy flooding rains all up and down the Atlantic coast and down into the deep south. Although it's clearing a bit here in the deep south, there is still a great deal of flooding there remaining from the heavy rains of the last few days. Florida has tornado watches and warnings out this morning. And on the back edge of all this rainfall, there's some snow that'll reach from the upper Mississippi Valley down into the southern plains. Meanwhile, the western half of the nation becoming frigid up north, northern Rockies, northern plains getting much colder today, and a huge storm is going to build over the weekend out west with lots of rainfall near the coast and snow inland in the higher elevations, and particularly over the Rockies. Frigid air starts to shift eastward in the Midwest. It'll clear out in the east but become colder there as well. That's a look at the national weather. Here's a look at what's happening where you are.
Good morning, I'm meteorologist Lee Goldberg. Get the Krispy Kreme, the new one on 8th Street, but it's not glazed we're worried about. It's the fog. We got some thick fog today on the 5-day fog, and then rainy tonight, could be heavy, maybe some street flooding later tonight, and then we'll finally see the sun late Friday into the weekend. Make it a great day. Back to GMA.
This weather report has been brought to you by Pedigree Dog Food. Charlie?
Thank you, Spencer. Coming up, we're going to discuss the latest development in the Paula Jones case with the president's lawyer, Robert Bennett. He'll be joining us when Good Morning America continues.
In my family, as every family, there were brands that we grew up with, and my family for all of time has fed Pedigree foods.
Dr. Fran Smith, veterinarian and top breeder.
As long as you're feeding Pedigree, whether it's dry or canned, whether it's puppy or mealtime, you're feeding the best. The whole Pedigree product line is the perfect food for your dogs. Vitamins, minerals, essential fatty acids, carbohydrates, fiber, and perfect protein. The nutrition present in Pedigree cannot be beat.
Developed with the vets at the Waltham Center. Pedigree, recommended by top breeders.
People expect more from my teeth because my husband's a dentist. We use Mentadent.
Mentadent's formula actually targets plaque bacteria. It works like no ordinary toothpaste.
I know my mouth is clean because I can feel it.
Mentadent, more than you ever expected from a toothpaste.
Restaurant owners, parents of Dana, Michelle, and Steve Jr. due next month. Owners, weekend place upstate. Mid-sized car owners, believe it or not, yes. These are the new Buicks. Mid-sized cars for real-sized families. The new Buicks. Real power, real comfort, real style. Isn't it time for a real car?
The label says 99% fat-free, but inside is the classic taste of original Chef Boyardee. Introducing 99% fat-free Chef Boyardee. If we didn't tell you, you'd never know.
I love my kids, but sometimes they don't see the messes they make, so they'd never see bacteria here. Even after washing, this counter can be teeming with germs. I see them because I'm a Dow scientist. It's why we created Dow Antibacterial Cleaner. It removes grease and kills germs for a microscopic clean, unlike ordinary cleaners. Dow Antibacterial Cleaner for a microscopic clean. Also, there's Dow Antibacterial Toilet Bowl Cleaner.
Are your kids enhancing your marriage or making it worse? Find out later on Good Morning America.
Attorneys for President Clinton and Paula Jones are waging an increasingly ugly battle over her sexual harassment lawsuit. Attorneys for Jones claim that an IRS audit of her tax returns is politically motivated, and Mr. Clinton's lawyers say that the audit was sought by the president's enemies to make it look as though he ordered the audit. Meantime, the president has been subpoenaed to give a deposition in the harassment case, marking the first time a president would testify as a defendant. Joining us now to discuss all these developments is his attorney, Robert Bennett, president's attorney. Good to have you with us.
Good morning. Thank you.
There was an audit, an IRS audit, launched of Paula Jones and her husband, and they got notice of that, as I understand, 4 days after she refused to settle this case. Now, that's a strange coincidence in timing, isn't it?
Well, first of all, it's wrong. There was never any offer of settlement. There were discussions with her earlier lawyers. I think it's important to make it absolutely clear that the president and myself representing him and anyone supporting him had absolutely nothing to do with any audit if in fact there is an audit. I mean, I would have to be crazy to sig the IRS, if I could, which I can't, on them. I mean, this is a sham, preposterous preemptive strike. It's their conduct which has invited inquiry, if there is an inquiry.
Would you necessarily know if somebody at the IRS said, our president is being challenged, we'll go after her?
I would not, but I think, of course I would not know. How do I know?
Right.
I wouldn't know that.
So then how can you say for certain that this is not politically motivated?
Well, I think the political motivation is the so-called investigation of whether or not there is an audit. All I can tell you in good faith is I know we've had nothing to do with it, but the focus should be on the conduct that's involved here. I mean, here Paula Jones is raising a large sum of money from the public, and this money is being used to finance her personal life. Her pit bull is put up in a kennel, her hair, jewelry, clothing. Her case is being financed. This is costing her nothing by those who are opposed to the president. The Rutherford Institute, tax-exempt dollars, that the taxpayer is financing Paula Jones's lawsuit because this organization, the Rutherford Institute, who is very adverse to President Clinton and wants to undermine, as do some of their supporters, his successful presidency, are paying her way. I'd be shocked if the IRS didn't look into these things.
You have said that they are out to embarrass the president. Do you think this is now going to go to trial?
I think that the great probability is that it will go to trial, and I think stunts like they pulled the other night, this sham press conference that they held on this IRS business, only increases the chances of a trial.
Has the president's deposition been set?
It was leaked. It was leaked. He was not subpoenaed, but it was leaked that, and it was accurate. The leak was accurate that it was set for the 17th, but that's a very soft date now that it has been leaked.
Will Ms. Jones be there?
That we're certainly not going to challenge that. If Ms. Jones wants to be there, she's a party to the case, and she can be there. I'm certainly not going to suggest she should not be there.
Let me ask you a couple of things, because you have gone through the discovery process, I know, so far, and this is a difficult question and area to get into. But there is the so-called distinguishing characteristics aspect of this trial. Do you think that's going to be an issue at trial, or is that, have you gotten around
we're
it?
broaching the judge's confidentiality order, and the only reason I'm here today is because of their press conference. But let me answer it this way. That is an absolute sham, and that allegation. And I can't imagine her lawyers running the risk of raising that in this case.
When do you anticipate going to trial?
Well, it'll be sometime after May 26th, and you know, keep this in mind, Charles. I think we're going to go to trial for two fundamental reasons. One, Paula Jones and her principal advisors, who are her husband Steve and this McMillan, Susan McMillan, they are of the view that they will sell more books with a splashy trial. I'm not guessing. I'm not speculating. I know that for fact, and that will become abundantly clear. Secondly, the people funding the litigation, such as the Rutherford Institute, they want to embarrass the president. They don't want to see any kind of resolution of the case. And why shouldn't she go? I mean, it's not costing her a penny. The taxpayers are paying for her litigation. I mean, it's a good deal for her.
Robert Bennett, good to have you with us. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
See you apparently in court, as they say. Thank you for being with us. Next, car phone users. Want to play it safe on the highways? Your call. Good Morning America continues.
The word is out on Wag the Dog.
Fantastic.
Rolling Stone calls Wag the Dog outrageous fun.
You want me to produce your war? Not a war. It's a pageant.
Siskel and Ebert give it 2 thumbs up. Way up. Nominated for 3 Golden Globes, including Best Actor, Dustin Hoffman, and Best Picture.
Now they're getting it.
Dustin Hoffman, Robert De Niro in a Barry Levinson film.
You're the man.
Wag the Dog.
What could I do to top this?
Rated R. Starts Friday everywhere.
Meet Max. He's one easygoing guy. Thanks to Carnation Good Start. It's specially processed to help avoid common feeding problems like fussiness, crying, and gas. Carnation Good Start from Nestle.
Dilbert for Office Depot.
Dilbert, I'd like you to meet Ben, our newest fast-track manager.
Hi.
Ben has no real experience, but he's very tall, so we know he'll go far.
I also have executive-style hair.
We think it will turn silver.
Business doesn't always make sense, but Office Depot does. With over 7,000 different office products, plus guaranteed low prices and free delivery on any order over $50. Business is crazy, but Office Depot makes sense.
Hey, can your daughter guess what's new in Quaker Instant Oatmeal?
More fruit.
Right, we've added more fruit to delicious Quaker Instant Oatmeal, so you get more of that great taste. Oh, what those oats can do with more fruit.
Here's today's Snow Country Ski Report, brought to you by Oldsmobile Bravada. Well, moderate temperatures and wet surfaces is what we're finding around the ski region. Call to double check on recent conditions and pack that all-weather gear. At Mohawk, you'll be skiing day and night. Same goes for Butternut Basin in the Berkshires. If you're heading to Killington in Vermont, you're skiing on 188 trails. Okemo checks in just about at full operation. Sunny River in Maine has 108 runs. Find more on conditions at 7online.com. I'm Laura James for ABC7.
Ah, the life of a fancy pedigreed pooch. Even gets to sit in a brand new Bravada. Check it out. Compact disc and cassette player, leather trimmed seats, they're probably heated. Power windows, power everything. Been licking a silver spoon your whole life, huh?
Actually, you can expect all these features and more in the newly redesigned Oldsmobile Bravada for just $359 a month.
Wonder if you can lease this puppy.
The new Bravada. It knows the road.
Well, if you spend much time on the road, you've probably noticed drivers do a lot of things besides drive. Some people have a lunch, other people make a few calls. Now car manufacturers are equipping automobiles with fax machines, computers, even VCRs, and one even has a microwave. While all of this may sound like progress, a new report by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says that drivers who use these conveniences increase their risk of serious accidents. Dr. Ricardo Martinez, who's administrator of the NHTSA, joins us now from Washington with some words of advice. Nice to see you, Mr. Martinez.
Good morning.
All right, tell me how dangerous it is to dial and drive.
Well, it's hard to give an actual number because people don't keep good records, but we know that the more you're distracted from your full-time task of driving, the less likely you are to be able to control the vehicle. And it's not just cellular phones, but as you mentioned, it's fax machines. We're getting on the internet. We've got televisions, VCRs, fax machines. All these things add up, and pretty soon you're just a part-time driver.
One of the reports I read said that you're at the same risk if you're drinking and driving as if you're talking on the phone and driving. Is that true?
Well, there was a study that came out a few months ago that looked at that as a corollary. But we have to tell you that there's three types of distraction. One is mental distraction, where your mind is elsewhere. Two is visual distraction, when your eyes are off the road. And three is physical distraction, where you're touching buttons, you're trying to enter information, and those add up and take you away from the task of driving. So yeah, they can make you more likely to crash because your vehicle begins to shift from lane to lane, or you lose awareness of what's ahead of you, and you cram into somebody from the back.
In fact, you've even done some studies that showed you videotaped some drivers, which we're not going to show the tape because the quality isn't quite right, but where every time he took a bite of the snack, he swerved.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was a gentleman eating a donut, and every time he took a bite, his car went off the road. We had someone putting information into a navigation system, and it took him so long to look and become acquainted with the system to put information in, they veered off the road. We've seen the same thing with people drinking coffee cups. So, as we create dashboard dining food, as we create cup holders that heat and cool your foods, we have to remember that these things are taken away from our primary responsibility, which is driving that car.
All right, so what do you want to see developed real quickly in 20 seconds or so? What do you want to see in the new cars that allow us to get a little business done but don't cause such a danger?
Well, you have to make sure that people don't have to adapt to the technology, but the technology adapts to us, and that it's user-friendly. It doesn't take a lot of time for us to see the screen, to put information in, and makes it less likely to take our attention both physically and mentally. And so we are rolling out this report this week at the Transportation Research Board to engage researchers in how we put this information into vehicles. We want to be able to utilize it, but not create additional distractions.
Right, big numbers, big dials, hands-free talking, hands-free dialing, all that sort of thing.
Things like that.
All right, thanks a lot, Mr. Martinez. Good Morning America continues right after this.
Go away.
Come on, we're gonna be late.
Saturday.
Dum, dum, da-dum.
I'm sweating.
Here, hon. Have some breakfast.
Kellogg's Nutri-Grain bars.
Low fat, no preservatives. We're not that late, are we?
A great soft baked crust and real fruit filling.
I'd eat this even if I wasn't late.
And when would that be? Kellogg's Nutri-Grain bars. Good food to go.
We got a dog. For the kids. Okay, so I became attached.
Dad!
So my wife called it obsessive. I just wanted the perfect food for my dog. Talked to the vet, talked to the breeder, read books, got confused. Okay, 2 words. Go shopping. That's how I found Purina One brand lamb and rice formula. First ingredient, lamb. I think we found our dog food. Me? Obsessive? I don't think so. Purina One, second to none.
Once, in parts of this country, the problem wasn't getting good health care, but getting any at all. Fortunately, the doctors of the American Medical Women's Association have always gone the extra mile for people's health. Now, out of concern for yours, they've granted their acceptance to supplements. These from Nature Made. Nature Made is proud to bring you the first supplements to earn the acceptance of the AMWA. Nature Made, trusted by the ones you trust.
We'd like to clear the air about compact sport utility vehicles. Ford Explorer is America's sales leader, has been for the past 6 years. It has an available V8 engine, something Pathfinder and 4Runner don't even offer. In fact, it beats them both in room and comfort as well. Even has more towing capacity than Cherokee. The '98 Ford Explorer, clearly the perfect choice. Just visit your tri-state quality Ford dealer where there's more to afford. Now with 2.9% financing, you'll feel even more comfortable in a '98 Explorer.
Information flows.
The story this afternoon.
It connects people.
CQR.
And adapts to change. At the New York Stock Exchange, the world economy is shaped by a continuous flow of information. And Bay Networks is the computer network that keeps billions of transactions moving smoothly. Because when you control the flow of information, you control the flow of business. Bay Networks, where information flows.
Hey, Emerald Lagasse, and coming up in a little bit, good morning, we're going to be making some great chicken soup. Stick around.
That later, but first, the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. All the new gizmos and gadgets you'll soon find in your electronics store. Dick DeBartolo there to give us the latest. Dick?
Hey, Charlie, some neat stuff here in Las Vegas. 90,000 retailers coming to buy stuff to sell you this year and even into next year. HD TV, high-definition television, brand new from Pioneer. Is this, you think you're looking into a fishbowl? That's an HD TV picture. That's over 1,000 lines of resolution. That's a 62-inch TV. That's really advanced. That's probably become available in January of next year. Look at some stuff that's coming out this spring. This is brand new from Panasonic. It's your own DVD player. A DVD movie runs about 2 hours, so you go on the airplane, you don't like what they're showing, you bring your own movie with you. At home, hook it up to your regular TV set, and you have home movies, and it's about $1,200 to $1,300. This is brand new from JVC. It's a camcorder, uses the VHS C tapes. What's neat about this, it's also a still digital camera. A little earlier, we're going to go to this big screen over here. I took some still pictures. That's Meg, that's me right before air, that's me on air. And what's neat about that, you get back to your computer, you can download them, you can even print out still pictures. Under $1,000 in the spring, JVC.
Oh.
Those are fantastic stuff. That's fantastic stuff, yeah. And that's all coming this spring.
This spring, except for the Pioneer, which is next year.
Yeah, no,
we're going to have more stuff in a while.
We heard you say the Pioneer is next year, but that's amazing stuff.
Yeah,
also,
the DVD
nice pictures
and the
of
other.
Nice pictures of Meg and Charlie Pinckney there.
We'll send them to you for your wallet. We'll send you wallet size.
All right. Dick DeBartolo will be back in our 8:30 half hour with lots more. We'll be back.
I want the TV.
Greetings and salutations. Don't touch that dial. You're going to want to hear this. As I speak, a team from MCI is arriving. Why is MCI here? For openers, we have a staff of 10 just to handle telecom bills. MIS people who haven't had a day off since Roosevelt was in office. Teddy Roosevelt. Employees who are totally unreachable outside these doors. And of course, we have this lovely PA system. What will the MCI team do differently? To begin with, there will be one team, not many. They'll provide answers in the form of technologies like intranet, extranet, video, and internet conferencing. Now kindly turn your gaze to the squawk box nearest you and ponder this. When the MCI technology arrives, you will never have to listen to me again.
Hey, stranger, where you been?
I don't smoke anymore.
Sorry. I mean, great. How'd you do it?
Nicoderm CQ.
CQ? Isn't that the patch with the, 3 steps?
Mm-hmm. I'm doing the steps.
Nicoderm CQ has 3 steps, so you gradually step down your dose the way doctors and pharmacists prefer.
Steps, Dan. It's the way to go.
Nicoderm CQ, the power to calm, the power to comfort, the power to help you quit.
And 1, and 2, and up, and down, and come on, dig!
Watch how good watching your weight can feel with Dannon Light Yogurt.
Move those feet, and turn, and lift.
You see, when women cut calories, they may also cut calcium. But now, Dannon Light has put in 33% more calcium than before, more than any other leading light yogurt. It's fat-free and 100 luscious calories to help you stay strong for this daily workout we call life.
Dig, ladies! You can do it!
Dannon Light, now with 33% more calcium.
Pan Am's white sale fares are too low not to go. Just buy a ticket before January 21st to sunny Florida or the Caribbean and take off. These fares are too low not to go. $99 to Fort Lauderdale from JFK and Iceland. $99 to Fort Myers, Nassau, and Miami. Or $129 to San Juan from JFK. $99 to Orlando, Tampa, and West Palm Beach from Iceland. See your travel agent or call 1-800-FLY Pan Am now.
We'd like to remind you that whenever you make it a blockbuster night, you never need a babysitter. The parking is always free. The atmosphere is as casual as the dress code. And you always get the best seat in the house. With thousands of blockbuster videos to choose from, we'd like you to remember that when it comes to a great night with the family, there's no place like home. There's no place like home. Make it a blockbuster night.
Good Morning America is brought to you by Dannon Light.
Lots more coming up on Good Morning America. Stay with us.
Continental Airlines, business first, available to 15 destinations throughout Europe and Latin America. Continental, more airline for your money.
Chicken soup, marital bliss, Kevin Spacey, all next hour.
Tonight, America could have the best schools in the world, except for one thing. Find out what's holding us back on ABC's World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
All the years of training all come down to this.
I've trained my whole life for this moment.
Your body's done these things so many times.
I can do it. I know how to do it. This is easy.
Your body and mind are so physically and mentally ready.
Just give me the ice and give me my skates.
It's time for me to deliver.
I'll do the rest.
See who will make the Olympic team tonight on ABC.
This is a Channel 7 Eyewitness News Brief.
Good morning. It's 7:56 on this Thursday, January 8th. I'm Stacy Sager. In the news at this hour, published reports say some computer-savvy strap hangers are swiping free rides with rigged Metro cards, despite an $800 million system designed to make such illegal swipes impossible. They say they've already made some arrests, with more likely to come today. 7 people, including 4 cops, are hospitalized after an early morning collision between a patrol car and a yellow taxi cab. The condition of the injured police officers is not known at this hour. 3 passengers in the taxi are reported in stable condition. And no suspects yet in the stabbing death of 13-year-old Sharice Gardner. She was found yesterday in a pool of blood at the Pominock Housing Project in Flushing. Some residents say they saw 2 men running from the building, but so far they have no other clues. And Joe Nolan is on hand with a look at how the foggy morning commute is shaping up. Joe?
And we're going to go right outside to our camera, Stacy, and show you what we have out at Newark Airport. It is not good, and you're going to see a whole bunch. Ooh,
they got all flared out for some reason. But again, there are many, many, many delays here. Lots and lots of airplanes were off on the side. That is Secaucus, New Jersey. It's gone. And again, all of this because of the fog. This is the Grand Central Parkway in both directions at LaGuardia. Again, really not doing all that badly. But again, the big deal here is at the airports, you're going to have all kinds of delays and problems. Call your airline for individual flight information because it varies greatly flight to flight. For Eyewitness News, I'm Joe Nolan.
Okay, thank you, Joe. It is foggy and damp right now, and here is your exclusive AccuWeather forecast. 46 degrees outside, the humidity 96%, foggy, rainy, warmer, and generally miserable for most of today. The high near 61 degrees. More rain tonight, in the low in the city about 60, and the extended forecast calls for rainy and even milder tomorrow. The high around 63 degrees. Stay tuned for more of Good Morning America. Make it a great day, everyone.
Win a trip to Hollywood when the Chevy Venture brings the Rosie O'Donnell Show to L.A. For details, watch Rosie Next Time with Matt Lauer and Pam Grier.
This morning at 10, right here, ABC 7.
Is cocaine crack or is crack cocaine?
You were going to talk to her?
You were going to talk to her.
I think it's time that we had a little talk. We'll talk about it later.
If you need help talking to your kids about drugs, call for this free book.
Tower Air announces its winter sale. Perfect-sized fares from the perfect-sized airline, Tower Air. Call your travel agent or Tower Air at 718-553-8500.
I scream, you scream, we all scream.
For yogurt, Breyer's Smooth and Creamy Yogurt. It's lusciously smooth, inspired by your favorite ice cream and 99% fat-free. No wonder it tastes naughty, but it's not.
How is your tax money being spent? Find out at noon.
You're watching ABC 7, New York.
Stop it.
Good morning, America. I'm Charles Gibson.
Stop it.
Well, they've stood us up for this half hour, and well, okay, I'm a little taller than Lisa when I stand up.
I'm vertically challenged, as our producer Shelley says, vertically challenged power.
I think it's better to do it this way.
Oh, thank you very much. It's January 8th. You are so mean. They put us in the kitchen in front of placemats or behind placemats, and of course, then they told us that the food's not even here.
Nothing to eat.
The food is out of town. Emerald Lagasse. Emerald, where are you? New Orleans this morning?
I'm in New Orleans. Lisa, how are you?
I'm hungry, and I'm so disappointed.
You guys are not having any fun up there in New York. I can hear that. Charlie, how are you?
I'm great, Emerald. Good to see you.
Good to see you. You guys ready for a little chicken soup?
I gather you're going to make a chicken soup recipe, and we can compare it with all of our mother's chicken soup.
I'm gonna mail it right to the hatch, and you guys will have it in no time.
Send it to Kevin Newman because he's sick. He is. He needs a little chicken soup.
That's why we're doing it. After the holidays, it's flu season. Hey, everybody needs a little chicken soup.
All right, Emerald will be back in just a few moments from New Orleans with his chicken soup recipe. Also, a question for you. A recent national survey asked mothers of children under 18, which relationship is the most important to your happiness and fulfillment? The one with your children or the one with your husbands? And what do you think they answered? I think it's a silly question because you shouldn't have to pick between them.
I know it, but if someone asked your wife, it would be the relationship with the husband is a relationship with the child. You have to stand up. I cannot stand this.
Anyway, the answer to it is 51% said it was their relationship with their children. Only 28% said it was their relationship with their husband. The focus of marriage obviously shifts when children do come into the picture, and often to the detriment of the marriage. And so we're going to be talking about how to rekindle the flame on this morning's edition of our series, Personal Best. Getting what you want.
I want some high heels. See, I should never wear flats. Also coming up, actor Kevin Spacey will join us. And one of our favorites, Spencer, in fact, just said, he's a guy who will open a movie for Spencer.
I will
go just to see Kevin Spacey.
As will I. Any movie that Kevin Spacey's in, I'll go see it.
Actor.
Asha Blake first has the news. She's in for Kevin Newman this morning. Asha?
All right, good morning, both of you. Lisa, you're the right height as far as I'm concerned.
See, I
Very
told
similar
you
here.
he's abnormally tall.
I think so. Okay, good morning, everybody. In the news today, Terry Nichols knows one thing for certain about his future. He will not get the death penalty for his role in the Oklahoma City bombing. Only a jury could impose that, and the jurors in the penalty phase of his trial were deadlocked. ABC's Lisa Salters joins us now from Denver this morning. Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning, Asha.
Well, you know, jury members have been talking about how they arrived at their decision, and they're really criticizing the prosecution's case.
Well, that's right, Asha. As more and more jurors began to speak out, they all seem to be saying the same thing, that their deliberations were very heated, very intense, very opinionated, but that the prosecution just didn't prove its case.
The evidence for some people didn't present a strong enough case. There were those in our group that didn't feel convinced that the intent was there.
And of course, that is not what family members of the victims want to hear. They believe that justice was not served here in Denver, and they blame the jury for that.
Lisa, there's a state murder trial.
Hear what the judge says. The jury failed. They didn't do their job. It was a clear job. It was an easy job to do, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it.
Now, Judge Richard Mach is the one who must now impose a sentence on Terry Nichols. And Asha, as you said earlier, by law, the court cannot impose the death penalty, but Judge Mach can sentence Terry Nichols to life in prison without parole. Asha?
Okay, now we know there will be a state trial perhaps for Terry Nichols. What are the survivors saying about that? Are they basically pinning their hopes on that trial for some sort of punishment that they might be happy with?
They absolutely are. Many victims' family members say that for them, they had hoped that this trial against Terry Nichols would bring closure for them and that they weren't going to follow the state trial so much. But now that, in their opinion, justice has not been served, they say they will be following very closely what happens in Oklahoma City.
All right, thanks very much, Lisa. ABC legal analyst Jeffrey Toobin is also in Denver, and he joins us now. Good morning, Jeffrey.
Hi, Asha.
How long does the judge have, Jeffrey, to make his decision?
This is not going to be quick. He's asked the lawyers to file papers on what sentence he should impose on February 9th. There'll probably be some legal arguments after that. I would guess that the sentencing won't be before April.
Now, the judge says, or he has to use the federal sentencing guidelines. Now, what might that include?
Well, that's going to be the subject of a great deal of debate. The guidelines are supposed to impose standardized sentences across the country, but because this jury's verdict was so odd, conspiracy to murder and involuntary manslaughter, the prosecution will say, well, a life sentence is appropriate. The defense will say, look, the main charge here was involuntary manslaughter. They may well argue that just time served is appropriate. So Judge Mach is going to have to make some very tough decisions, and he's got a big difference between the two parties.
One quick last question, Jeffrey. No parole, correct, in the federal system?
No, you have to serve basically your entire sentence except for a tiny bit of time off for good time. So what he gets in the federal system is what he'll serve.
All right, Jeffrey, thank you very much. Jeffrey Toobin joining us from Denver this morning. And the trial of accused Unabomber Theodore Kaczynski is due to get underway this morning in Sacramento. Now, when his lawyers address the jury, they will be speaking on behalf of the defendant who tried all week to fire them. Here's ABC's Terry Moran.
Once again, Ted Kaczynski took the packed courtroom by surprise, demanding a change in his defense. In a clear, calm voice, Kaczynski said, "Based on a conversation I had with Mr. Serra, he had agreed not to use a mental health defense. I wish to retain him." Tony Serra is a flamboyant San Francisco defense attorney who represented Ellie Nessler, the woman who gunned down a man accused of molesting her son. But Judge Garland Burrell turned down Kaczynski's request.
Generally, courts don't allow defendants to switch attorneys at the last minute like this because it throws a monkey wrench in the gears.
Judge Burrell also ruled that Kaczynski's lawyers can impose a mental illness defense against his wishes in order to save his life. That could be strong grounds for appeal, especially in a capital case.
And it's surprising to see a situation where a defendant, under that kind of pressure, facing those kinds of odds, with the stakes that he's dealing with, he has been denied his right to present his own defense.
After another volatile day, prosecutors and defense lawyers left court to prepare for opening statements this morning. Defense attorney Quinn Denver summed up the feeling.
Off to trial tomorrow.
Or so they hope. Terry Moran, ABC News, Sacramento.
And last month's crash of a 737 jetliner in Indonesia has the Federal Aviation Administration worried about a possible flaw in the plane's construction. ABC News has learned investigators believe bolts were missing on the plane's stabilizer, and they're concerned almost 200 other 737s might be missing bolts as well. President Clinton's lawyer is angrily denying allegations that a tax audit of Paula Jones was politically motivated. Jones's advisors say the Treasury Department is investigating the circumstances behind the audit. Earlier on Good Morning America, the president's lawyer, Robert Bennett, called their claims preposterous.
The president and myself representing him and anyone supporting him had absolutely nothing to do with any audit if in fact there is an audit. I mean, I would have to be crazy to sink the IRS, if I could, which I can't, on them.
A spokeswoman says Paula Jones plans to go to the White House next week to be on hand when President Clinton gives his deposition in her lawsuit against him. A show of loyalty has landed 7 Cubans, including the brother of Florida Marlins pitcher Livan Hernandez, in Costa Rica. Orlando Hernandez and 6 others arrived this morning after spending the week in the Bahamas. They had escaped Cuba by boat. Hernandez was granted, you might remember, a U.S. visa, but the others were not. He elected to stay with them, and all were granted Costa Rican visas. Okay, time right now to take a look at the weather.
I just wanted to talk to you. I think we really got to talk to Charlie, because I want people to understand that it's not, our problem. That
Absolutely
he is abnormally tall.
He is. He is. We are the appropriate height.
Exactly.
As you all can see. And Spencer?
Follow the yellow brick road.
Should we go over and see? Come on over.
I want to be, see?
See?
Now I'm the appropriate height. This is the right height.
Charlie's the one with the height problem,
right.
I would say. Okay?
I've always looked up to you guys.
All right, this is sort of dwarfed weather. I'm sure Tim Conway's so flattered.
I do want to be a weatherman when I grow up. Let's take a look. We do have some video to show you of some flooding in Abita Springs, Louisiana. There's been heavy rainfall there the last couple of days. Okay, heavy rainfall there the last couple of days, and this was the scene. There were just rooftops of buildings that were visible yesterday as the floodwaters from the Abita River started to rise. The rainfall has ended there now. That's the good news, but the bad news is that there is still flooding persisting. So although skies are sunny, the floodwaters have not receded yet. Flood warnings and watches over much of the east today as heavy rainfall will continue. Florida has tornado watches and warnings in effect for this morning, and on the backside of all that rain in the Mississippi Valley down to the southern plains, there could be some snow as cold air is moving into this region. In fact, it's going to get really cold over the weekend in the northern plains and the northern Rockies. That's a look at the national weather picture. Here's a look at what's happening where you are.
Hey, we're at Krispy Kreme Donuts. How much is that? $4.50? Let me get that for you. Hey, Happy New Year, Carol. Got to get yourself a donut this morning. Here's your forecast, because the forecast is worthless. We got a lot of fog around this morning. Could be heavy rain tonight, so be careful this morning with visibility. And as you're driving home tonight, could be some puddling, if not some street and highway flooding. The rain will continue through tomorrow. Eventually the fog breaks, and maybe by late tomorrow afternoon, we get a little bit of brightening. And then by the weekend, it's colder, but at least the sun's coming back. Hey, listen, make it a great day, everybody. And back to Good Morning America. Make sure you get a donut here on 8th Street.
Well, it's said that home is where the heart is, and this morning we've got a twist on that.
Yes.
Home is where the chef is, and Emeril Lagasse joins us from Emeril's Restaurant in New Orleans to cook up some truly, look, he's stunned, truly home-cooked food. Good morning, Emeril.
I wish you guys were here with me. It's a little warmer.
We're having
Welcome
more fun
to my
here.
home.
I think
this is the home.
Spencer needs a bowl to grow on, so why don't you get us started? Give us a
Spencer,
tour.
I'm going to warm you up here in a few minutes, you know.
Yeah, he's warmed
You could be
up.
sitting right
Trust
here
me.
at the food bar eating just bowls and bowls of gumbo, Spencer. But anyhow, we're going to make some chicken soup is what we're going to do. And, you know, it's after the holiday time. It's flu season, and everybody's kind of got like, you know, just the yuckies right now. We're going to kind of cure that and take care of it. I'm going to do my version of a great chicken soup. Got tons of vegetables. We're not going to put any meat in it or anything like that. We're just going to put some good whole American chicken. And that's exactly what we're going to start with, you guys. It's just this. I got just a regular fryer chicken, any chicken that you can kind of find in the supermarket. And what I've done is I just cut it up. Nothing fancy, just cut it up in some pieces, but want to save the bones. That's going to kind of give a little extra flavor. And we're going to season this chicken because, as you guys know, they don't come seasoned in the supermarket. Little salt and pepper, and we're going to begin just kind of browning that chicken. We're getting the flavor out of the chicken. And once we do that, we kind of just brown that up a little bit. And you can see I have the carcass in there as well, and I've got the bones, and there's a reason for that. We're going to kind of get a double chicken strength, if you will, really kind of kick up the flavor. Now watch this. Now what we're going to do is we're going to just take, a good-sized onion that's diced up, and we're going to add that in there. We're going to add some celery and some carrot. Big fancy cooking word there, you know. It's a mirepoix, but that's what it is. Celery, carrot, and a little onion. We're going to cook that for about 4 or 5 minutes with the chicken. The chicken's getting browned. And we just added another ingredient, so that's exactly what we want to do is we're just going to kind of re-season it a little bit with a little salt and pepper. Now, once that gets good and browned, now the whole thing is this. We're going to build some more flavors for a great chicken soup. What we're going to use is this. I've got some scallion. I've got some garlic. I have some fresh basil, whatever kind of herb you have. If you don't have fresh basil, you could use dry, and some parsley. Everything is going to go, once that's browned, right inside the pot, right there. And then we're going to let that cook for just a couple of minutes, get some more flavor out of that. And then, at that point, you got to have good vegetables. Whatever kind of vegetables you have. Right now, I've got a little bit of cabbage. It could be white. It could be red cabbage. I've got some zucchini. I've got some yellow squash. Whatever. You can see all these vegetables that I have here. Whatever kind of vegetables you have, guys, you just put it in there once the chicken is good and browned. And now what we're going to do is this. I talk about this layering of seasoning, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We are going to add another layer of flavor, another layer of seasoning. And what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to add spinach. They say it's good for you, right? It's got a lot of iron. I'm going to add a little bit of spinach in there. And this is crushed red pepper. My mom would say pimento wheather. We're just going to say crushed red pepper. We're going to add a little bit of that. What it's going to do is, woo, it's going to make you sweat. It's going to make you start being happy, feeling good, getting all of those impurities out of your body. And then what we're going to do, I'm going to add chicken stock. Don't be alarmed if you don't have chicken stock, folks. You're going to have plenty of flavor with those chicken bones that we added in there. And you want to bring it up to a boil, and then you're going to let this thing simmer. How are you going to let it simmer? Well, look, I've got this one simmering right here. This has been simmering for about an hour and a half. The chicken is good and brown. You can see that all the vegetables, all the flavor started cooking down. And all of just the good vitamins and all of that good things in chicken soup, as you can see,
Emerald,
is all in there.
I missed it. When do you get the bones out?
No, you know what you're going to do? I leave the bones in because they add a lot of flavor. But you don't want to eat the bones, of course. But the bones and the carcass really, Lisa, just makes a fabulous, fabulous flavor.
And you don't worry about it breaking into little pieces and getting in people's throats? No,
not at all, because the carcass is all intact.
Okay.
And the little bones, there's not really any little bones at all.
I think
now
I'm
what we're
going to
do. Yeah, what we're going to do is this. Well, if you want to pull yours out, Lisa, you can. And what we're going to do is, I've got some noodles. You could use pasta. You could use rice. What we're going to do you guys have any chicken soup up there by any chance?
Emerald, I have been following your recipe to a T.
Yeah, right.
And I have made 2 bowls of chicken soup.
Yum.
Oh, I love that.
Hey,
now, look.
I cut my vegetables a little differently than you cut yours, but...
Oh, you can cut them any way, Charles, as you know. What we're going to do to finish this up, you know, when you're ready, and you know the good thing about this, Lisa, this is a good trick for you.
Yum.
It's even better the next day. You can just put it in the ice box, let it cool properly.
What are you saying,
Put it in the ice box.
I'm the queen of leftovers? You know me?
Well, I'm not saying that, Lisa.
I truly am.
But you know what? I'm going to work on you. That's what it is.
Emerald, it's great. And I'll tell you what really makes a difference, because I've made a chicken soup at home. The fact that you brown it in the frying pan, you just don't drop it in boiling water, because I've always boiled the chicken.
No, you can't do that. What you got to do is you need a big spoon like this, guys. And here's the Get Well chicken soup from me to you.
Emerald, we got to go.
We will send some off to Kevin Newman, who is still ailing.
I'll see you guys real soon.
All right, take care, Emerald.
Good morning.
Happy New Year to you. We'll be back. Good Morning America continues.
The label says 99% fat-free, but inside is the classic taste of original Chef Boyardee. Introducing 99% fat-free Chef Boyardee. If we didn't tell you, you'd never know.
Oh, my head. Maybe it's time for Bayer. Bayer relieves your tough headaches, and taken regularly, Bayer can help save your life. Ask your doctor. Bayer, powerful pain relief and so much more.
What causes denture odor? Get close and you'll see. Germs. Efferdent Plus with Fresh Burst Listerine ingredients. It kills odor-causing germs. So you can get this close. Minty Efferdent Plus. Kill the germs, kill the odor.
I'm Roger Soddy. I'm making Nabisco shredded wheat here at Post Cereals.
That's our dad.
You know, when my girls were younger, I couldn't get them near a box of shredded wheat.
That's for sure.
So you want to know how it happened? Well, it wasn't because I've been bringing them home for the last 20 years.
Sorry, Dad.
Now that they're on their own, seems like bottled water's not the only good thing they discovered.
How come you never told us how good this stuff is? Yeah, Dad.
Now you'd think they invented shredded wheat.
This stuff is good.
Solid antiperspirants are a great way to keep you dry. These go on clear. For the best combination of both, you need Sure Clear Dry. It gives you the outstanding dryness protection of a solid, yet it glides on this clear. Sure Clear Dry. It's a sure way to be dry.
Tonight at 5 on Eyewitness News. Will opening statements be heard in the Unabomber trial? Will Ted Kaczynski defend himself? Will the court-appointed defense? Eyewitness News is live in Sacramento with the latest. Then, a new treatment offers hope to those suffering from a disfiguring skin disease. 7's on call with a breakthrough procedure. Also, looking for lavish lodging without the formal feeling? See why boutique hotels may be your haven. Plus, breaking stories from 2 newscasters. Tonight at 5 on Eyewitness News, right here on Channel 7.
Potemkin Chevrolet wants to help you get a new set of furniture. A sofa bed, 4 chairs, a color TV. We even have the perfect spot to put them. In the middle of the road. The 98 Mark III Astro Sport Top Conversion van. You'll get 4 luxury captain's chairs, running boards, a 9-inch color TV, a sofa bed, and more. Now at this incredible low price. Choose from 2.9% APR or up to a $2,000 rebate. Plus no money down and no payments for 90 days. Potemkin gives you all the comforts of home in the convenient travel size.
For years, parenting experts have told us that showering your children with attention will raise their self-esteem. But can being too child-focused be detrimental to your marriage? We look at the price couples pay when their children take priority over their marriage on today's Personal Best, Getting What You Want. And we asked one couple for their reaction.
Before Mark and I had children, we had a lot more time to spend on one another. We'd go on picnics, we'd go on dates. We used to ride bikes together.
Hey, buddy. With the kids being so young, they really take predominance over pretty much all aspects of our lives because they need so much time and attention.
Okay. Okay. Hey, Maxie, what are you doing? Within a limited amount of time, trying to get the needs of 2 children taken care of it takes 2 people's undivided attention.
Okay. I would call it controlled chaos is the way our day-to-day routines go with the kids. See me.
We used to go out a lot, and even if we weren't going out, I mean, we both loved to cook. I mean, we would really, we'd stay home, we would cook extravagant meals, we'd have nice bottles of wine, we'd light candles.
If we have a date night and we go out, a lot of the conversation revolves around the kids. How about that cute thing Max did?
All right, Sammy.
And even when you're on a date with your spouse, I'm thinking about the kids and talking about them.
Okay. There are times when I do kind of a balancing test. Oh, I would really like to hang out with Mark some tonight, and then I think to myself, I'm going to be even more exhausted in the morning. And so I just decide to go to bed. I love you. So he loses in that battle.
Joining us now with advice on how to achieve the proper balance between your marriage and your children is clinical psychologist Judith Cochet, and it's good to have you with us.
Thank you.
I liked what Natalie said there a moment ago when she used the word balancing, because it's not really one or the other. It's how to balance the needs of the spouse and the needs of the children, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And Natalie said that she hoped that there would be time for the kids, for themselves after the kids are in school. I'm not sure that that's going to be okay. The balance in this marriage is a little bit off, and they're concerned about it, and they're really working on it.
How do you know when you're getting out of balance?
Well, there are a number of ways you can tell, and there are a couple of scenarios that we could kind of run by people so that they could see what they think. Very much as in the tape, we see Mark come in, and Max, who is absolutely irresistible, comes running up. But where's Natalie? So one question that people might ask themselves is, you come home or your partner comes home, who gets greeted first? Do you run to your partner, say hello, give a hug, give a kiss, and then turn to the kids? Or do the kids get greeted first? And if so, where is your partner in all of that?
How much time do you need to fashion out for one another? Is there a number, a minimum amount of time?
Well, there is at least, and people say it doesn't sound like very much, but at least 10 or 15 minutes a day in any case.
There's that need to sort of debrief, to go over what the day's activities were.
Maybe, but in addition to that, what I suggest, and I think every couple in America can do this, is to find 10 or 15 minutes. It's not enough, but it's a good beginning, where you can take a bath together, do a massage, even watch television together, which doesn't sound very intimate, but it's something that both people can look forward to.
But even when you try to steal those 15 minutes, in charge the kids all the time, into the room they come. Do you have to sort of banish them? Say, this is our time, give us some space?
You have to carve out the time. Otherwise, as Natalie says, you lose the battle of time. It's hard to get it back later. It's not that it just comes back automatically. Relationships go downhill. Boredom sets in, unrest, affairs set in, loneliness.
If you say that, though, this is mom and dad's time, we want 20 minutes off to your room to play, I guess a lot of parents would think they're rejecting the kids when they do that.
Yeah, I'm not sure you actually say it to the kids. It may be that you try and carve out time around when the children are there. Maybe before you wake up in the morning, just wake up 10 minutes earlier. Put the kids to bed 10 minutes earlier, and then take the time for yourselves.
All right, Judith Cochet, good to have you with us. Good advice. Thanks very much. We take a break. Local news coming up. When we come back, Kevin Spacey next half hour.
Good Morning America's Personal Best series, Getting What You Want, is brought to you by Total One Bowl 100% and by Tropicana Pure Premium.
A bagel for breakfast. What could be better? Well, you could do a lot better with Total. Just one bowl of Total gives you 100% of the iron you need every day. A bagel, only 20%. Total gives you 100% of the vitamin E you need. A bagel, none. Total has 100% of 10 essential vitamins and minerals. Compared to that, a bagel is a little flat. So get 100% with Total, Total Raisin Bran, Total Cornflakes, and get the total effect.
Your leg bone connected to your knee bone. Your knee bone connected to your thigh bone. Your thigh bone connected to your hip bone.
Now you can start off on the right foot every day. Tropicana Pure Premium with calcium. It's a better source of calcium and a delicious way to help build strong bones. Tropicana Pure Premium with calcium.
This Channel 7 Eyewitness News Brief, sponsored by Siemens Furniture.
Good morning. It's 8:25 this Thursday, January 8th. I'm Stacey Sager. Topping our news right now, cheating strap hangers are getting a free ticket to ride. Police say some people have figured out how to use expired Metro cards to get free bus and subway rides. They won't reveal how the scam works, but they say it's a glitch in their $700 million computer system. They've made some arrests in the scam, and the MTA is trying to get the problem fixed before more people beat the system. The search continues for the suspect who brutally stabbed a teenage girl in Queens. 13-year-old Charisse Gardner's body was found yesterday in her third-floor apartment at the Pominock Houses in Flushing. Some residents say they saw two men running from the building, but so far they have no other clues. Friends say Charisse was a hard-working honor student who stayed out of trouble. And President Clinton visits the Big Apple later today, but don't expect to see much of him. The White House is banning TV camera coverage. He will be drumming up funds for the Democratic Party, but the president's press officials say Republican fundraisers are usually private affairs, so Democrats are now following suit. Still, the White House will provide audio of the president's speeches, and a print reporter will be allowed to attend. And when we return, we'll have a full report on this morning's traffic and a look at your AccuWeather forecast.
If purchased separately, this living room could cost $1,340. But at Siemens Furniture, you can get this complete living room package for under $900. Right now, every Siemens package is on sale. Complete designer-coordinated living room, dining room, bedroom, and wall unit packages to fit anyone's style and everyone's budget. All delivered in just 1 week with no down payment, no payments, and no interest till April. Siemens Furniture, for the price that's always right.
Titanic fever burns hotter than ever. I'm Mary Denham for Broadway Buzz. The big story right now in movies, bookstores, and here on Broadway is the public's fascination with the remarkable story of the Titanic. A blockbuster new Hollywood film, a dozen brand new books, and a record-breaking Broadway musical. Just say the word Titanic and audiences are captivated. Leading this phenomenon, of course, was Broadway's Titanic, which has been setting box office records since last spring. The show is still playing to standing room only. Back soon with more Buzz.
Anybody can get this feeling. No matter who you are, you can look fantastic and feel great. It's a new year, and Bally Total Fitness will help you get that feeling for absolutely no money to start. Plus, get last year's membership rates. So call 1-800-FITNESS to join Bally Total Fitness today and pay absolutely no money to start. Anyone can get this feeling. No matter who you are, you can look great. Everyone can. Call now to get last year's rates and pay absolutely no money to start.
Joe Nolan is on hand with a look at the fog and the morning commute. Good morning, Joe.
Boy, tough day, and we are going to be looking at some really tough problems out there, Stacy. First of all, going to go to our camera, which is going to be at Newark Airport. And again, for some reason, it's just flaring out. It doesn't look like this here, believe me, but there are a lot of airplanes as you begin to travel through that area. And again, just allow a lot of extra time. Maybe this one is a better look at LaGuardia. And again, you can see the fog there, and that is what we're concerned with today at the airports. Call your airline for individual flight information. All right, to the maps we go, and we can show you, first off, on the FDR Drive, big potholes right around the 59th Street Bridge. You're backed up into the 120s on 78 and 287 where they come together. There's an accident. You also have trouble as you travel out onto Route 80 by 287, a problem there as well. For Eyewitness News, I'm Joe Nolan.
Thank you, Joe. In sports, Sam Cassell scored a career-high 34 points for New Jersey, but the Knicks edged the Nets in overtime, 89-88. And at the Meadowlands, Jason Arnott made his Devils debut after coming over from Edmonton, and big number 25 made his presence felt. Devils led Pittsburgh 1-0 in the second when Randy McKay scored his 17th goal, tying his career high. McKay and the Devils beat the Penguins 3-1. In college basketball, Rutgers routed Seton Hall 81-49. Checking the weather, it's foggy and damp right now. Here's the exclusive AccuWeather forecast. It's 46 degrees outside, the humidity 96%. If the world seems foggy outside your window this morning, it's because it is. It will be rainy, warmer, and unpleasant today. The high near 61 degrees, though. More rain tonight. The low in the city, about 60 degrees. Stay tuned for more of Good Morning America, and enjoy your Thursday, everyone.
Looking for the most mentally stimulating half hour on television? Well, look no further. Use your head. Watch Jeopardy!
Tonight at 7, right here on ABC 7.
Hold your head up with pride.
The United States Coast Guard. Jobs that matter.
Jobs that matter.
And welcome back to Good Morning America. I'm Lisa McCree with Charlie Gibson. And if you hear that noise all through the this half hour, that noise.
People drinking the chicken soup over there.
I have a whole stage crew. Eddie, is it good?
It's good.
It's good.
It is
spicy.
Good stuff, that chicken soup that Emeril Lagasse made in the last half hour. We have a big discussion around here off camera about actors and actresses that we will go see in a movie no matter what the movie may be. The actor and actresses are so good that we will go see them in anything. And Kevin Spacey, right up there high on the list. He is really terrific. One of his movies this year, L.A. Confidential, is getting...
What a great movie.
I think it's, well, I thought it was a terrific movie. And it is getting all kinds of awards. Anyway, Kevin Spacey is going to be with us in this half hour. We'll have a chance to talk
One of the top three, wouldn't you say?
Oh, I thought it was actually...
The number one.
I shouldn't get into this. I thought it was the best movie that I've seen this year.
That's all right. You don't get a vote at the Oscars
That's
anyway,
true.
so you can say anything you want.
I do not. Anyway, Kevin Spacey will be with us. Also, we're going to go back to the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. We're going to go back there with our gizmo guy, DeBartolo, who's standing by. You got new stuff for us this half hour?
Oh, yeah. This is brand new from Iowa, AM/FM radio with a built-in flashlight. We took the battery compartment off to show you we have no batteries, but it doesn't matter. In an emergency, crank the handle.
No.
And you can power the flashlight. You can play the radio. They tell me a minute of cranking gives you a half hour of play.
Doesn't
so
that
in
seem
an
a little
emergency,
retro?
Oh, the styling?
No, the retro, just the cranking. I mean, didn't people used to do that a long time ago?
They absolutely did, but I think they're a little more efficient now. You don't have to stand there and do this the whole time the light's on.
Next year at the auto show, Dick, General Motors is going to come out with a new car. You crank it, and it'll start
It only
up.
goes 3 feet right now, but they're working on it. $50 or $60 in the spring.
All right, Dick, I want you to tell us which television sets to buy when we see you next, okay?
Okay.
All right, we'll run all that down in just a few moments.
Also coming up, Charlie, a new report suggesting that high blood pressure in adults can be traced all the way back to the womb. This is great information. If you're pregnant or if you're thinking about getting pregnant, you're going to have to listen up. Pregnant women can help ensure their children's health with one very simple supplement. And doctors aren't apparently telling their patients about it, but we'll talk about it coming up.
All right, all that's coming up. Asha Blake, meanwhile, in with the news. Kevin Newman's still ailing this morning, and Ash has the news.
That's right. Let's get on some chicken soup. Morning, both of you. Good morning, everybody. Our top story, the jury deadlocked in the sentencing of Terry Nichols for the Oklahoma City bombing. Survivors and victims' families were joined by prosecutors at a memorial service last night. It is now up to Judge Richard Mate to do the sentencing, and he cannot impose the death penalty. A controversy is swirling around leaf blowers out in Los Angeles. Gardeners concerned about their livelihood are protesting a ban on a tool they consider vital. We get the details now from ABC's Brian Rooney.
In Southern California, where a manicured lawn is a must for keeping up with the Joneses, the sound of the gasoline-powered leaf blower can be heard everywhere you go. It became such an annoyance to many residents that the Los Angeles City Council voted to ban it. Banning the noisy tool sparked noisy protest from the gardeners, many of whom barely scratch out a living. In a highly competitive, low-paid business, the leaf blower allows them to quickly move from one house to another. As people say here, mow, blow, and go. A dozen gardeners are now staging a hunger strike on the unkempt lawn of Los Angeles City Hall.
Those people, they want to ban the leaf blower, but they have never volunteered to pay the gardener more to compensate for the time that they're losing.
Those who wanted to ban the blower include some recognizable faces. The former Catwoman, Julie Newmar.
Let's ban these stickers, or you will not have heard the last of us.
And the man for whom no mission was impossible.
Gentleman Peter Graves, of course, in support of the banning of leaf blowers.
The gardeners say the city is putting its regulation on the wrong people, poor, mostly immigrant laborers. They say that rather than take the leaf blower away from gardeners, the city should require manufacturers to make a leaf blower that's quiet. Brian Rooney, ABC News, Los Angeles.
AT&T may have found a way to get back into the local phone business. The Wall Street Journal reports the company is close to acquiring Teleport Communications in a deal worth $10 to $11 billion. Teleport provides business telephone service in more than 60 U.S. cities. And a new report on inflation at the wholesale level this morning. The government says its producer price index fell by 0.2% in December. Now that's the same as the decline in November. Okay, right now, here's Peter Jennings with a preview of what's on ABC News tonight.
Well, coming up on World News, besides the day's top story, we're going to have an interesting report on American schools, the best of them and the rest of them. Some people say there is a simple way to fix the bad ones. You'll hear what they have to say on World News. I hope you'll join us.
All right, thanks a lot, Peter. Finally, it's a day to remember the king. No, we're not talking about Spencer right now. Elvis Presley was born 63 years ago today in Tupelo, Mississippi. Spencer's got black suede shoes on,
That's
sort of.
right.
Not blue, but they're good enough.
I was a big Elvis fan. When I was 9 years old, I was trying to grow sideburns to be like Elvis.
Never were able to do it, huh?
Didn't work. No. Now I can't grow hair at all. Let's take a look at what's happening on the map today. Very wet day in the east. We've got flood watches and warnings for much of the east because of the heavy rainfall. There are still flooding down along the western part of the Gulf Coast and lower Mississippi Valley, where skies will be sunny today, but flood waters have not yet receded from the heavier rain early in the week. Snow on the backside of the rainfall as cold air meets the humid air mass there, and it's getting really cold and, in fact, frigid in the northern Rockies and northern plains today. And over the weekend, this frigid air mass is going to tighten its grip on the nation's midsection. Although skies will be clear there, it'll be bitterly cold, and a big storm system is going to expand over the western states over the weekend and become a big snow producer in the Rockies. That's a look at the national weather. Here's a look at what's happening where you are.
We are at the Krispy Kreme, the new one, opening day here on 8th Street, and already a crowd. Listen, there's a lot of fog out there this morning. Hey, make sure you take the umbrella as well today because we've got some rain tonight. 5 days showing warm temperatures until the weekend. Could be some street flooding tonight, so take it slow. The weekend will be dry and sunny. Make it a great day. Back to GMA.
This weather report has been brought to you by Puffs. Next, are you programming your unborn baby for high blood pressure? A critical new study for pregnant women when Good Morning America continues.
Wouldn't you feel better if your tissue felt better?
My Katie's nose is so sore. Sorry, sweetie, I know this tissue doesn't feel good.
Try Puffs Plus.
It's so soft. I know.
Tests show it soothes better than regular tissue. Puffs Plus has lotion with aloe.
Oh, it's got lotion in it.
And vitamin E.
Feel it.
So it soothes better than regular tissue.
Isn't that better?
That doesn't that feel better.
Soothe them with Puffs Plus. Soft as your touch, strong as your love.
Great news. When it comes to yeast infection treatments, Femstat 3 is the only leading brand with a 3-day cream. Its unique cream is thick to help the medicine stay and treat where you need it most.
Femstat 3 cream, a better way to cure.
I can't afford to have rough hands, not with my patients. I can scrub my hands up to 20 times a day. My hands can get really dry. It's a great thing that this hospital uses Kerry.
Kerry actively moisturizes to heal dry skin.
Keeps my hands smooth and soft.
Keeps them nice and moisturized. My patients love it.
We all have our favorite formula. The babies love it when my hands are soft because then my skin is as soft as theirs.
Kerry, it's trusted therapy for dry skin. And there's Kerry antibacterial hand lotion to stop germs and dryness.
I love the fishes because they're so delicious.
Moms say yes to Pepperidge Farm Goldfish crackers because they're baked, not fried like most chips.
I love the fishes because they're so delicious. Got goldfish.
Goldfish, it's one snack that's okay to get hooked on.
Favorite sound, saxophone. Favorite date, sunset cruise along Lakeshore Drive. Ideal car, one of those off-road things you climb into. Not in this life. These are the new Buicks. Smooth driving, smooth riding. Cars that conquer not the jungle, but the road. The new Buicks. Real power, real comfort, real style. Isn't it time for a real car?
Alicia Marquez has one very important reason why she can't miss a beat. Her mom and partner, Tina Marquez. So, when Alicia gets one of her painful sinus attacks, she depends on Tylenol Sinus. It's the only one with extra strength Tylenol, the #1 doctor-recommended pain reliever. Plus, a powerful decongestant to relieve sinus pressure.
Mom, what would you do without me?
Tylenol Sinus. Strength you can trust.
Good Morning America's Healthy Woman is brought to you by Tylenol Sinus.
In this morning's Healthy Woman, a look at 2 recent studies on calcium and pregnancy. Now, the good news is that women who supplement their calcium during pregnancy give birth to children with lower blood pressure. The bad news is that most women of childbearing age get less than half of the calcium recommended by the National Institutes of Health. Joining us from Boston with details is Dr. John Repke. Good morning. You're at Brigham and Women's Hospital and deal with pregnant women all the time. Why aren't they getting the calcium that they need?
Well, it's interesting. A recent study that was completed with the support of SmithKline Beecham Pharmaceuticals demonstrated that well over 90% of women recognize the need for calcium and the need for increased calcium during pregnancy. Well over half of them recognize that they're not getting enough calcium, yet fewer than 1 in 5 are actually doing something about it.
Wow. Now, don't those prenatal vitamins that most doctors tell you to take have enough calcium?
Well, they really don't. There's quite a variation in the amount of calcium in each prenatal vitamin preparation. And so what one really needs to do is assess the calcium in the woman's diet and then assess, if she's not getting adequate calcium through the diet, just how much supplementation she needs. And this is really where supplements play the key role.
I was stunned as I read the study about how important calcium is to pregnant women in terms of what it can do for the baby's health, not just when the baby is born, but 8 years down the road.
Well, this is really some very exciting news that was published last summer in the British Medical Journal. And by way of brief background, is a follow-up of a study published in the New England Journal of Medicine back in 1991. In that 1991 study, women were given either calcium or a placebo or sugar pill, and followed throughout their pregnancy, and found that the study found that the calcium supplemented women had much lower blood pressures than the placebo group. This study, published last summer from the World Health Organization, followed up the children born to the women that partook in that original study in 1991. And the children born to the women in the calcium supplemented mothers had lower blood pressure profiles than the children born to the placebo group. So that's very provocative information.
Very provocative. Real quickly, how much calcium does a pregnant woman need? And I'm assuming she should be taking it if she's even trying to get pregnant.
I think it's a good idea to establish good eating patterns prior to pregnancy. The recommended daily allowance is 1,000 milligrams of elemental calcium per day. The National Institutes of Health has suggested 1,200 to 1,500 milligrams. That's really the ballpark to shoot for.
All right, lots of supplements on the market. Just take it every day. It's so easy. Thanks, Dr. Repke, for joining us this morning. Coming up, Kevin Spacey, whose critically acclaimed performance in L.A. Confidential might earn him another Oscar. He joins us next on Good Morning America.
Guys like to pretend that being the real thing must be a thrill.
Ring in the year with Laverl Spencer and her magnificent bestseller, Then Came Heaven, a celebration of a remarkable friendship and the story of a great love. Laverl Spencer's Then Came Heaven.
I've tried every quick fix possible. Hard-boiled eggs for a week, grapes for a week.
Weight Watchers introduces the 1-2-3 Success Plan.
The great feeling is that you feel as though you're not actually on a diet.
A diet breakthrough, easy to learn, easy to live with.
It works because it's real, because it's simple, and I'm going to stay on it and be with it, I think, for the rest of my life.
Just count the points and lose weight. Count on it.
Well, I'm into a little black suit.
Join now for just $13. Get this points finder and free registration only at Weight Watchers.
As Good as It Gets is America's #1 crowd-pleasing comedy. Raves USA Today. Siskel and Ebert declare it's one of the year's best pictures. Wow. 2 thumbs up. And Rolling Stone proclaims it's hugely entertaining.
Don't be like me. Don't you be like me.
The winner of 6 Golden Globe nominations, including Best Picture. As Good as It Gets.
I'm glad we did this.
Rated PG-13. Now playing in theaters everywhere.
I have to admit, my competitors are pretty darn smart. You see, this is a tender Purdue chicken, while this is typical of theirs. Mine has 15% more breast meat than the average of other chickens, while theirs has more bone. But since both weigh the same, these other guys can give you less meat, and you're none the wiser. Unless, of course, some blabbermouth were to spill the beans.
Ring in the year with Laverl Spencer and her magnificent bestseller, Then Came Heaven, a celebration of a remarkable friendship and the story of a great love. Laverl Spencer's Then Came Heaven.
That old black magic has me in its spell.
Oh, you put your head in your hands.
Yeah, you had to start with that, didn't you? No, I haven't had coffee yet.
Is that Tony Bennett, Kevin Spacey? Who is that singing? Crooning Away. Is that you?
Yeah, it is me.
And what is that from? That's from a movie.
It's from the film, it's the soundtrack of Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. And Clint Eastwood had heard me sing on the opening of Saturday Night Live last year. I did a sort of funny monologue and I sang in it. And he called and he said, well, I think you ought to come down there and sing a little song down there. You got the good pipes. Come on down to a track. So he does Bing Crosby a lot, Clint Eastwood. And so I went down and I sang with this great brass band. And it was just loads of fun. And it's just shocking to be on an album with Tony Bennett and Katie Lang.
Oh, and I mean, it's a great album, I have to tell you.
Yeah, it's good.
But that sounds like you, though, to do something here, something there. I mean, you like not being pigeonholed into just film. You like to do stage. You like to do different things. Why is that?
Well, I just think the more that you give yourself opportunities to stretch yourself, I feel like I've been given this great gift in that I'm allowed to do what I want to do. And pretty much the way that I'd like to do it. And so I feel that it's my responsibility to honor that by challenging myself as much as I can and not just showing up and doing what comes easy. And
the growing.
Yeah, because each time out, if you walk into every situation saying, I have something to learn, I have something to gain, this is a risky situation for me, then you kind of live on a tightrope, and that's exciting.
Do you find that you have to really do that yourself, though? Because a lot of the people in Hollywood want to pigeonhole you and say, okay, this is what you play.
Well, I mean, I try to pay very little attention to what other people may want to do. I think that I've been given this really great series of roles over the last number of years, both in film and theater, and I'm just going to keep trying to follow my own heart.
You had a great role in Usual Suspects, won an Oscar for that. They're coming up, the nominations on February 10th. What are you going to do? Are you going to get up and watch them?
I will be in London, ensconced in rehearsal for a play.
Iceman Cometh.
Yes, so I will be gainfully employed, and you know, I'll hear about it.
You don't want. You're not going to like call and sit there on the phone while they're going on live.
No, you try to distance yourself as much as you can.
Are you nervous?
Yeah, I'm happy that I'm even being mentioned, you know, sort of at the end of the year.
Yeah. But are you really excited?
But I am very excited because I'm very proud of that film. It was a complex movie to do. I mean, to read the book, you'd think it was unfilmable.
Yeah.
And what Curtis Hanson did and Brian Hegligan, who wrote the screenplay, is really just masterful.
It really took you there. I mean, in the audience, remember, you all of a sudden were in an era that you didn't, you know, wander L.A. in. It was wonderful.
Well, and you also start to see the seeds of corruption and all sorts of things that we're still dealing with in Los Angeles.
Did Warner's fail to sell that movie because L.A. Confidential had such great word of mouth, had such great, you know, critical acclaim. Every single critic in this country said it's in the, you know, top 5 films of the year.
Yeah.
But the grosses didn't match that. Did they bungle it somehow?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you know, you have to understand that the film doesn't really have any sort of major big stars in it. The kind of actors that necessarily open movies on weekends, although I'm glad to hear that Good Morning America will go.
Exactly. You open movies for us.
I open movies for you guys. I wish you wouldn't wait so long. Go that first weekend.
If we had a studio, it would actually really matter.
But I think that now that the film is starting to get the kind of recognition it is, I know that Warner's has plans to reopen it a little later in more theaters. So I think it's going to have a sort of second life.
Well, we're so happy to have you here in New York doing what?
I'm here for you.
Just here.
I came all the way for you, for Spencer, for Charlie.
Well, we're rooting for you. Thanks a lot, Kevin. Next up, Dick DeBartolo, definitely not unplugged, consumer electronics show. Now, this is something, you had an experience with a head in one of your movies, did you not?
Yes,
That's 7,
yes,
yeah.
And it was more attractive than that. But,
We'll be back.
Art clearance sale. This Sunday, Collector's Art will sell out paintings like this antique-style floral, still lifes, landscapes, and formal Victorian-style portraits at unbelievable savings. Plus, over 3,000 paintings to be sold out at $19 to $59. Only $19 to $59. Incredible! This Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. In Secaucus at the Meadowlands Hilton. In Tarrytown at the Westchester Marriott. In Smithtown, Long Island at the Sheraton. In Uniondale at the Long Island Marriott. In Parsippany at the Sheraton Tara. In Somerset at the Marriott. At LaGuardia Airport at the Crowne Plaza. In Trumbull, Connecticut at the Marriott. And at the Staten Island Hotel.
I'm looking for the pharmacy that's closest to Pathmark. Why, it's right inside the store. There's the pharmacist. Hi, Carol. She knows all kinds of things about staying healthy. And don't forget about those weekly smart prices. Pathmark has everything you need for your family's health and beauty care needs. Just like a regular drugstore. I trust her with all my prescriptions.
Win a trip to Hollywood when the Chevy Venture brings the Rosie O'Donnell Show to L.A. For details, watch Rosie next time with Matt Lauer and Pam Grier.
This morning at 10 right here on ABC 7.
On the next Regis and Kathy Lee, look who's live.
Stay out of Grandma's mustache cream, it's poison!
Live from New York, it's Saturday Night Live, Sherry O'Terry.
That's funny.
And from the Bayou, Eve's Bayou, meet Journey Smollett. Then Friday, he's playing an attorney who's turning heads. Star of The Practice, Dylan McDermott.
You know, he's every woman's dream.
Get it live with Regis and Kathy
Watch
Lee.
live this morning at 9.
Right here on ABC 7.
Discrimination can be a 5-letter word, lupus. A disease that afflicts mainly women. If you're young and female, you could be at risk. Call 1-800-74-LUPUS.
If you're thinking of having a baby soon, stop smoking, drinking, or taking drugs. Your future baby is depending on you. For information, contact the March of Dimes.
Viva la
We all get so fascinated by the gadgets these days, and so we're going to go back now to the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, where our gizmo guy, Dick DeBartolo, you got a preview of him just before the commercial, is buying one of everything. Dick, you there? Somewhere in that
yes,
crowd?
I am buying one of everything. As far as TV goes, if you're big in Laserdisc and like movies, HD TV soon. In the fall is when broadcasting will start doing some HD TV programming. This is brand new from Sony. If you're collecting tapes, this is really great. It's called SmartPath. You know, we all have those boxes of videotapes and wonder what's on them, if there's any blank tape on them. Well, there's a little barcode reader right here on the front of the set. You hold the videotape up to it, and let's just see, did this guy do it? Over here is how much blank tape. There's 1 minute and 37 seconds.
1 hour,
of blank tape.
1 hour, 37 minutes, Dick. It says there.
Of blank tape, I'm sorry.
Right.
Put that in, it'll record it just on the blank tape. And the other thing is, you don't know what's on the tape? Let's look at the monitor over here. There's what is on this videotape. So you can go. Is that amazing? SmartPath from Sony, anywhere between $400 and $500 in the spring. Brand new from Uniden, the world's first 900 megahertz cordless phone with voice recognition. So I'm going to pick this guy up. I'm going to push this little button here. Gizmo guy.
Dialing 555-121.
Well, that's where you get information about the Gizmo guy. But that's really neat. Oh, yeah, okay. It would actually dial it for you. Two-way intercom, about $150 coming in the spring. A couple of neat guys from Telemania. This is the Darth Vader phone. When the phone rings, you hear this. And he starts moving around. And believe it or not, he is actually a telephone. That's coming, that's about $80. That'll be out in spring, about 3 months. This, I love this guy, the Goofy phone. When the phone rings, Goofy will come to life.
Huh? Did you hear something ringing?
But then he falls back asleep again in the phone. I'll get it myself, Goofy. And finally, the EPA is working with video manufacturers. So if you look for this symbol on components, you can save yourself up to about $60 a year on your electric bill. And that'll translate to millions of dollars over the country. So you can look for that on gadgets for this coming spring, okay?
The Darth Vader phone seems strange to me. The phone rings and the thing breathes heavy. I don't. Anyway, it strikes me as strange. Tell me about televisions. Have you run through all the stuff you're going to do?
Oh, yes, I have.
Okay, tell me about the televisions, because we're all fascinated by, you know, we keep hearing about this HD TV business. You showed us one. I think it was a 62-inch Pioneer, was it?
Yes, exactly. That's one for next year.
For next year, and you said it's coming in about a year. But everybody wonders if these televisions, if we're going to have to buy them, since they're going to be broadcasting.
No, you don't have to buy them, because it's something like 2002 before everybody's going to be doing HD TV. But you'll buy a converter box and still continue to use your other TV.
There are converters that are coming that will make my present television compatible with HD TV.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Now, one other thing, Dick. Yep. We had here in the studio, and I wish I had it with me, but a couple of weeks ago, we had a television that was only that thick. I mean, you could literally hang it on the wall.
Plasma TV. Pioneer's showing one. A lot of the companies are. They're 4 inches thick. They hang on the wall. But as someone said, what's the price range? And someone else said the price range goes from yikes to, you know, they're like $15,000. I've seen one for $25,000. But that's the ultimate. And most of those are also computer compatible. So you can plug your PC into that and have your web, your World Wide Web, you know, 50 or 60 inches.
It is a brave new world coming. Thanks very much, Dick DeBartolo.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. Dick with having a good time out there at the Consumer Electronics Show. We'll be right back.
From the author of Absolute Power and Total Control comes a thriller about riches beyond your wildest dreams and darkest nightmares. The Winner by David Baldacci, the year's hottest bestseller from Warner Books.
It takes a good morning to have a good day, and the best mornings start with a good night's sleep, a Melatonex sleep. Melatonex replenishes the natural sleep enhancer our bodies produce and releases it gradually the way our bodies do for a restful night's sleep. Melatonex. Sleep well and have a good morning, America.
When pain strikes, go for the Flexall Ultra Plus and get going again. In clinical tests, people suffering from pain confirmed that Flexall Ultra Plus penetrates deep for fast-acting, long-lasting relief. Flexall Ultra Plus.
Oh, it's that time again.
Now, ShopRite does the can, selling lots of brands of everything in cans.
Today it's great to save some cash, so come to ShopRite's Can Bash.
From can to can, you save us more on every brand.
With your Price Plus Club card, you'll find 4 cans of StarKist tuna are only $2.96, and Bertolli olive oil is only $8.88.
ShopRite's can, stock up while the values last.
Ooh la la!
Yeah!
Can't make it to Classic Galleries this weekend? Here's what you're missing. 4 floors, over 100 room settings, featuring a tremendous selection of the finest names in furniture. No other store can compare. Ask about our complimentary in-home design service. I'm afraid we won't have nearly enough time to show you everything. Do try and stop by soon. That way, you can take your time and enjoy Classic Galleries, Huntington, Long Island.
From the director of T2 and True Lives.
Oh my God!
Collide with Destiny.
This is it!
Titanic, rated PG-13. Now playing at theaters everywhere.
What was that 2 minutes?
That's my favorite.
Go ahead.
Can I cheat?
You can cheat off my paper.
And where were you in math class? All right, from ABC News on World News Tonight, what's keeping America from having the best schools in the world? The answer may be around the corner.
And tomorrow on Good Morning America, a career that's hot enough to melt any. Meet the star of Titanic, Kate Winslet.
We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great day today.
Take care.
What a great line.
The View's the talk show everybody's talking about.
It's The View! Isn't it cool?
Today, actress Donna Mills on The View.
Be it your personal best. Good Morning America's health tip of the day is brought to you by Tropicana Pure Premium and Total Cereal. Exercise is essential for health. Here's how to start. Get a medical checkup. Start slowly, stretch, and most important, make it fun. Mail 1 GMA personal best tip to the address shown for your chance to win a trip for 2 to New York.
Live like a man. Steal the covers, big boy. Pump and sweat and lift. Grunt like a man. Do manly things. Grab a bottle of Mega Men multivitamins from GNC. Down 41 ingredients in 1 tablet. Take those vitamins and minerals and herbs for all they're worth.
Especially for those who aren't even in the car.
Stand by.
The Sports Center at Chelsea Piers. Call today for special membership offer.
This month on cable.
Till death do us part.
A special USA Pictures original. This little girl has a chip on one shoulder.
If you hadn't come here, Gaten never would have died.
And an angel on the other.
Is that you, Gaten? I saw him. If she can do it, so can I.
Elizabeth McGovern, Ernie Hudson, and Zelda Harris as Clover. This fall, the most original movies are right here. On Time Warner Cable.
Like this jungle out here, you know, when most people think lawn, they think grass. Well, think again. Ornamental grasses are quickly becoming the plant of choice. Joining me now with a wide selection of the new trend in lawn care is a special projects editor of Country Living Gardener. We welcome Cynthia Gibson. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Love this.
Aren't these great?
Yes.
They are rather jungle-esque, but there are great things to know about these wonderful grasses. These are ornamental grasses, Janice. And what's great about them is that you don't have to mow them. And once they're planted, they're in.
That's it. Easy care, and they look fabulous. They're kind of wild, you know?
They are, and they have wonderful names, too, and names that become what they do. First of all, they're ornamental because many of them shoot up very interesting flowers.
Oh, they
and
do.
A little funny little, almost woolly caterpillar-looking little buds on the ends.
We have them over here.
We have them over there. And they are just wonderful. The thing is, they also die beautifully.
What does that mean?
That means in the northern climates, because these are perennial, these plants are all meant, these grasses are all meant to be grown outdoors. That if you live in northern areas where there's snow, they stay in this beautiful fountain shape, except all of this wonderful green grass turns to a golden color.
Well, that must be pretty.
Yeah, so it's snow, and in the fall, it's gorgeous, and they come in wonderful colors.
And you don't have to do anything the next season?
Very little. You don't really have to touch them for about 3 years. Then it's time to divide them.
And because they're spreading and they're fountaining, and how do they grow?
Well, they mass out a bit, and some of them, for example, the one to, let's see, our farthest, I guess.
That tall one?
The very tall one at the end. That one will grow to be 6 to 8 feet tall. Wow. It's called miscanthus. And the one with the funny little caterpillar-like foxtail ends, that's called feathertop. And the short one right in front of you is a divine little creature. It looks like a underwater sea urchin.
I love it. It's very beachy.
Isn't that fun?
Would this work in everybody's homes or everyone's decor? What look are you going for?
This is for outdoors, and it's a very obviously wild look. But it's uncontained, so to speak. But speaking of uncontained, these can be grown in pots if you live in warmer climates. The thing about the plants is that they like, best being in ground.
And do they like a lot of water, or do you have to worry about watering them as much as regular grass?
Not really. It's just, it's not, grass that you mow. They are grown for their ornament, for the color of their leaves. And this one is called blue lime grass. And this one is also pretty interesting because it is a golden yellow fountain.
Because it has some yellow to it.
It has some yellow to it. And I've also let some of this one just turn brown because you can see the pretty harvested
Still
color.
pretty.
Isn't it lovely?
And are we talking about a lot of money when you get into ornamental grasses?
No, not at all. Maybe, I don't know, $5.95, $6.95 for a big, wonderful clump of it.
And it lasts a long time?
It lasts a long, long time. And at the very end, there's a beautiful white and green variegated zebra grass. Isn't that lovely?
Yeah, I mean, if you had these outside, would you actually step on them as grass? I mean, you have to be careful.
Actually, these are great for people who want to plant them around periphery of, let's say, a lawn and or part of your garden, too. Some grasses can be invasive, so you have to be careful. It means they can take over gardens. But they are wonderful for clumping and for really making a statement and for cutting down on lawn mowing.
Absolutely, and also pesticides and lawn care products.
All of that.
You don't need it.
You don't.
Environmentally safe.
Very much so.
Cynthia Gibson, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I love this new trend.
Great.
Well, here's one of the stories we're working on for tomorrow's Steals and Deals. A bazillion brands are vying for your loyalty. New and improved and newer. It's the great cereal wars. Coming up next on Equal Time, how will the British press handle the royal request to leave Princess Diana's children alone? We'll leave you with this. As always, stay alert, because if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. I'm Janice Lieberman. Good night. See you tomorrow.
Choose only $19.77. Call now and get our free video. Hit it longer and straighter.
Call 800-851-1400.
In the financial world, most investors will tell you they make their money between 9 and 5. CNBC is going to change that.
Join the tour from tee to green and round to round. Get complete 3-tour coverage of the best in professional golf. The top players tee off on ESPN.
Brought to you locally by Silver Star Motors. The dealer does make the difference.
With town car pickup and drop-off at all metro airports.
You're kidding, he said that?
In-suite fax, printer, and copier.
Hold on, I have a call on my other line.
3 private phone lines that automatically forward to your complimentary cell phone.
No way!
Even personalized business cards for your stay.
Slam the door?
A pinnacle suite in Midtown Manhattan's Riga Royal Hotel is just like being at the office, without all the politics.
I would have loved to have seen that.
The Riga Royal, 1-800-937-5454.
Deals. Uncle Sam is sick and tired of medical records being wide open to agencies with computers. It's a question of your privacy. That's coming up right now. Also tonight, how do you beat the paparazzi at their own game? The idea came to one inventor in a flash. Plus, businessmen everywhere are getting hooked. See what real trend is catching on in the big cities. And wash your hair with whipped cream. We'll have offbeat uses for everyday household products.
All tonight on Steals and Deals. Now here's Janice Lieberman.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. Topping our show tonight. How private are your medical records? Your files used to be kept under lock and key in your doctor's office, and you didn't have to worry about who would see them. But in today's computer age, it's a whole different ballgame. A lot of people might have access to the records, from your local pharmacy to your insurance company to law enforcement officials. A Senate committee is looking at new recommendations to protect medical records. Beverly Kirk reports.
They contain the most private information about you. They're your medical records. And according to Health and Human Services Secretary Donna Shalala, there are stronger federal laws to protect information about your most recent video store rental than there are to protect your medical records.
Let me be frank. The way we protect the privacy of our medical records right now is erratic at best and dangerous at worst.
Shalala outlined proposed new legislation before the Senate Labor and Human Resources Committee. It includes a call for health care information to be disclosed only for health purposes. Hospitals, insurers, and others who deal with medical records would be required to protect against deliberate misuse or disclosure. Anyone who misuses medical information could face criminal charges. Patients could also seek damages.
To seem to really recognize that while Congress needs to act to protect the confidentiality of information for consumers, that there are also a lot of uses of that information that are important within the healthcare industry.
Critics of the proposal say it doesn't address informed consent and allows law enforcement officials to continue to have access to records without patients' permission.
We think there would be a real negative impact on health care in America if some of these proposals go through.
Congress has until August of 1999 to come up with a law dealing with the issue of medical records privacy. So it is something that will be with us for some time to come. And now Beverly Kirk joins us live from Washington for more on that. Beverly, what happens if someone's medical records is abused in that way?
Well, according to the proposal that Secretary Shalala presented to the Senate committee this afternoon, the proposal recommends that patients be able to seek damages through the court system. In a case of negligence, they would be able to recover actual damages if the proposals are accepted. Also, there could be punitive damages allowed for the patients and attorney's fees, too.
Interesting. Now, what about the insurance industry? How do they feel about this?
Well, Janice, I spoke with what's called the American Insurance Association. That group represents about 300 of the major carriers, and the group says it's all for protecting consumer privacy, the medical records, but, and it's a big but, the insurance companies also want to be able to have access to the information that they need in order to be able to file claims, investigate fraud, deal with workers' compensation. So it's kind of a double-edged sword for them.
Yeah, fine line over there. All right, Beverly Kirk, thank you so much for your report from Washington. A follow-up now to a Steals and Deals investigation we have been working on for several years.
Marvin Wolf, the mastermind of a pizza vending scam, has been sentenced to 10 years in jail. Wolf has been convicted of defrauding unsuspecting investors out of $31 million in various telemarketing schemes. Investors were duped into believing the vending machines would deliver high profits. Instead, as one of Wolf's victims told us, he was stripped of his life savings.
That was the worst time of my life. Very depressed. I was very beaten.
Wolf's telemarketing enterprises operated under different names in several states. And the Federal Trade Commission cracked down on another vending operation. This one was no sweet deal. The promoters promised big bucks for a candy vending investment. The FTC charged the major players at Stillwater Vending Limited Global Locating Services, Inc. with exaggerating earnings claims and misrepresenting the quality of the machines and the help they would offer new investors. The company is now prohibited from making false representations regarding its candy vending opportunity. Well, here are some tips to watch out for so you don't get ripped off by a sour deal. Disreputable vending opportunities will overplay the return on your investment. They will pay references as shills to inflate earnings. And often they will promise technical assistance, but won't deliver. Watching television, reading, playing a sport, just ahead, find out how we spend our leisure time. Plus, grabbing a bite at lunchtime means an entirely different thing for these businessmen. See what's reeling them in. Those stories and much more as Steals and Deals continues right here on CNBC.
Which metropolitan area has the highest percentage of people who play golf? The answer in a moment.
This is the brain of a person looking at a pie chart. This is the same brain looking at a pie chart on Hammermill paper. Get bright colors with Hammermill, the paper that works.
Remember, Mr. Pearson, once you enter the witness protection program, you'll disappear. Here's your new passport, driver's license, and keys. New house, new car. Mr. Simons.
Happy trails to you until
Nice car.
again. Yeah. Happy trails to you.
He's not gonna make it, is he?
Keep smiling until then.
All businesses start small. Their financial needs met by commercial banks. Those that grow large head to Wall Street, leaving mid-sized companies nowhere to turn. Suppose someone closed that gap, giving any size company access to the services of a commercial bank and the savvy of a Wall Street investment banker. Are you ready to cross that bridge?
Well, folks, Doug is the man. Doug took this place global. Doug made commitments around the world. Doug convinced me to risk it all. And it was Doug who shipped everything with some company I'd never heard of. Screwed the whole thing up. And that's why Doug is locked up in the closet. Hello? You okay in there, buddy?
Next time, make it FedEx, the most reliable express company there is.
Can I come out now? No, Doug. I'm not finished singing your praises.
In today's changing market, it's rare to find an investment firm that will take a long-term stand. It's even more rare for that firm to be a discount broker. Oldie is taking that stand. Today's low inflation rate makes investing in bonds a solid choice. Bonds generate income. Bonds are a solid foundation. Build your portfolio. Buy bonds. Call Oldie, America's #1 full-service discount broker.
First of all, I want to apologize for keeping you all waiting. You see, I had this problem with the copier, and the pages kept jamming, and I couldn't fix it.
Problem with paper jams?
Trying to fix it, and then jammed again, and, well...
Get Hammermill, the paper that works.
Which metropolitan area has the highest percentage of people who play golf? Minneapolis, St. Paul.
The furor over aggressive practices of freelance photographers continues. The paparazzi follow the famous in an infamous manner, relentlessly pursuing pictures of private moments. But an enterprising inventor says he has created a way for celebrities to make themselves invisible. Well, sort of. His anti-paparazzi device is designed to make it impossible for cameras to capture an image. Joining me now from NBC station WJAR in Providence, Rhode Island, is the inventor, Joseph Carvalco. Welcome, Joseph.
Good evening.
Tell me, how did you invent this place?
Well, we thought about this quite some time ago, actually, but there didn't seem to be any, big need for it. And then when the tragedy occurred a couple of weeks ago, we decided to dust off our files and resurrect this and bring it to the public's attention. We think they need it.
Now, how does it work?
Well, it works very much like a flash. It's about the size of a beeper, can fit on your lapel, and when a photographer initiates its flash, it flashes back, in effect obliterating the photograph.
Will this just work on one photographer? What if there's a sea of photographers out there?
Well, it'll just keep flashing. There'll probably have to be a requirement for a flashback if it turns out that a celebrity is going into a media frenzy, but that's something that can be done.
So that's one of the bugs that might have to be worked out?
Well, we're right now testing out the feasibility of this.
What about supermodels? I mean, let's say they're wearing intimate apparel. How are they going to wear that device?
Well, they're going to have an entourage, I'm afraid. Their entourage can certainly wear these things.
All right. What about photographers who don't use a flash?
Well, we've got other ideas on the drawing board, one of which looks for the characteristic signature of a shutter, the sound that a shutter makes. And it analyzes that sound, and in response it sends out a flash.
Do you think people are going to buy that, or celebrities will really buy this?
Well, I think celebrities would, because it gives them the option of either having themselves photographed or not having themselves photographed. And we've learned enough now through other celebrities that there's times when they want their privacy.
What would operate the flash?
The flash operates on what's called a photocell. Basically, it detects the light, and when it detects the light, it times the period after which a flash goes off.
Is this a cumbersome thing that you'd have to wear, or is it also within that beeper?
No, I think it's within the beeper.
Oh, okay. All right, what about the counter flash? Would that be irritating to the bystanders around watching the celebrity?
No, I don't think so. It won't be of an intensity any greater than what the photographers are using right now.
What do you think this is going to cost when it comes out? And when will it come out?
Well, it'll probably be out in about 60 days. And what we're looking at is a cost range of somewhere between $50 and $75 for the ones that don't require additional flash packs, but those that require additional flash packs, we're probably talking about $300.
Well, your timing's excellent. We wish you luck with your invention.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, there's nothing like kicking back with a fishing pole and bait and hitting that crystal clear water. Fishing is one of the country's most popular pastimes. But lately it's developing, well, a metropolitan flavor. Our Michelle Tracy joins me now to tell us what's getting city men hooked.
Definitely so, Jan. Recent studies show recreational fishing continues to grow in popularity, now at a rate that's twice the population growth. So where are all these anglers reeling them in? Take a look. They work in one of the most stressful occupations around. All day long, they move financial markets, dealing in millions of dollars. So how do you think these guys unwind at the end of the workday?
I think any chance you get to go fishing is one worth taking after a long, hard day's work. Especially out here, it's a majestic view.
New Yorkers Paul Letty, Mike Taylor, and Arthur Hogan have gone fishing in the East River off the shores of New York City. Sound crazy? City fishing like this is all the rage in urban waters across the country.
I think if I was to call someone on the phone when I get home and tell them I went fishing in the East River, where their reactions could be a little bit of a giggle.
Years ago, people would have thought you were crazy if you told them you were fishing for blues and stripers in the shadow of the Manhattan skyline. Here in New York City, all fishing in the East River is strictly catch and release.
I think you got like Jimmy Hoffa.
So why are all the fish back? Veteran anglers like Captain Joe Shastay say bodies of water across the country, like the East River, are cleaner than ever.
I think the quality of the water here is much better than it's been in probably 10 years, 20 years.
The Department of Fish and Wildlife, which monitors the country's waterways, says you can thank the Clean Water Act for bringing back the fish.
The main thing that it focused on was addressing such things as point source pollution, trying to clean that up.
And there are other success stories. The Department of Fish and Wildlife cites the thriving urban fishing program in Phoenix, Arizona. The fish are trucked into lakes and rivers where residents can cast their lines.
Urban fishing is great.
And in our nation's capital at lunch hour, regulars fish the Potomac River, now chock full of thriving fish.
In my mind, it has both social and economic values. It's a wholesome kind of an outdoor activity that you can participate at the family level. And then strictly from an economic standpoint, it's like a $4 billion industry.
Case in point, these colorful flies are all the rage. Move over bait fishing, fly fishing is still enormously popular in urban and rural waters.
To start, a fly rod, a fly reel, fly line, and then, of course, a selection of flies.
According to John Fisher, co-owner of Urban Angler, that basic setup will run you about $100 to $200. His store in New York City is a fly fishing heaven, chock full of just about everything you will need to reel them in.
And I just need some of that yellow yarn. It's a zen for me. It's very peaceful, hectic days in the city, and it's the greatest way to get away.
So as our lives in the fast lane continue to accelerate, it's no wonder that our leisure time is now whatever fun and relaxation we can sink our hooks into. And just about everyone agrees that it is good news that urban fishing and fishing in general is back. Although, Jan, I think the fish would tend to disagree with us.
But those little fishies get thrown back in.
They do indeed.
That's
catch
part of
and
the
release.
deal?
Yes, most of the cities like New York City are catch and release. And some cities, though, like Phoenix, which we featured in our story, People can take the fish at minimums and quotas, so, you know, it depends on what the laws are in each individual city.
And sometimes they actually get reimbursed for tagging the fish?
In New York City, I know that if you cut off a tag of a tagged fish, send the tag in, the Department of Wildlife and Fishery will send you a little bonus, a little cash reward. And I don't know what the reward is, but you can check with your city for that as well.
How expensive are the charters to get out there?
It depends on the city again, but in New York City for a half a day it's about $300. For a whole day it could be about $600. But, you know, think about this. You're going to split it with about 4 people. So it could be an equitable day and you have a good time.
And maybe you make some cash too.
That's right.
Let's get out there, Michelle. What are we doing here?
I think we can make a little extra money.
Okay, we'll try it. Well, fishing is just one way Americans spend their free time, but how much leisure time do we really have? Joining me now from Washington is the co-author of Time for Life and a professor at the University of Maryland. We welcome John Robinson.
Thank you, Jan.
All right, John, tell me, how much free time do we really have? Because I feel like I have zero.
Well, that's the way most Americans feel. As a matter of fact, the average is that they estimate is about 18 hours a week. But when we take a look more closely at what they do when they report their activities in a daily diary, the estimates come out to closer to 40 hours a week, which is about 5 hours more than people wrote down in their diaries about 30 years ago.
Yeah, you would shock me by saying I have 40 hours of free time. What would we do with our time?
Well, most of the time, unfortunately, for those of us who'd like to see people going out and doing fishing and other kinds of more participative kind of leisure activities, most of it goes to television. About 40% of free time goes to television. Another 10% of it or so goes to other media, like reading and movies and listening to the radio.
So all these people say, if I had the free time, I would take tennis lessons, I would take an art class, I would go see concerts more. They're just not doing that. That
tends to be the kind of activity people nominate, but unfortunately it's not the sort of thing that they actually do when they have the free time available.
Any reason why?
In large part, I think television is simply much more convenient for people to do. There's also all the phenomena referring to cocooning, where, again, the home environment is much nicer. People have much nicer television sets now and a lot better audio equipment.
Is there any difference between the way men and women spend their time?
Yes, there are some important differences, somewhat along stereotype lines. Women spend more of their time in conversation. They also spend more time attending religious services and joining organizations. Men spend more time in sports activities and listening to stereo.
And grabbing the remote.
Must be.
Must be. Is there any difference between the way Americans spend their time and people of other countries?
Well, again, religion is a major way in which Americans spend time differently. We also spend more time watching television and seem to be also at the same time more likely to socialize with other people. The things we do less include walking and reading.
John Robinson, this is not good news.
Well, it's we're hoping that, in fact, that people will show more active lifestyles in the years ahead.
All right. We thank you so much for joining us and wish you more free time.
Thank you, Jan.
All right. Just ahead, unique and surprising uses for your favorite products. And coming up next week, a famous name is linked to a work-at-home opportunity, but investors didn't end up with champagne wishes and caviar dreams. A Steals and Deals investigation. Now stay tuned for more right here on CNBC.
Brings the harvest to market, carries lumber for homes, delivers steel for automobiles, energy for cities. It's the spirit of competition that keeps this country running. One railroad thrives on it. It's brought us where we are today, and it will take us where we are going tomorrow.
He's worked almost 40 years. She's worked almost 40 years. And during that time, they've gone on walks together instead of cruises and shared secrets together instead of champagne, just so that someday they could retire and be together all the time. At Cigna, we care about the retirement dreams of over 5 million people. After all, there are dreams too. Cigna, a business of caring.
International funds. They can diversify your portfolio and help offset market fluctuations here at home. But to invest wisely, you need local knowledge, you need fidelity, and the strength of our overseas specialists, professionals who are electronically linked. With on-the-scene insights, they uncover opportunities others may miss. It's how Fidelity brings the world to your portfolio. For a free international investing kit, call 1-800-FIDELITY.
Precision engineering. Performance that nails you to your seat. But enough about the high-performance computers Dell built for Ford. What can we build yours to do? Call now, and for just $119 a month, you can lease this Dell Dimension XPS with a 266 megahertz Intel Pentium 2 processor featuring MMX technology, 32 megs of SD RAM, a 6.4 gig hard drive with Microsoft Office Small Business Edition, a Trinitron monitor, 24x max variable CD-ROM, even a 4 meg 3D video card, and 24-hour tech support. The Dell Dimension XPS with a 266 megahertz Intel Pentium 2 processor. Pure performance for just $119 a month. Dell, what can we build yours to do?
Ever polish your furniture with Spam? Our next guest has, and he's here to tell us about other quirky uses for some of your favorite brand name products. Joining me now is the author of Wash Your Hair with Whipped Cream, Joey Green. He's going to explain all this. Welcome, Joey. What are you talking about?
Well, these are all the name brand products that everyone has in their house, and there are hundreds of offbeat uses for them that really work. Here's one that's incredible. I love this one.
Aside from the Spam, which you say does really work.
Absolutely does work.
Okay.
You can polish a diamond ring or a diamond engagement ring or a bracelet with Alka-Seltzer. All you do is you drop the ring into a glass of water, drop in 2 Alka-Seltzer tablets, plop, plop, fizz, fizz. In 2 minutes, the Alka-Seltzer polishes the diamonds. And
wow, it's like an ultrasonic cleaner. That's what it looks
really
like.
works. And by the way, you can also use Alka-Seltzer to clean your toilet. And speaking of cleaning your toilet,
were we? Okay, yeah.
You can use, you can also use Tang to clean a toilet. It's the citric acid in the Tang that cleans the vitreous china of the toilet bowl.
And
Tang is also
orange.
Well, it's a little orange color for a little bit. You can also use it to get soap scum out of your dishwasher. Just put the Tang in the detergent cup, run it through an empty, regular cycle, empty dishwasher, cleans the soap scum out of your...
Okay, tell me, why are we drinking that if it can do all that to your appliances?
Well, they've got many uses. Like, for example, let's say you're watching this you're watching television at home and you don't have cable. Well, you would have cable if you're watching this.
You better, right.
But if you're getting fuzzy reception, you can take a Slinky, that's your answer, attach a wire to one end, the other end to your rabbit ears, and you've got an instant antenna for great reception. And it's compact. So if you're on vacation in the Winnebago, you want to watch TV.
And it really works?
Really does work.
All right.
Another great one is you can shine your shoes with Endust, or you can use chapstick. After all, it's wax, so it does a great job shining the shoes. And this way, when people go to kiss your feet, they won't get chapped lips. And also, if you shave and you get if you shave, you get a nick, chapstick in
it
a
works,
second.
it stops it? You don't need a styptic pencil?
Not at all. If you're getting married or you're going to a wedding, instead of throwing rice, you can use Hart's parakeet seed, because this way the birds clean it up.
Oh, that's great. I was cleaning this up. Now, but you know what? The rice is bad for birds because they choke on it.
Exactly, and this way it's environmentally correct.
And you can have a lot of fun with that. And not expensive. And all these things are a way of doing things inexpensively.
Exactly.
Okay.
Also, Wilson tennis balls. This is one of my favorites. You take a tennis ball, you slice it open like I've done here, and you can store your valuables inside. Just make sure the dog doesn't get hold of this ball.
And now all the burglars know. They're going to check our tennis balls.
And also a great one, if you've taken a Lamaze class, then you know this one. You take 4 Wilson tennis balls, put them in a sock, tie a knot at the end, and you've got a great back massager.
Oh, now that's nice.
Now, if you have a loved one at home who snores, keeping you up all night, here's your solution.
What is
People
it?
who snore only snore when they sleep on their back. So put on this pajama here.
Oh, no. This is not part of my wardrobe. Okay.
And you just turn around here and we'll show the camera that I've sewn a pocket on the back of the pajama top. So what you do is you drop a tennis ball into the pocket. It's got a Velcro flap. Seal it. This way, you can't sleep on your back. It ends the snoring.
Oh, because it would hurt to sleep on your back.
You want to sleep on the tennis ball.
Very nice. Okay.
Another great one is you can condition your skin, give yourself a facial with Miracle Whip. In fact, I think that's the miracle of Miracle Whip. And it cleanses the pores and it cleanses the skin and tightens the pores. It's a great facial, and it's really inexpensive. It's in your refrigerator.
You can make a tuna sandwich afterwards.
2 slices of bread and you're in business.
Okay.
Another great one, this is going to sound crazy, it's weird, but it really does work. Say you're having a bad hair day, you don't have any mousse, you don't have any styling gel, you're all out of hairspray.
Right.
What do you do in a pinch?
I don't know.
Go to your refrigerator, grab a cup of Jell-O,
Ugh.
a little dab will do you, work it into your hair, it works exactly like mousse.
Are you sure it's not going to be sticky?
It dries just like, if you use a hair dryer, you can make your hair stand up on end with Jell-O.
How'd you ever think of that?
I've got a lot of time on my hands.
I think so.
And it comes in 25 flavors, so you've
Your
got
hair
quite a
won't
selection.
turn red and green and everything else. It would be punk.
And this is, the name of the book is Wash Your Hair with Whipped Cream, because you really can wash your hair with whipped cream. After all, it's a cream rinse. It's a natural cream rinse. And you just spray it in, you just take the whipped cream, right, like so. Put it into your hair, let it sit in for about 10, 15 minutes, put a shower cap on, it works exactly like cream rinse. And you can also use Ready Whip to put a little romance back in your love life. It is a dessert topping after all.
Excuse me. All right, it is. We'll leave it at that, shall we? Thank you very much for all these multi-uses and for this. Appreciate it. Here's one of the stories we're working on for tomorrow. Steals and Deals. What's your exercise IQ? We'll separate the fitness facts from the fitness myths. Coming up next on Equal Time, more on the investigation into Princess Diana's death. Who is to blame? And please stay alert, because if it sounds too good to be true, they tell me this really is true, but other things might not be. It probably is. I'm Janice Lieberman, wishing you a good night. No snoring.
This is a CNBC News Break. I'm John Snyder. In the wake of the Army sex scandal, the Army Secretary has released a report saying there are widespread problems of sexual harassment and discrimination throughout the service. Army training will now include classes in ethics and moral values. In India, the body of Mother Teresa has been covered with an Indian flag, the start of the official state tribute to the 87-year-old Nobel Prize winner. Thousands continue to file past her body. The funeral is Saturday. In London, an army of volunteers has started to clean up the millions of flowers left in memory of Princess Diana. It will take weeks. There are many tons of flowers, worth some $50 million. 3 major computer chip companies, Intel, Micro Devices, and Motorola, are joining with the government working on ways to shrink computer circuits, an advance that could make computers 100 times faster. Worries about inflation and disappointing profits pushed the Dow down by 58 points. More news in 30 minutes, right here on CNBC.
My grandfather worked for International Paper for 35 years. My dad has worked there for 20 years, and my mom for 21 years. As long as there's people like my mom and dad looking after trees, there'll always be lots of trees. But I'm not sure that I want to work for the company. I really want to be a stand-up comedian.
International Paper. We answer to the world.
Have you heard the one about the tree surgeon?
Does your household need 2 incomes to make ends meet? Do you have money put aside for emergencies? Will you be financially secure in your retirement? Let Telecard send you important information on how you can get in on the ground floor of one of the most explosive business opportunities today. Own your own business and earn $500, $600, even $700 per week or more, a lot more, working 5 to 10 hours per week. Achieve financial freedom with a small investment and 5 to 10 hours per week. Earn enough money to ensure a good education for your children, build your dream home, take exotic vacations, and just live the good life. Call Telecard today at 1-800-791-0999. Take pride.
This is a CNBC News Break. I'm John Snyder. A building materials plant in Columbus, Ohio exploded, injuring 9 people, including 2 firefighters. 1 worker is missing. The explosion was heard and felt miles away. 11 are dead in the collision of a pickup truck and a van north of Los Angeles. 4 were injured in the late Tuesday night crash. 2 critically. The highway was closed for several hours. The Senate has voted overwhelmingly to repeal a tax break for cigarette makers. The break would have allowed tobacco companies to deduct some of the damages in that $368 billion settlement. Burgess Meredith, whose career spanned over 70 years, has died at the age of 89. Possibly his best-known role was as trainer till Sylvester Stallone's Rocky. He appeared in over 100 movies. Worries over earnings in a weak bond market had a negative influence on Wall Street. The Dow was down by 133 points. More news in 30 minutes, right here on CNBC.
My mom, she's a maker. She makes milk cartons for kids who don't have cows close by. Well, she probably makes thousands of them because it's a lot of kids in the world. The cartons keep the milk fresh, and I like it when it's fresh, not spoiled. Well, spoiled milk tastes nasty. Fresh milk just tastes good. Woo!
Does your household need 2 incomes to make ends meet? Do you have money put aside for emergencies? Will you be financially secure in your retirement? Let Telecard send you important information on how you can get in on the ground floor of one of the most explosive business opportunities today. Own your own business and earn $500, $600, even $700 per week or more, a lot more, working 5 to 10 hours per week. Achieve financial freedom with a small investment and 5 to 10 hours per week. Earn enough money to ensure a good education for your children, build your dream home, take exotic vacations, and just live the good life. Call Telecard today at 1-800-791-0999. Take pride in owning your own business and providing that extra income. The best investment you can make is in yourself.
Of the deceased party.
So plan ahead.
People don't consider what claims might a surviving spouse have against the estate of someone who has passed away.
Okay. What does a prenup cost us? Say we're going to go to an attorney, we want to get one, we've got these assets. What would we expect to pay?
Prenuptial agreements vary depending upon the amount of time that one has to put into it. Approximately $3,500 to $15,000.
Wow. So depending on how much, I guess, stuff you have to put into the agreement, how difficult it is for the attorney to get everything together.
It's not, you made a statement about the attorney. There should be 2 attorneys.
Okay.
One attorney representing the husband, one attorney representing the spouse.
Good advice.
Because in order for that agreement to stand up, each party had to be separately represented. It's a contract. And they must be informed, and they must make an informed decision. And the only way to do it is to have separate representation in counsel.
Okay. Finally, any last minute of advice for folks out there that might want to do this?
Call me.
Call you. Thank you, Jerry. Jerry Reisman, our matrimonial attorney. Hopefully we will not need these. And here's one of the stories we are working on for tomorrow's Steals and Deals. Appearances can be deceiving. We'll show you a fun way to turn your photos into something completely different. Coming up next, Equal Time asks, what's in the food we eat? What we do not know can hurt us. And a reminder, always stay alert, because if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. I'm Michelle Tracy for Janice Lieberman and for all of us here at Steals and Deals. Have a great night. We'll see you next time.
From Ford and Lincoln Mercury dealers.
First in business worldwide. You're watching CNBC.
I'm working 2 jobs because I messed up my credit. I keep on getting denied credit because they say I have too much credit.
I've got a good job, I make good money, and I'm still having problems getting credit.
So to all consumers who have had a credit problem,
call 1-800.
Yes.
Credit.
That's 1-800.
Yes.
Credit.
If you order today, 1-800.
Yes.
Credit will provide with a complimentary application for unsecured major credit card.
Yes.
1-800. Yes. Credit.
1-800. Yes. Credit.
Yo, tell them Prize of the Food G's recommended you.
If you would like to list an event on the 9X community calendar, please send us the information in writing. Be sure to include all necessary information about the event, especially a phone number. Mail the information to the 9X Community Calendar, New York One News, 460 West 42nd Street, 4th floor, 10036. Or fax us at 212-563-7632. For more information about the 9X Community Calendar, call us at 212-465-0050.
Topping our show tonight, a frightening reality for every father and mother. Wait till you see how easily a kid can tumble from your window. Thousands of children are injured in window fall accidents every year, some resulting in death. Guitar legend Eric Clapton's son died from a window fall 6 years ago. New York City has taken action and written a law mandating child-proof window guards. Even Madonna was recently made to comply with that regulation. And just because you have a screen on your window doesn't mean it's safe. We start our week-long child safety series for kids' sake with the story of a Virginia family whose life was changed forever. Our reporter tonight, Liz Crenshaw.
This is 5-year-old Kent Gamble. When he was 1 year old, he fell out a second-story window.
My son and I, Kent, were waving goodbye to his mother. He reached out, lightly touched the screen, and fell through the window before I could grab him.
Kent fell 10 feet and fractured his skull. Today, he still suffers from brain damage and numerous physical problems. But his mother says he's improving gradually.
He's eating, he's starting to finger feed himself. He was unable to do that before, but he's starting now. He said 2 words. He said mom and no, so that's a start, because before he was not speaking at all. So he's coming around slowly but surely.
The Gambles sued the maker of the window screen, arguing that their particular window screen was defective, and a Fairfax County, Virginia jury agreed. This week, the window manufacturer was found liable for Kent's accident, and the Gambles were awarded $15 million.
This means that we will be able to get therapy for Kent, all the therapy that he needs.
Though the window screen at the Gambles' home was found to be defective, even perfectly manufactured screens can pose a risk to a young child. In fact, each year, 15,000 children under the age of 10 suffer window fall injuries. 18 of those children die. A 2-year-old boy was playing near a window in this Montgomery County, Maryland home. He fell through the screen 2 stories and landed on the brick patio below. Fortunately, he wasn't badly hurt. Last spring, when a 15-month-old girl fell from the window of a Centerville, Virginia townhouse like this one, she died.
When you see that insect screen, people see it, they see it as basically a guard that's going to keep the children in. And in fact, it's to keep insects out, not children in, because the force of a child or any weight against a screen, it's going to pop out and the child's going to come through the window.
A precaution that parents can take who have floor-to-ceiling windows is instead of opening the window from the bottom up, open it from the top down. That way you get the ventilation without the danger.
Here are some other tips. Keep unopened windows locked at all times. Keep furniture such as beds and sofas away from the windows. Kids climb on the furniture to reach the windows. Keep window blinds and drapery cords out of children's reach. They pose strangulation hazards, and the kids can use them to hoist themselves up to a window.
It's something that just changes your whole life. You know, you just can't go back to the way it was. It's always going to be different now. You know, it's something that you just can't imagine.
So sad. The Gambles would like to see federal laws requiring strengthened window screens, but whether or not that happens, don't trust your screen to keep children safe. Tomorrow, in part 2 of our child safety series, your youngster can net some of the most serious dental injuries you can imagine from the game of basketball, and you're empowered to protect them. Some of the other stories we're covering tonight. It's a frozen confection that packs a powerful punch, what the brouhaha is all about. And hot weather plus car exhaust equals ozone pollution. How to breathe a little easier. Plus, you ask them to say cheese, but the picture looks like mud, putting photo processors to the test.
All tonight on Steals and Deals. Again, Janice Lieberman.
Ethnic shoppers may be a target. The next time you walk into a major retail store, you may see something very different. Fashions aimed directly at specific ethnic groups. It's all in an effort to tap into the rising economic clout of Black, Hispanic, and Asian American customers. Sharon Epperson joins us now with more on that story. Welcome, Sharon.
Well, thank you, Janice. In the past, retail marketing toward minority customers has focused on adding people of color in advertisements or making bilingual commercials. But often it just looks like a different face on the same products. Well, some major department store chains are making a change, creating new colors and styles and sizes specifically for different ethnic groups.
This is third delivery. That's the brights for summer.
The designers are discussing styles and colors for a new shipment of women's clothing. The line, called Karibo, is the brainchild of Alexander Norman, president of the New York apparel maker Raynor, and it was created specifically for African-American customers. The line is sold exclusively in 400 Walmart stores, including this one outside of Chicago. Norman estimates the collection rang up $10 million in sales last year. Not a huge profit for a company like Walmart, but still significant for retailers who believe wooing black customers is important.
The African-American market segment is more brand loyal than the non-African American. And in reference to that, we have to understand that they're not going to necessarily be store loyal unless you create an in-store brand that's important to that customer.
Raynor has also created a line for Hispanic women and is working on one for Asian Americans. Walmart isn't alone in its marketing approach.
What you see are retailers preparing for the future. These are customers that they can't ignore if they want to continue to keep them as customers.
JCPenney will launch a celebrity signature line of women's clothing in September, promoted by actress Diane Carroll, and targeting black professional women over 35.
Feels so free, ooh-wee.
Sears unveiled its Mosaic line, an exclusive collection of casual and career wear for women of color, earlier this year. Major retailers like Sears are tapping into the growing purchasing power of blacks and Hispanics. A recent study found that black spending power exceeded $460 million last year, and spending by Hispanics is expected to come to nearly $350 million this year. But these new ethnic lines also have crossover appeal.
What we may call ethnic marketing today will be very much general marketing in the future. And so what we really want to do is personalize every store for the consumers that live near that store. We're really saying to our customer, whatever her needs, we're really committed to providing you with the merchandise that you want.
And that's the sales pitch major retailers are banking on.
Now, you won't find these new lines of clothing in every store in the chain. They are mostly found in predominantly black or Hispanic neighborhoods. And in most stores, the clothing will be interspersed with traditional lines. So don't be surprised if you find one of Alex Norman's Karibo jumpers right next to a Kathy Lee Gifford blouse at the Walmart.
Why not? Well, you mentioned Walmart and Sears. I mean, are there other Target stores for that?
Well, the main retailers that have been getting into this first were the supermarkets, with products like Goya products and stuff like that targeting Hispanic customers. So they're really getting into it as well.
Sharon Epperson, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Well, department store noise levels like airports and street corners make it tough to hear on pay phones. Well, those days of sticking your finger in your ear may soon be over. AT&T announced a new feature today. It's called Sound Scan. It activates within 9 seconds and continually adjusts to maintain an improved sound level throughout the call. The new technology will be available exclusively to callers using 1-800-CALL-ATT. People in Illinois and parts of Michigan and Texas will be the first to get Sound Scan. Coming up next on Steals and Deals, Icy Brew gets the cold shoulder, the story behind the treat made with booze, and why hot days and car exhaust can be a deadly mix. Stay tuned to CNBC.
Grow stronger, America depends on its bounty, both natural and man-made. Finding new ways to get these goods to market more efficiently and reliably is the noble pursuit of Norfolk Southern, the thoroughbred of transportation.
At Cigna, we care about people who have babies. We care about companies that make steel and about companies that make bread. We care about life and about all that makes life great, or possible, or just better. At Cigna, we care because it is our business to care. But we also care because, well, we have babies too. Cigna, a business of caring.
One day my dad said, find someone new. I had to tell my Jim you is what you mean when you say that you better go find somebody new. He stood there and asked me why. But all I could do was cry. That's why I fell for the leader of the pack.
R.W. Cooperman?
Yeah.
You've been served.
What? Half? She gets half? I'll give her half. On second thought, maybe we can work this out.
Having your alcohol over ice is one thing. Having your ice filled with alcohol may be another. That's the combo delight one company is offering. Fruit pops with a punch. But the suds are flying over pitching these pops to kids. It's hot, it's sticky, and you want to cool down. Well, check out this new ice pop that's sold right next to the ice cream. It's called Freeze and Squeeze, and it comes in a variety of flavors like tropical, passion, and kiwi strawberry. But these fruity pops aren't just fruit-filled. They pack an alcoholic punch, 6%. But some worry that kids will be attracted to these cool treats.
The kids see the 6% alcohol, they always want to try something new. I believe they're going to try it.
I really feel I should take this special brew off the market because I caught my nephew drinking one the other night, and I don't really agree with that. He's too young for that.
When it's a hot summer day and you want something to cool you off, and you reach for a freeze and squeeze, you're going to get a lot more than just fruity ice. You're going to get as much alcohol as in a bottle of beer or twice the amount of a wine cooler.
It disturbs us because there are telltale signs that this product was being used to attract and allure kids to what is a highly potent alcoholic beverage.
The maker of Freeze and Squeeze says they have no control over who buys their product. They put the responsibility on store owners. The St. Ives Brewing Company has been test marketing Freeze and Squeeze in 5 cities around the country. We surveyed several stores in Harlem, New York, and just about every store had signs featuring the product. But many decided to stop selling it.
We try it here, but we see it trouble with the kids. A lot of kids, they try to buy it, so we stop.
Some stores still sell Freeze and Squeeze, but keep a watchful eye on who's buying.
The kid, I can't sell it for the kid because he got alcohol in it. 6% alcohol, I can't sell it for the kid.
But some stores have been accused of selling to minors, like this deli. The manager refused an on-camera interview, but denied the charges.
We accordingly issued a violation charging them with an unconscionable trade practice under New York City's consumer protection laws.
Jose Maldonado then sent a letter to the maker of Freeze and Squeeze asking them to stop the distribution of the product. The president of the company responded by saying it was never our intention to have this product appeal to an under 21-year-old audience, and further stated that the company would immediately cease production of this frozen alcoholic beverage. Which was welcome news to Maldonado, who had a message to other companies that make frozen alcoholic products that appeal to kids.
Follow the lead of the St. Ives Brewing Company and really cease in the production of products that are going to jeopardize the safety and health of America's kids.
They say the ozone layer is being wiped up in the stratosphere, but there's too much of the stuff down here on Earth. Take hot, sticky air, add car exhaust, and you've got ozone pollution, and we're breathing it. Sherry Bang tells us how to get rid of it.
Baby, it's hot out there. The dog days of summer. The air looks heavy with ozone and smog.
It can put an extra strain on your heart if you have a heart condition. It makes it tough for you to breathe if you have asthma or if you have emphysema.
Pat Arbor does have asthma, and even though she should avoid exercise, she needs to ride her bike to get to her physical therapy patients.
You really know that you need to take your medication. Right. You can feel it. You can feel tightness in the chest. You can begin to wheeze or cough, more fatigue, just generally feeling lousy.
Dr. David Lang says Kat and others with medical conditions, the very old and the very young, should try to avoid the ozone.
And the way to avoid ozone is to stay indoors in the air conditioning as much as you can.
The real danger comes when it stays hot and sunny for several days in a row. Ozone levels can stay high. Then, even when a healthy person exercises out here, they can feel problems with their lungs. When auto emissions and the evaporation of gasoline react with sunlight and high heat, ozone pollution soars. We can cut levels if we refuel our cars at night, limit daytime driving, and postpone the use of gas-powered lawnmowers till evening. That might help us all breathe a little easier. Sherry Bank for NBC News.
Breathing is good, snoring is not so good. So for those who do, about 40 million Americans and about 40 million more who know they do, this is a deal. The FDA approved an anti-snoring treatment today called somanoplasty. It shrinks the tissues that block air passages. Unlike laser surgery, the somanoplasty technology works at relatively low temperatures and leaves outer tissues like taste buds intact. The outpatient procedure is about a half an hour long. You can spend a lot of money taking your vacation pictures, but that money and your memories can go down the drain with the chemicals at the photo processor. Lisa Parker says getting the most out of your camera involves more than just saying cheese.
Long after summer vacations fade, our photos are really the stuff memories are made of. Unfortunately for Mary Jane Brown, that means the memories are blurry and grainy.
And here they are. They're worthless.
Mary Jane's summer photos should have preserved a happy time in her life.
They're gone.
Instead, they blurred her memories and her opinion of photo labs.
And, you know, they always have this disclaimer that, you know, if there's any kind of problem in developing, they're not responsible for it.
Which raises an interesting question. We bought 5 disposable cameras, all from the same manufacturing lot, and set out to take the kind of pictures you might take on vacation. Inside, in fluorescent light, natural light, and barely any light. Outside, we snapped in the sun and the shade. We took the same shots on all 5 cameras, then took them to be developed at 5 different labs. National chains, 1-hour photo centers, and a local chain. Walgreens, Best Buy, PhotoPro, Wolf, and Fromex. To our untrained eyes, the results looked remarkably different. Shots taken just seconds apart looked like separate scenarios.
Here's a real good one to compare this to this.
Just to be sure, we took the photos to a trained eye. Board member of the Professional Photographers of America, Dominic Yodachi.
You can see a giant difference in color.
We had Yodachi look at the difference in these 5 versions of one shot.
And this shows a diverse color difference between 3 different sets.
The prices we paid to develop 15 shots from each camera ranged from $9.95, the highest, down to $3.75, the cheapest. We did not tell our expert where these photos were developed. The ones he picked for best quality.
There were definitely 2 sets that I would purchase if they were my pictures.
The ones from Best Buy right in the middle of the price range, and the ones from Wolf at the top of the price range. Yodachi says price is a factor, but so is your comfort level with the photo lab.
It's not entirely price here that matters. What matters is that you're happy with the results that you're getting and that your results are consistent.
And if you get the kind of photos Mary Jane Brown did, photos you find unacceptable, Yodachi says it is up to you to do something about it.
First thing I do is ask the finisher if they could reprint them. Okay, I'm not pleased with the color. I would like to see the flesh tones a little warmer, or kind of describe what their dislikes are.
The dreaded pink slip, ever get one? Want to avoid one? Some career-saving strategies. Details on the way as Steals and Deals continues right here on CNBC.
What percentage of Americans admit they abuse or lie about sick days? The answer in a moment.
Just a little thank you to everyone who recently voted us #1 in customer loyalty. Hopefully, we didn't forget anyone. Gateway computers feature Intel Pentium processors. To find out why our customers are so loyal, just give us a call at 1-800-GATEWAY.
Only by going alone in silence can one get into the heart of the wilderness. All other travel is mere dust and hotels and baggage and chatter.
Tim Conway's back, and he's hauling in a whopper. It's Dorf Goes Fishing, this year's funniest comedy home video. Let Tim Conway, as that master sportsman Dorf, show you everything you've always wanted to know about fishing. Go back in time to man's first fishing method. Let Dorf show you what to wear, how to clean your day's catch, how to get in shape, the joys of fishing with your spouse. What are you waiting for? Call and order Dorf Goes Fishing today.
Time Warner City Cable Advertising, may I help you?
A part of the city, etched in the landscape, connected to your customers. Deliver your message precisely on target, in exactly which borough you want, using any combination of cable networks.
New York One in Brooklyn only? Of course.
Advertise your business locally on cable television. Put yourself on the face of New York.
Time Warner City Cable Advertising, we can help you.
5 years ago, New York One arrived in New York City.
Marcus is going to come back. Dominic will have to go do a piece. Is Dominic ready, and is he going?
New York One revolutionized local news in New York City.
Get ready to go, guys.
And now, beginning September 8th, we're going to get even better. Introducing the 8 o'clock edition, the most comprehensive hour of news about New York City. 5 years of news, 24 hours a day. And now, the 8 o'clock edition, coming September 8th on New York One.
Percentage of Americans admit they abuse or lie about sick days. 11%.
Fearing a company layoff or think you've been illegally fired? Well, joining me now with tips for the workplace, an attorney and author of the Employee Rights Handbook and the Lifetime Legal Guide, Stephen Sack. We welcome you back.
Pleasure.
First, let's ask you the obvious question. How do you know if you've been fired illegally? Because most people just assume they've been fired, that's it.
Sure. And most importantly, as you know, when you are fired, question the firing. Don't just accept it. Don't just bow your head and shuffle your feet out the door. You would find out why. Especially if you're a female, if you're over 40, if you're a minority, if you're handicapped, if you're a religious observer, and you think you were fired because of a personal characteristic, odds are you probably were. Also,
a lot of people just throw those around and hope for the best that it's going to get them out of trouble. I mean, you really have to have the proof to say
but
that's
many
why
times,
I believe.
what happens if a comment was made to, Janet, let's say you're over 40 and, you're not let's say you're 60 years old, you're not working your territory like you used to, or we need some fresh young blood around here. That's a tip that, there. Also, let's say you're a female and you're watching, and a lot of women in the firm are either not being promoted or they're being fired and they're being replaced by males. You'll get a better sense of that statistically.
So you take notes and log everything down
absolutely.
all along? Remember what they said to you at the firing?
Very much so. But one more thing, if you're fired right before a vested pension or profit sharing plan, if you're fired right before a large bonus that you're expecting, or a commission, odds are that they're letting you go illegally because they're trying to fire you to deprive you of that benefit.
All right, so that's when you see a lawyer.
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you say question the firing, what do you say? Why are you firing? I'm not just going to walk out the door.
I'm thinking more about, I want people to know, although I practice out of New York City, these strategies are applicable for anyone throughout the country watching this show. The trick is to go back in. Whenever you're fired, most companies will fire you suddenly. They'll say, here, Janice, here's 2 weeks severance pay, thank you very little.
And
don't
you're
accept
shocked, though.
Right, but don't accept that. See, that's the thing. People accept it. They should go back in and say, wait a minute, stall for time. Say something like, I'm so distraught, or I'm so confused, I don't really know, I need some time to think about this. You get your head together, you go back in, and you negotiate the firing. It's very important. You go back in and you say, you appeal to corporate decency and fair play. Don't threaten litigation. Say something like, I've been here for 10 years, I have 2 kids in college, I have an expensive home in Pittsburgh. You're putting me on the road to financial ruin. I can't get a job in 2 weeks. At least give me 1 month per year severance pay, outplacement assistance, medical. I mean, there are many things to negotiate.
And a lot of times they will work with you.
Very much so.
Only if you ask.
It's a negotiation. I mean, you may ask for 10 months and you may wind up with 3. But at least you're getting something, and you feel like you're taking, your fate in your own hand. You're not just letting them get rid of you and just throw you out to pasture.
How do you know if a layoff is coming, and how do you prepare? Because most people get inklings and they hear the rumorville and they're probably right.
I think when you get a subjective performance review that you don't like, a lot of people refuse to sign it. They're setting you up because lawyers from, employers are teaching companies, before we fire a woman, let's say, it's important to show that she was fired for a good reason so that she can't sue us for sex discrimination. So you'll get a performance review, but you should question it. If they say all of a sudden a new supervisor comes in and they don't like your telephone skills, chance, and you've been there before.
Tip off. All right, your phone number is up there. It's 800 all book for your book. Stephen Sachs, thanks so much. Good advice. Here's one of the stories we're working on for our next Steals and Deals. Shooting hoops could wreck a young person's smile. Part 2 of our week-long child safety series. Don't miss how you can prevent a terrible accident. And coming up next on Equal Time, a look at the showdown between conservative Jesse Helms and moderate Bill Weld, as Weld pushed for his nomination as ambassador to Mexico. And please stay alert, because if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. I'm Janice Lieberman, wishing you a good night. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Shocked the nation.
Brutal killer of JonBenet Ramsey.
A terrorist attack that shattered lives.
They slaughtered babies.
When America seeks justice.
Megan Kenka was assaulted and murdered.
The show of record is Rivera Live.
Simpson is being found liable.
Taking you inside the cases.
It's his word against mine.
Inside the investigations.
Murder mystery of Ennis Crosby.
With the nation's most informed experts in the quest for justice. The show of record is Rivera Live. Weekends on CNBC.
An energy runs deep in all of us, a driving desire to control our destiny. CNBC is our guide, providing the tools to shape our future. CNBC, first in business worldwide. You're watching CNBC's Best of the Summer. Coming up next, politics from both sides with Equal Time, followed by Hardball with Chris Matthews. Watch what happens tonight, prime time on CNBC.
It brings the harvest to market, carries lumber for homes, delivers steel for automobiles, energy for cities. It's the spirit of competition that keeps this country running. One railroad thrives on it. It's brought us where we are today, and it will take us where we are going tomorrow.
I was a little nervous. I've given this presentation I don't know how many times.
Morning, everyone.
Boys and girls, we've got a real treat
But
today.
this audience.
We've got Ellie's father, who's with American Airlines. He's the managing director, automation, electronic enhancements. Mr. Anderson.
The last thing I wanted was to come across as Ellie's dad, the digit head.
Who here has flown in an airplane before? Oh, well, almost everyone.
So first we checked out our website. Everybody got to plan their own trip,
I want to go to London.
just like you could at home.
He wants to go to London.
And our new electronic boarding. And that was a pretty big hit.
Now we're just beginning to put the in-seat monitors into the planes.
And then I brought out the seats. I felt pretty good. They were as excited about all this as we are. And watching them interact with all this stuff.
This is a CNBC News Break. I'm John Snyder. Former Secretary of Agriculture Mike Espy has been indicted on charges he accepted gifts from major food companies, also that he lied to investigators. He faces 100 years in prison if convicted on all 39 counts. North Korea walked out of talks with the U.S. in protest over diplomatic immunity given to a pair of North Korean diplomats. The talks were going to focus on North Korean missile sales to Middle East countries. Fidelity Magellan Fund, the largest mutual fund in the world, will close its doors to new customers next month to keep the fund more manageable. The fund has $63 billion and 4.3 million shareholders. Brandon Tartikoff, former NBC Entertainment president, the youngest ever at the age of 30, has passed away at the age of 48 from complications of Hodgkin's disease. He was the NBC Entertainment president for 11 years. The Dow was up by 5 points. More news in 30 minutes, right here.
Like all Americans, I like big things. Big prairies, big forests and mountains, big wheat fields, and everything else.
International funds. They can diversify your portfolio and help offset market fluctuations here at home. But to invest wisely, you need local knowledge, you need fidelity, and the strength of our overseas specialists, professionals who are electronically linked. With on-the-scene insights, they uncover opportunities others may miss. It's how Fidelity brings the world to your portfolio. For a free international investing kit, call 1-800-FIDELITY.
What would you give to be more confident? What would you give for the knowledge it takes to move with certainty through every business day?
Just $3.90 a week brings you the Wall Street Journal, our personal finance.
Enroll before the end of the month and receive up to 2 months free.
On Steals and Deals, an important story about men, bike riding, and impotence. But topping our show tonight, your clicking away may be easier because of a stunning alliance between two of the computer industry's fiercest rivals. Apple co-founder Steve Jobs astounded an audience at the Macworld Expo in Boston today, revealing Microsoft's plans to pump $150 million into the company. In the deal, Microsoft will release its popular Office software for business in Macintosh formats. And Apple will make Microsoft's Internet Explorer browser the easiest choice to use for accessing the internet from a Mac computer. The unexpected announcement brought gasps of disbelief and some loud boos from the room filled with thousands of Macintosh users and software developers.
If we want to move forward, see Apple healthy and prospering again, we have to let go of a few things here. We have to let go of this notion that for Apple to win, Microsoft has to lose. Okay?
The agreement comes after years of losses and management defections from the Apple Computer Company. And now joining me live from Boston to give us some insight into what this agreement will mean to consumers is the editor-in-chief of Macworld magazine. We welcome Adrian Mello. Hi, Adrian. Thanks so much for joining us. You had a very busy day today.
Yes, I sure did.
Tell us what the mood was like. I mean, there was booing out there.
That was mixed. Of course, the booing stands out. I don't think most people were booing, but yes, some people were.
Why would they be booing?
It's just a traditional thing. People are very loyal that are Macintosh users. Some people are almost fanatical, and some of those people have seen Apple to be directly in competition with Microsoft. And Microsoft has gone on to be very dominant in the market, and Apple hasn't, and they resent that.
And I'm assuming that you're happy with this announcement.
I actually think it's a very good thing. I think it says a number of things to Macintosh users who've been concerned about Apple's stability. I think it sends a positive message to them about the future.
What impact does this agreement really have on the people who have Mac products?
I think the first thing it says is, I mean, Microsoft has made a big investment here of $150 million, and they've promised to upgrade versions of Microsoft Office for the next 5 years. I think that's a pretty significant commitment.
Will this have any impact on the prices? Because that's really the bottom line. That's what we all want to know.
On the price of the computer?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I think that will be driven just purely by competition with Apple selling against PCs. They have to keep their prices down.
And what about the software that goes along with it?
The software, well, Microsoft Office, of course, will be there. It'll be competing against other products. I think that has more to do with the products that are their direct competitors rather than this announcement.
What do you think you're going to hear from your readers?
I think we'll hear different things. Some people will not be happy with this. I think the majority of people, once they sit back and think about it, will be pleased that Microsoft has made a big commitment to the Mac platform rather than just sort of standing quietly on the sidelines.
Well, certainly big news today. Adrian Mello, thank you so much for joining. We appreciate your insight.
Okay, thank you.
And some of the other stories we're covering tonight on Steals and Deals. Can bike riding ruin your sex life? A warning for men. Plus, if summer air conditioning costs are making you hot under the collar, we'll show you how to cool it for less. And a cigar smoker's worst nightmare, Cuban stogies busted at the border.
All tonight on Steals and Deals. Again, Janice Lieberman.
And it's back to the bargaining table. Negotiators for the Teamsters Union and United Parcel Service will meet again tomorrow afternoon to try and hammer out an agreement. Meanwhile, in day 3 of the walkout, packages are continuing to pile up. Managers have shed traded suits and ties for brown uniforms, but so far the company has only been able to deliver less than 10% of the normal UPS business day load. And fallout from the strike has touched millions from coast to coast, from businesses to one unlucky Washington state woman. It may ruin her wedding day. Jan Fredrickson's wedding is August 16th, but it may not be the happiest day of her life. Last Tuesday, her aunt in Massachusetts sent Jan her mother's wedding dress, but she sent it via UPS before the strike. Now it may not arrive in time for the wedding.
It means a lot to me. My mother was married in it to my dad, and it's just the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. So between the antiquity and the emotional and the beauty, I just have to wear it.
Well, Jan, we hope you get it, but meanwhile, Fredrickson does have another dress on hold at the Spokane store, but she says it just won't be the same. UPS managers say they're trying to deliver as many packages as they can, but international and next-day air packages are the first priority. But Fredrickson's wedding dress was not sent next-day air, so there's no telling when it will arrive. She'll be beautiful anyway. Here's an update on a recent Steals and Deals story. Debit cards, the ones where money is deducted directly from your checking account, can be a problem. Unlike credit cards, if it's stolen or lost, you could wind up paying any charges. But the trend is changing in your favor. Bank of America says it no longer will hold customers liable for unauthorized charges. Last week, MasterCard promised to limit liability on its Master Money debit cards to $50. And next on Steals and Deals, men going for a bike ride? Before you saddle up, don't miss our special report. And putting up the for sale sign, we have some tips to help you get more for your home sweet home. That's right here on CNBC. Please stay with us.
What percentage of Americans went fishing last year? The answer in a moment.
Hi, at Gateway, getting the computer you want is simple. Let's say this is your basic computer. You want lots of memory? Sure. Great speakers. Maybe more memory. No problem. A big monitor? Maybe not that big. The new Pentium 2 processor. See, we build your computer exactly how you want it. So, it ends up as individual as you are.
Gateway computers feature the Intel Pentium 2 processor. Call 1-800-GATEWAY. We'll build one for you.
Oh, dammi una casa dove il buffalo gira, dove I cervi stanno a giocar. Non si sentano mai una brutta parola e il cielo non fa oscuro mai.
Introducing Navigator from Lincoln. What a luxury should be.
Does your household need 2 incomes to make ends meet? Do you have money put aside for emergencies? Will you be financially secure in your retirement? Let Telecard send you important information on how you can get in on the ground floor of one of the most explosive business opportunities today. Own your own business and earn $500, $600, even $700 per week or more, a lot more, working 5 to 10 hours per week. Achieve financial freedom with a small investment and 5 to 10 hours per week. Earn enough money to ensure a good education for your children, build your dream home, take exotic vacations, and just live the good life. Call Telecard today at 1-800-791-0999. Take pride in owning your own business and providing that extra income. The best investment you can make is in yourself. If your hard work is going unnoticed, if you're retired or just looking for an investment where you can be in control, the call you make right now can change your life. Call 1-800-791-0999. That's 1-800-791-0999.
They say Gateway 2000 changed how the world buys computers. Factory direct over the phone. Now we bring you Destination.
It's a big screen PC.
This is cool.
It is TV and a computer.
It's huge. Oh my gosh.
He's going to want one of these, you know. Where does it come out?
South Dakota.
South Dakota.
Gateway computers feature the Intel Pentium processor. To find out more about Destination or our other PCs, call 1-800-GATEWAY. You've got a friend in the business.
What percentage of Americans went fishing last year? 18%.
What do you do when the heat is on and you don't want to go fishing? Well, the easy answer is to turn up the air conditioning. But that can really send your utility bill through the roof. So here are some ways to cool off without spending a lot of cold cash.
How you feeling?
When the heat is on, everyone wants to be cool. That's one way to do it. This is another. Peter and Kathy Lavin live in this comfortable home, and they know how to keep cool.
We try to be very conservative in the way we use our energy and electricity in the house.
We took a tour of the Lavin's house with Home Inspection Authority Ken Austin to see how they hold down both the heat and their utility bills, and how you can too. Let's start with the air conditioning thermostat.
Most people will put it on automatic, which means that the fan will only kick on when the air conditioning is going.
Big mistake. But here's a big tip. If you want to be cool, always keep the fan set on.
What it's doing is circulating the air, making the house a lot more comfortable.
It's a lot cheaper.
A lot cheaper. Running a fan is pennies a day as opposed to an air conditioner, which is dollars a day.
But you can make your air conditioning a lot more effective if you use a whole house fan to get rid of hot air first.
There's a switch downstairs which will activate now, and you'll see the fan go on. See, the louver's open, and you can see a huge fan up there, and that fan, you just feel a movement right here. It's drawing all of the air up into the attic area and then out of the house.
Once you get rid of all of that hot air, it's much easier to cool down the house and to keep it cool.
You see the louvers will close, and that seals the air in the house. So now if you put your central air conditioning on, you're not worrying about your cool air being drawn up into the attic.
It's very noisy.
Well, it's everything's a trade-off.
And don't overlook the blinds. And very important to keep the blinds closed or shades.
Keep them closed. Even in the wintertime, it's very important.
Really?
Well, it keeps cool air out, too. You can't tell it by looking at these windows, but these are specially treated window panes. It reflects the heat of the sun away while allowing the sunlight to come in.
Whether you live in a suburban home or a city apartment, keeping the blinds closed is a good tip to beat the heat. But the Lavins do have one advantage over a lot of other people when it comes to screening out the hot sun.
To pick a house on a wooded acre does help an awful lot with the keeping the house cool.
So you should plan ahead. Plant those trees now.
They'll pay off later.
For somebody.
By the way, treating your windows to keep out the heat costs about 25% more than regular windows. Ken Austin also recommends reducing kitchen heat by barbecuing or eating out. And he suggests buying a dual setback thermostat that allows your air conditioning to come on at set times. It costs about $150 installed, but can quickly pay for itself by holding down your utility bills. It cost you big bucks, and now it's time to sell. How can you get the most for your house? A few simple changes can boost your profit. Robbie Ludwig has some tips from the experts.
The experts will tell you if you want to sell your home fast, and for what it's worth, you need to sell more than just a house. You need to sell a home.
It's a happy house. You have the real pretty things, and then you have
and these are
really means a lot to a family.
Let buyers know you are happy with your home. Show the signs, like family pictures displayed prominently.
Well, first impressions are very important. That a lot of times buyers actually know right when they first come into a home if they want to even go any further.
Colors are also important to set the mood. Blue is calming while yellow is happy. Splashing these colors couldn't hurt.
This room works very well. It is light and bright. The walls are yellow, and that's a happy, bright, wonderful, uplifting color.
Don't forget lighting. It encourages cheerfulness and energy. The better people feel inside your home, the more likely they are to buy it. Hit the senses. The smell of baking cookies or spiced tea adds a homey touch. The trick has been used to sell houses for years. And how about this? To help home buyers imagine themselves entertaining in your home, place a set of your best china on the table and crank up the classical music. If your buyer can imagine themselves in your home, experts say it's as good as sold. Robbie Ludwig for NBC News.
Even if you're not selling your house, you may want to keep these ideas in mind. A home should be a haven for both you and your future buyer. It was close, but no cigar. Smugglers nearly made it over the California-Mexico border when they were snagged by customs agents. They seized more than 2,000 Cuban cigars, the market value $121,000, the largest seizure of Cuban cigars ever made at a California port of entry. Well, now there's a good chance the whole bust may go up in smoke.
They will be either destroyed, ripped up, or burned. One of the two, I'm not sure. But they will be totally destroyed. They will not be resold.
Only Americans who travel to and from Cuba can bring back small quantities of the cigars for personal use. Anything else is illegal. We have an important warning for men. While you may be pedaling your way to aerobic fitness, you could also be headed for trouble. One doctor says bicycle riding could be hazardous to your health. Well, here with the details is WNBC's Mary Sevilla. So nice to have you here, Mary.
Nice to be here, Janice. As you know, bicycling has long been thought to be one of the best ways to keep the bodies of all ages in tip-top shape. And nobody is questioning its value as part of a program to stay healthy and live longer. But now there are some serious concerns it can ruin the quality of men's lives.
I love it. It does make me healthy and it calms me a lot.
Bicycling, racing 100 miles in a day, thousands of miles a year. It's a big part of the fitness craze. But one expert says you're crazy if you ride.
Don't ride on the present equipment unless you are so intense in bicycling that sexual performance is really not that important to you.
Dr. Irwin Goldstein treats impotent men at Boston University Medical Center. For most, the problem is age, obesity, diabetes, heart disease. But for maybe 1 in 10 of his patients, he says their impotence is caused by the source of their fitness. Goldstein targets not just the bicycle crossbars, but the seats designed to fit between sit bones to prevent chafing.
So when you sit on this, you're sitting on your penis.
Dr. Goldstein points to the artery that feeds blood necessary for an erection.
Another way to look at it is through a straw. Squeeze it, compress it, and at first it bounces back. But after a while, it doesn't. Scar tissue builds up, and it's kind of like cholesterol blocking an artery.
In his most recent study, Goldstein simulated sitting with 100 impotent men and found there was a 66% blood flow reduction with those skinny seats, a 25% reduction with wide seats, and no change sitting on a chair.
Yeah, I've read about that, and I consider it a joke. I don't believe them.
Dave Nazaroff, who owns a bike store, is in a club racing 7,000 miles a year.
If something like this was a problem, like the article says, people would know.
But the current issue of Bicycling magazine reports Goldstein's findings, along with an admission from Ed Pavelka, one of its writers, saying, "I'm here to tell you he's right." Detailing his battle with impotence, Pavelka says, "I know it's not what you want to read, but because I've been promoting bicycling for 25 years, I feel it's my duty to warn you." His confession has brought out others like this man who requested anonymity.
There's no question in my mind. I think that probably out of 100% of a problem, it's possible that I was at 85% on my own, and then the last 15% were egged on by bicycling.
He still cycles, but no longer on a skinny, hard seat. His doctor has 60 patients whose impotence, he says, is at least partly due to heavy-duty cycling.
We do not have enough data to recommend stopping bike riding altogether.
Meantime, at the Gotham Bike Shop, we found new bike seats for women and men with cushions or holes like they had at the turn of the century.
Maybe they should make toilet seat-shaped bicycle seats.
But Dr. Goldstein hopes they'll stop laughing and listen. Bike with caution.
Most of the study right now is being focused on men bicyclists, but Dr. Goldstein reports possible trouble for boys and women as well. And Janice, even the use of stationary bicycles is being looked at pretty closely right now.
This is very frightening. What about women? What do we have to worry about?
It's not so much the limiting reproductivity for women as is the concern for men, but rather the some women have reported the feeling of numbness or a loss of sensation.
So if you just change the seat, you might be in better shape.
Well, that's what they recommend.
A lot of the men here are very upset in the studio.
You betcha.
All right, Mary, thank you so much for joining us. And still to come, are all vitamins created equal? What you need to stay healthy. Plus, a pharmacist who makes house calls just what the doctor ordered. Steals and Deals will continue its house call to your house in just a moment, right here on CNBC.
My grandfather worked for International Paper for 35 years. My dad has worked there for 20 years, and my mom for 21 years. As long as there's people like my mom and dad looking after trees, there'll always be lots of trees. But I'm not sure that I want to work for the company. I really want to be a stand-up comedian.
International Paper. We answer to the world.
Have you heard the one about the tree surgeon?
When you consider the potential for long-term performance, it's easy to see why over 10 million investors put their trust in Fidelity. All aboard. Call 1-800-FIDELITY for more information on Fidelity funds.
A PC is a machine. It's just wires, chips, and soldered connections that process the bad work just as efficiently as the good. And even the best of them doesn't really care if right now is maybe a bad time to go down. That's why, if a situation arises, it's sensible for your business to have a PC from AST, who's got people picking up the phone 7 days a week and at hours when you should be out socializing.
AST Bravo PCs featuring Intel Pentium 2 processors.
At 12:03 p.m., a salesman from a leading department store disguised himself in order to check out rumors that Innovation Luggage has incredibly low prices. Not only did he find that Innovation Luggage has remarkably low prices, but, to his dismay, he discovered that even his own colleagues at the department store find them too hard to pass up.
Fred. Bernie. Jennifer.
Bernie!
Innovation Luggage, the lowest prices on luggage and accessories, guaranteed. Over 40 locations now featuring the greatest savings on casual luggage from High Sierra.
Bravo profiles Ireland's prolific soul man.
I mean, rock and roll is still active. It's just not as big as it was, but it's underground.
A word for word, Van Morrison is as profound a songwriter as Bob Dylan, but don't call him a poet. This is a musician who takes his musical roots very seriously.
We all have to go back to redefine it, because it's not happening with the newer stuff.
Bravo profiles Van Morrison. Premieres Sunday, August 10th at 8 Eastern, only on Bravo.
House calls may be a thing of the past for doctors, but not for one Pennsylvania pharmacist. He'll come to your home, deliver, and administer the medications, and the service is free. Jordana Green has this report.
Bruce Lefkowitz is a 90s pharmacist with a 50s mentality. Making house calls is his way of keeping up in a world of managed health care and rising hospital costs.
The way healthcare is going these days, it seems like hospitalization and insurance agencies are trying to get the patients out of the hospital sooner. So we're seeing sicker patients at home.
So Bruce started a home infusion therapy service out of the pharmacy his grandfather started 50 years ago. It's a service for those using IV medications at home. He delivers and teaches patients how to administer the medication they would normally only get in a hospital.
If someone's getting a once-a-day dose of an antibiotic, which may last an hour in the hospital, why should they be in the hospital for another 23 hours? This allows them the independence to say, well, I feel well enough to go home. I can go home, I can get the drug at home, and I can take care of myself.
If you see the amount of time it takes is how much tubing you have.
Stephen Natchless is one of his customers. Stephen has had a blood clotting disease called anticardiolipid antibody for more than 20 years. It's very rare and was just diagnosed last year. For much of his life, he's been in and out of hospitals. But now, thanks to home infusion therapy, he's taking charge of his life.
I'm now living. I have much more mobility. I have time where I can be with my kids, my wife, my family.
It's now better. because now we're able to actually spend more time together.
Lefkowitz treats about 20 to 30 patients a month, not only with medicine, but with independence. For NBC News, I'm Jordana Green.
And if it's vitamins you need, we have some money-saving tips for you. Joining me now with important vitamin news is the author of Ageless, Elaine Brumberg. We welcome you back. Haven't seen you in a while.
It's been great. I just told you that I'm putting him on vitamins and I'm taking him off that bicycle.
Your husband.
My husband.
No bikes, all vitamins.
No bikes, all vitamins.
How important is it to get vitamins that are name brand?
You don't have to buy a name brand. That's a great question. Generic brands do the same job as name brands. Of course, what you're paying for is the advertising. What you want to look for on the label, you're going to see it says USP. And what that stands for is United States Pharmacopoeia.
Okay.
And what that does is it ensures the fact that the vitamins are they meet the necessary standards for purity, but they will actually do the same job, so generics are fine.
And then they have the difference between natural and synthetic.
Natural and synthetic. First of all, natural vitamins come from plant or animal sources, and the synthetic vitamins come from chemical sources. Now, the difference between the two, the body really doesn't know the difference, so they're actually absorbed equally, so you're not going to tell any difference between natural and synthetic. The difference is, however, Janice, is in the price. Just as you take organic foods and you want to pay a little extra money because you don't want to put more chemicals in the body, that's the reason most people will take natural. But the difference is one costs about 40% more, so the natural would sell for like $12 and change, and the synthetic would sell for about $7 and change, and that's all you're really paying for.
And they do the exact same thing?
Exact same thing.
But you have other ways to get vitamins on the cheap.
Yes. First of all, you have the American Association of Retired Persons. Now, you don't have to be retired, and what they do is they come out with a quarter catalog. There's a quarterly catalog that you can call. There's an 800 number. Actually, it's in my book. And you can call them and you can get a catalog. And not only can you save lots of money on vitamins, but you can get big discounts on contact lens solutions, adult diapers, and heart medication, actually some of your prescription drugs as well. Okay. And there's other mail order companies that you can order from. This is from Nutrition Headquarters. And what's so great about this is they have the equivalent or generic of Centrum. So let's say you can buy Centrum for 100 vitamins for $10.95. You can get the same thing that's equivalent for $3.99 plus about $2.50 for shipping and handling.
You save us a bundle right there. When should you take vitamins?
Actually, that's a great question. You should always take vitamins with your meals. First of all, it's absorbed much quicker, and it risks, a lot of times you feel like you get indigestion after you've taken them.
That's why I don't take them.
Right, it also could be, believe it or not, binders. There's certain binders in vitamins that can cause sort of an indigestion, so you should always check with your doctor and read your label.
All right, Elaine Brumberg, thank you so much. The book is called Ageless, and we appreciate you being with us.
Thank you.
And here's one of the stories we're working on for tomorrow night's Deals and Deals, how to be a big winner in small claims court. Stay tuned next for Equal Time. And stay alert, stay cautious, because if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Except for these vitamin deals, they really are true. Good night, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow night.
This is a CNBC News break. I'm John Snyder. Korean Airlines officials now say 29 people survived that crash in Guam. 225 died. Still no word on a cause. But the flight data recorders, the so-called black boxes, are on their way to Washington for analysis. A stunning announcement in the computer world. Microsoft and Apple Computer, longtime rivals, are forming a partnership, with Microsoft investing $150 million in Apple and developing software for the Macintosh format.
The era of setting this up as a competition between Apple and Microsoft is over as far as I'm concerned. This is about getting Apple healthy, and this is about Apple being able to make incredibly great contributions to the industry to get healthy and prosper again.
The Teamsters strike against UPS continues. Several dozen strikers have been arrested for incidences on various picket lines. Both sides have agreed to begin talking on Thursday. The Dow was up by 72 points. More news in 30 minutes.
They say Gateway 2000 changed how the world buys computers. Factory direct over the phone. Now we bring you Destination.
It's a big screen PC.
This is cool.
It is TV and a computer. It's huge. Oh my gosh.
He's going to want one of these, you know.
Where does it come from?
South Dakota.
South Dakota.
Gateway computers feature the Intel Pentium processor. To find out more about Destination or our other PCs, call 1-800-GATEWAY. You've got a friend in the business.
I'm Bill Berger, shareholder and director of the Berger Funds. The volatile markets of today have a lot of people questioning their investment strategies. I give them the same advice I gave in my 44 years as an investment manager. You need two things, courage and patience. Courage to ride out the inevitable peaks and valleys, and the patience to stay the course. After all, during the last 30 years, stock returns have outperformed government bonds, treasury bills, and the rate of inflation. There's no denying the market has its ups and downs, but don't lose sight of
an endless horizon. Avalon. Experience the tranquility.
First in business worldwide. You're watching CNBC.
At 12:03 p.m., a salesman from a leading department store disguised himself in order to check out rumors that Innovation Luggage has incredibly low prices. Not only did he find that Innovation Luggage has remarkably low prices, but, to his dismay, he discovered that even his own colleagues at the department store find them too hard to pass up.
Fred. Bernie. Jennifer.
Bernie!
Innovation Luggage, the lowest prices on luggage and accessories, guaranteed. Over 40 locations now featuring the greatest savings on casual luggage from High Sierra.
Hi, I'm Judith Light. I'd like to talk to you about something I believe in, something big and bold in the battle against AIDS. It's called Boston to New York AIDS Ride 3, presented by Tanqueray. 3 days on a bicycle from Boston to New York with 3,000 people just like you and me, September 12th to the 14th, to benefit AIDS services at the Lesbian and Gay Community Services Center and Community Health Project. Call 212-242-RIDE. Boston to New York AIDS Ride 3, 212-242-RIDE. We're fighting AIDS 1 mile at a time.
Deals and deals tonight. Big problems from small claims court victories. Should you represent yourself, seek legal help, even if you get a positive judgment? Winning and collecting can be two very different things. If you've ever muttered, "I'll see you in court," you might never want to mutter it again. And Asa Aarons is here to tell us why. Why, Asa?
Oh, plenty of good reasons and plenty of headaches. Maybe some of you have found out if you've ever tried to do a small claims court judgment. If you haven't, remember, small claims court is set up for people who want to sue for small amounts, small being relative. Now, in New York City, the limit is $3,000. It can be less in other places. But one New Jersey man found the wheels of justice can certainly grind to a halt.
There was damage done to the countertop.
Ed Garudo of Wayne, New Jersey, shared his small claims experience with us. He says an appliance delivery company damaged his countertop while moving a dishwasher. Not a major catastrophe, but a $350 repair headache. Ed says when the company failed to respond, he gathered evidence, pictures, repair estimates, and filed in small claims court. The delivery company never showed. Ed won by default.
The judgment was for $350.
But so far, all he's really won is a large dose of aggravation. Nobody can seem to locate the delivery company.
It's just frustrating. Someone who does not want to adhere to the law gets away with it.
That's probably the most frustrating part for everyone.
Judge Richard Rivera was not involved in the Garudo case, but after hearing thousands of small claims cases in New York City, he knows a judgment in your favor is only the beginning. Judge Rivera says when it comes to collecting, information is your best ally. After you have the judgment, you can file an information subpoena. Armed with this, utilities, phone companies, employers, and banks will help you locate assets. Be sure to put your claim on file with the county and do have a deputy or a marshal handle the collection.
We discourage people from using self-help because, number one, institutions that hold someone else's money are not going to cooperate very much with you in terms of handing over someone's money.
Now, the marshals or sheriff's deputies will either charge a flat fee or a percentage of the amount they collect. Everyone agrees it is well worth it. Trying to collect on your own can not only be tedious and time-consuming, but it can be downright dangerous. Now, collectors agree having that information subpoena is really a valuable tool because with it you can petition banks or utility companies and other sources to locate the money you are owed.
Let's say you're lucky enough to win the judgment, but the person you go after has no assets. Then what do you do?
You should file that judgment with your local clerk of courts because you never know. They may hit the lotto, they may come into some money later, and if they want to go ahead and buy and sell or trade or take out a mortgage on a house, they're going to have those judgments cleared up. So you may wind up collecting that money a few years down the road when the person is a little bit more solvent.
So you just might as well do it and get in your dibs now.
Yep.
All right. Any other suggestions? If you don't want to spend a lot of money on legal costs, can you get around it?
There are some institutions you can go to. For example, the National Better Business Bureau Network has an excellent arbitration system that is set up for consumers to go with everything from car complaints against major manufacturers to dealers, where you can go in and the arbitration can be binding, it's free, and
it's a deal.
It's a terrific thing.
Asa Aarons, thank you so much.
Nice to be here again.
And some of the other stories we're covering tonight on Steals and Deals. The train industry blows the whistle on fatal games motorists play. Don't ever do what you'll see the others doing. Plus, a common over-the-counter medication could put you at risk for a stroke. And Born to be Wild, a designer store for the upscale biker who has everything.
All tonight on Steals and Deals. Again, Janice Lieberman.
Unintentional job-related injuries killed 5,000 Americans last year. And figures from the National Safety Council released today also show nearly 4 million others suffered disabling work injuries. Motor vehicle crashes were the leading cause of workplace deaths, while overexertion was the top cause of injuries. Workplace fatalities and injuries cost us $120 billion just last year. Well, baby boomers may be getting closer to retirement age, but it could be a long time before they actually stop working. Researchers say most of them will have to work past the age of 62 or 65 because of America's changing workforce. Beverly Kirk tells us retiring is not an option if boomers don't want to go bust.
At age 52, Tom Nicholson should be thinking more about retirement than returning to the workforce, but that's what he's doing. He says he doesn't plan to retire anytime soon, partly because he wants to keep working, but also he can't really afford to retire.
I guess I'm concerned, but maybe I'm just kind of pushing it back and trying not to think too much about it.
And he's not alone. Aging experts say many baby boomers haven't saved enough money and will have to work longer. Plus, they'll have to wait longer until age 67 to get Social Security benefits.
It seems that people think that they're going to inherit money or win the lottery or something, and they don't always connect it to their day-to-day behavior.
And there is another trend that will mean a longer work life for baby boomers.
With the age patterns that we have, we're going to see fewer and fewer people, new people, eligible to come into the labor force.
The experts say to keep the economy growing, older workers will be needed.
That kind of excites me a little bit, you know, to know that there is still something out there for me, and at age 65 or 62 or whatever, I don't have to be shoved out to pasture.
In fact, many aging baby boomers won't be out to pasture in their 60s. They'll still be putting in a long day's work. Beverly Kirk in Washington for Steals and Deals.
Recently released census figures show the number of people between 25 and 34 will drop by almost 4 million in the next 8 years, while the number of people over 65 will jump 60% by the year 2020. Coming up, turning blue jeans into greenbacks, how these enterprising young men made a fortune. And hundreds of tons of railroad train are moments away, all warning and activated. But are people dying to beat the odds? Steals and Deals on CNBC. We'll be right back.
What percentage of Americans prefer to chat face-to-face with their neighbors rather than chat online? The answer in a moment.
I like to choose from lots of mutual funds, especially highly rated funds. Funds Network gives me access to over 300 fund families, including Fidelity. That's important to me.
To get started with Funds Network today, call 1-800-FIDELITY.
When her dad died,
My daughter wanted to run the business. My smartest hire. Then her headache started. She took Tylenol, but hours later the pain came back and she needed more. Her doctor suggested a leave, said nothing stronger.
2 Aleve can work all day. I had to take 4 Advil or 8 extra-strength Tylenol.
With the leave, she works all day without the headache. She's a great girl, and she's single.
Aleve, all day strong, all day long.
All right, let me see those game faces.
We need love.
You're out here to play baseball, right?
We need encouragement. Supersonic speed, Mach 2.4.
We need inspiration.
Introducing used vehicles reconditioned, warranted, and ready for life. GM certified.
My grandfather worked for International Paper for 35 years. My dad has worked there for 20 years, and my mom for 21 years. As long as there's people like my mom and dad looking after trees, there'll always be lots of trees. But I'm not sure that I want to work for the company. I really want to be a stand-up comedian.
International Paper. We answer to the world.
Have you heard the one about the tree surgeon?
If you want more computer for your money, you gotta call us, the friendly folks at Gateway 2000.
Want me back up? Pick up the phone and give us a call.
Call now? Call now. Call now.
I'm kind of nervous.
Call now.
Grab the phone. Give us a call. Pick up the...
Dial.
Dial.
Right now.
Gateway computers feature the Intel Pentium processor. To find out more, call 1-800-GATEWAY. Call us today.
I got a new job, so I moved my retirement savings to a Fidelity IRA. With Funds Network, I can get all the mutual funds I want, and I have access to Fidelity's retirement specialists. I like that.
To get started with Funds Network today, call 1-800-FIDELITY.
What percentage of Americans prefer to chat face-to-face with their neighbors rather than chat online? 80%.
Sometimes the idea for a new business can be inspired by watching and enjoying your surroundings. Well, that's what happened to 2 recent Syracuse University graduates whose youthful observations are turning into serious business. Barbara Monaco zips up our story.
Girl watching, girls in well-worn jeans to be precise. That age-old hobby became a new age business for these Syracuse University graduates.
See, this just needs a regular wash.
23-year-old Sean Corman and 24-year-old Mark Barrer are president and vice president of Classic Clothing. Their 3-year-old company sells and exports used jeans, a business inspired by girl watching.
There were so many girls wearing, you know, $20 pair of used Levi's, someone else's used Levi's.
Sean needs to use a forklift now. He gets truckloads of used jeans from rag dealers in the United States and Canada. But he started the business by scavenging thrift stores for jeans, then selling them at flea markets near campus.
Sean put in $288. He pretty much got the ball rolling.
We turned the $288 into $3,000 over the weekend.
Over the weekend?
Over the weekend.
$3,000?
Yeah, we walked away with $2,800, almost $3,000.
Like these piles of jeans, the money grew to $27,000 in just a few months of 1995, to $150,000 last year, to $500,000 so far this year.
He just started rolling it over, rolling it over, rolling it over. How are you doing today, sir?
Mark dropped out of law school to help with the business full-time, making phone calls to department and specialty stores here at home, marketing on the internet to places like Ghana, Kenya, Honduras, and Japan.
This is my posting right here.
10 full-time employees size and grade the jeans, finding markets for C-grade jeans abroad, A and B-grade jeans in the United States.
Grade 2, you got smaller holes. A grade 3, you got large holes.
The jeans are tagged with the Classic Clothing label. Its motto, what goes around, comes around. Even jeans that are too damaged to wear will find a market. The legs are cut off for recycling to be turned into denim rags. The zippers will be sold overseas. The company just moved into this 40,000 square foot warehouse in Brooklyn where there's room to do 4 times as much business selling used jeans.
We're basically tripling our numbers every 2 months.
As it stands right now, I'd say we're at least on track for $1 million.
easily.
Now Sean is branching into retail, opening a store nearby called Yesterday's Blues to sell directly to customers. He's selling more than just vintage jeans, in case the bottom ever drops out. For Steals and Deals, I'm Barbara Monaco.
These guys are amazing. Well, turning to health news now, a case of the cure being worse than the illness. Ingredients found in popular cold and allergy medicines could trigger a stroke. Doctors at the University of Pennsylvania Medical Center say you're asking for trouble if you take too much over-the-counter decongestants. Details from Sherry Bank.
Hi, nice to see you. How are you?
Leah O'Leary didn't think she'd be alive today. About a year ago, Leah had a bad cold, and like most of us, she went to the medicine cabinet. Leah started taking spoonfuls of a decongestant cough syrup, Robitussin.
All of a sudden I got this horrific headache, and it just... The next thing I know, I was in the emergency room and going blind and going unconscious, so it was really scary.
Doctors at the University of Pennsylvania Medical Center realized she had had a mild stroke, even though she wasn't a typical stroke patient.
When we finally did an MRA of her brain and saw the blood vessels, we put it together as perhaps this was related to the decongestants.
Dr. Crooks and a team at Penn looked at other young stroke patients and found a pattern. They had all used decongestants containing these ingredients, pseudoephedrine or phenylpropanolamine. Those drugs are found in many popular medications like Sudafed, Actifed, and Dimetapp. But these stroke patients also shared other risks. They had a history of migraine headaches or Raynaud's disease, when the skin changes colors in cold weather. So for people like Leah, decongestants are off limits. But doctors say they should be safe for the rest of us as long as we don't misuse them.
Oh, definitely. Follow the directions on the box.
For Steals and Deals, I'm Sherry Bank.
Well, here's something you have probably never heard of. It seems flashing is illegal in Pennsylvania. Now get your mind out of the gutter. This type of flashing has to do with car headlights. Maybe you've even done it. Flashing your headlights to warn oncoming drivers of a speed trap. A court in Pennsylvania says it's illegal, but one man disagrees and is taking his case to the state Supreme Court. If he loses, he faces a $25 fine, and we will keep you posted on that outcome. On every highway, you're bound to see a big bike, a motorcycle, that is. But it's not just the tattooed bad boys who are on top of these monsters. Biking has gone upscale. Greg Moss shows us who's buying these expensive toys, and it may just surprise you.
It's not a motorcycle shop, it's a designer superstore. And among the chrome mufflers and custom gas caps, you'll find carrot cake and cappuccino. It's all part of the rebirth of the big bike.
Because this is the future, and the future with us is now.
Included in that future is a new kind of biker.
The buyer has changed dramatically, too. He is generally a fellow that's very busy. It's a busy country, as we all know. He wants some stress relief.
Motorcycle riding no longer a downscale way for youthful bad boys to get around. And although more and more women are getting into it, Harley-Davidson says its average rider is a 43-year-old husband with a household income of more than $68,000.
And prepare to spend a lot of those dollars. These new Harleys, for example, cost $18,000 to $24,000. Some cost more.
This house is a few $1,000s less than this bike.
Sales of big American cruising bikes have nearly tripled in the past 6 years. Fueling the demand are people like Dennis Kenyon. As the CEO of his own company, nothing measures up to his passion for his bikes. Only his kids get in the way of a ride.
Oh, I think it's because it's the freedom, the wind in your face and bugs in your teeth. I just love to ride.
Kenyon's newest toy comes complete with Indian artwork on the gas tank, sterling silver gas caps made by Senator Ben Nighthorse Campbell, and seats made out of stingray skin. The bike cost him $36 grand.
Yeah, I think it's become a passion.
But what possesses someone to spend so much money on a motorcycle?
Well, we have a saying in the biking community, if I have to explain, you wouldn't understand.
Some say this round of motorcycle mania may be a passing fad, but the industry is banking on people getting hooked.
I love it. Yeah, I'm hooked on it.
And they hope they'll be like Dennis, riding forever.
you do if your Harley is stolen while you're on vacation? Or what if your car breaks down and there's no mechanic in sight? Joining me now with tips for avoiding trouble while on the road is crisis management expert and author of How to Win the Insurance Claim Game. You know who he is, Ron Alford. Nice to see you.
Hello, Janice. How are you?
Came in on your bike, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
all right.
Oh, and when you get your Harley stolen, you better cry a lot and hope that you have a real good insurance company and know how to file a claim right on the first shot.
Yeah, well, let's say you are on vacation. What do you have to prepare? Let's going on vacation.
Before you go on vacation, let's talk about the things that can go wrong in your home beforehand. You need to put together a contingency plan. What would happen if? You got to make sure your homeowner's insurance is paid, because if you have a flood or a fire while you're gone, that would be a disaster that you wouldn't want to come home to. Turn your water off, your washing machine hose off, because your house is 1,200 times more apt to be damaged by water than by fire.
Oh,
all right?
Okay. Let's say that you're out of the house for a while. What do you do? If you're out of the house more than 10 days.
Okay. The other thing is you need to make sure your homeowner's insurance, somebody stays there if you're gone for 30 days. Because after 30 days, your insurance expires. If you have a fire on the 31st day, the insurance company will very well say, I'm sorry, you don't have coverage because of the little abandonment clause in your contract.
So what do you have to do? Have somebody come over?
Right. The good thing to do is have either contractors work on your house or a relative live in the house overnight once every 10 days if you're going to be gone for over 30 days.
Well, that's great advice. Okay, let's say you're on a road trip and your car breaks down and you got to take it to a collision shop, but you have no idea where to go.
Right. I would stick with, in this case, I would go to the authorized dealers of the vehicle I was driving. I would go to those dealers. I would stay away from the people that I didn't know. I would not go near any unnamed brands. And I would also have a contingency plan in hand. Before you leave, the smartest thing to do is to put together a list of the things that you're going to need or may happen along the road, no pun intended, so that you'll be ready to hit the ground running when things go wrong.
All right. And how can a Consumer's Action Plan help you out?
Consumer's Action Plan is a membership organization that provides toll-free access to management if something goes wrong, either locally while you're home or at work or on the road, to give proper information and advice to the member itself. It's kind of like an auto club, but they don't do any moving of cars or towing. It's strictly advice and good quality information. It's unbiased.
And also, when you pick one of those collision shops, you say to go with one of the associations, collision shops.
You should always pick a collision shop whose owner or management is a member of a local trade association.
And you're safe.
Because you're better off. Not necessarily safe, but you're much better off there than one that isn't.
Ron Alford, thanks so much for those tips, and happy vacations.
Thank you.
Our next story may be disturbing to you. It's meant to be. A deadly game of chicken. The tragic results when motorists tempt fate at railroad crossings. Watch this and you'll never try it. Trust us. Deals and Deals continues right here on CNBC.
I'm Bill Berger, shareholder and director of the Berger Funds. The volatile markets of today have a lot of people questioning their investment strategies. I give them the same advice I gave in my 44 years as an investment manager. You need two things, courage and patience. Courage to ride out the inevitable peaks and valleys, and the patience to stay the course. After all, during the last 30 years, stock returns have outperformed government bonds, treasury bills, and the rate of inflation. There's no denying the market has its ups and downs, but don't lose sight of the big picture, because it's the patient investors who usually get where they want to go. To learn more about the growing family of Berger no-load funds, including our performance figures, call 800-333-1001. That's 800-333-1001. We will send you all the information you need and help you get moving towards your goals.
Presenting a luxury car for the filthy smart. The new Nissan Altima, starting at $15,000, $17,990 with a lot of stuff.
A smile invites a smile.
But missing teeth or dentures can make you feel self-conscious or prevent you from enjoying certain foods. New York University Dental Implant Center can provide an affordable, natural-looking solution. Dental implants, from a single tooth to complete restorations, are highly effective, but our patients say it best with their smiles. Call about our total care package and free consultation. NYU Dental Implant Center, where quality care and a beautiful smile are affordable.
Bravo profiles Ireland's prolific soul man.
I mean, rock and roll is still active. It's just not as big as it was, but it's underground.
A word for word, Van Morrison is as profound a songwriter as Bob Dylan, but don't call him a poet. This is a musician who takes his musical roots very seriously.
We all have to go back to redefine it, because it's not happening with the newer stuff.
Bravo profiles Van Morrison. Premieres Sunday, August 10th at 8 Eastern, only on Bravo.
Mouse game, often ending in tragedy. Superman's faster than a speeding locomotive. Many drivers think they are too, and every year hundreds die learning they are wrong. Killed at a railroad crossing in a losing race with a speeding train. Now the train industry is engineering a new shock approach. Our reporter is Mark Strassman.
To a world in a hurry, a hurtling train crawls like a tortoise. Disaster beaten by a hair. But too often at America's railroad crossings, drivers lose their patience, lose their race with a train, lose their lives.
Hey, some of them get real crazy.
Train engineers see it every day.
They pull right in front of you. They don't care. I don't understand.
In an emergency, for a full stop, George often needs a mile of track.
It takes a lot to stop a lot of tons, you know.
If it's a train versus a car or a truck, even a big truck, train is always going to win. As someone learns the hard way at a railroad crossing somewhere in this country, once every 90 minutes.
Let's go. Come on, let's go. There's no train.
Now from the railroad industry, new ads, intentionally jolting.
Let's go.
I'm going.
This safety program called Operation Lifesaver targets another danger. Drivers not reckless, but careless, who stop on the tracks.
We're helpless in that situation.
Billy Parker engineered a train to catastrophe. Near Fort Lauderdale, he hit a tanker truck that had stopped on the tracks, filled with 8,500 gallons of gas.
It was like bombs going off.
11 cars, the tanker driver, and 5 other motorists were incinerated.
One person still had their hands on the steering wheel, looking straight ahead, sitting straight up. There was no way to tell if it was a man or a woman, young or old, black or white.
At an Illinois crossing, a train hit a school bus on the tracks, killing 7 children. Stopped much like this car during our interview with Billy Parker.
Train could come at any time. You'd have nowhere to go.
It's the railroading nightmare. Drivers in a hurry or with nowhere to go. Engineers with no way to stop. Mark Strassman, NBC News, Atlanta.
In part 2 of Mark's story tomorrow night, if you think you might try to beat that huge mass of steel coming down the track on foot, we will cure you. Coming up next on Equal Time, guest Jesse Jackson weighs in on the unions and the UPS strike. And stay alert, because if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. I'm Janice Lieberman. Good night.
This is a CNBC News Break. I'm John Snyder. A cargo plane crashed shortly after takeoff from Miami's International Airport. All 4 on board the plane are dead, 2 on the ground slightly injured. Witnesses said the plane appeared to have engine trouble shortly after takeoff. Meanwhile, the investigation into the Korean Airlines crash that killed 227 in Guam continues. The investigation just beginning, but officials have hinted already it may have been caused by human error. The strike by the Teamsters against UPS continues, with more arrests of strikers and the company asking for an injunction preventing strikers from interfering with deliveries. There were talks, but no word of any progress. Around 300,000 people, maybe more, are in New York's Central Park awaiting a free concert by country singing star Garth Brooks. Many camped out overnight or arrived very early and waited all day. On Wall Street, the Dow was down by 71 points. More news here in 30 minutes.
Hi, at Gateway, getting the computer you want is simple. Let's say this is your basic computer. You want lots of memory? Sure. Great speakers, maybe more memory. No problem. A big monitor? Maybe not that big. The new Pentium 2 processor. See, we build your computer exactly how you want it. So, it ends up as individual as you are.
Gateway computers feature the Intel Pentium 2 processor. Call 1-800-GATEWAY. We'll build one for you.
Oh, dammi una casa dove il buffalo gira, dove I cervi stanno a giocar. Non si sentano mai una brutta parola e il cielo non fa oscuro mai.
Introducing Navigator from Lincoln. What a luxury should be.
Ladies and gentlemen, although appropriate for overhead storage, a notebook computer is just luggage that carries information. It doesn't really care who you are or where you're going. All that really matters is that the little buttons work. And if they don't, there's...
If we violate the laws of physics, will we be punished? Well, we did. We gave Stratus a new type of tire that offers the tread life and enhanced fuel economy of a tire engineered for efficiency, yet sticks to the road like a tire engineered for performance. A clear violation of physical law. Thus far, there have been no legal repercussions. New Dodge Stratus. It's full of answers.
This is the skin I've always wanted. Forget bath bars. Don't even bother with body lotion. Now all I use is this.
It's this new 2-in-1 moisturizing body wash from Oil of Olay.
You get a lotiony cleanser with a soft Olay puff. A little dab on the puff, and suddenly there's this wonderful moisturizing lather.
Much better than beauty bars. And the special Olay moisturizers are actually absorbed by my skin.
New Oil of Olay 2-in-1 moisturizing body wash. Moisturized skin no bath bar can touch.
Body lotion?
I don't even think about it.
My brother Larry hates anything new. He still hasn't bought a color TV.
It's a fad.
So I hear for a limited time, Burger King's got this bacon cheddar double cheeseburger. Larry, I said, it's time to try something new. It's 2 flame broiled burgers. You already love that. It has 75% more beef than the Big Mac, topped with cheddar cheese and sizzling bacon. New, but a good thing. It comes with fries and a drink, all for $2.99. So he tries it. The next day, he's got his hair parted on the other side.
Burger King, get your burger's worth.
These days, it takes an extra special driver to maintain a top-notch driving record. But it does have its rewards. Because if you insure your car with Allstate and have an excellent driving record, you may qualify for a preferred driver discount of up to 15%. So, before you get too far down the road, whoa! Ask your Allstate agent if an Allstate preferred driver discount can save you money. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Did you eat something you didn't want for breakfast?
No, did I?
Cheerios has added salt.
Salt?
Toasted oatmeal honey nut has added fat.
They add fat?
Healthy Choice has added sugar.
As in sugar?
But Nabisco shredded wheat has no added salt, fat, or sugar. It's 100% whole grain wheat with a delicious toasted wheat simple taste. How does that sound?
It sounds great.
Nabisco shredded wheat. It's just naturally good.
Her performances have touched your heart. Her talent has won acclaim. Her smile has charmed millions. Now, NBC proudly presents Oscar winner Sally Field in the television event of '95.
Daddy's gonna be so sorry he missed this.
The story of an ordinary family who lived through extraordinary times.
You have no power over me.
Through 7 decades of love and loss,
You're gonna feel fine.
they found a way to stay together.
I love you, Mama. They're my flesh and blood.
There's nothing else we can do.
I'm yet to hear a preacher ever say there's nothing more he can do.
2-time Academy Award winner Sally Field, Ron Silver, Tony Goldwyn, and Charles Durning in the most anticipated television event of the season. An engaging and moving performance, raves People magazine.
I have everything under control.
A woman of independent means. A beloved bestseller becomes an NBC event.
I wish you knew how much I love you.
A woman of independent means, Sunday on NBC.
Bullets Over Broadway. Nominated for 7 Academy Awards.
What?
Including Best Director, Best Supporting Actor, Best Original Screenplay, and Best Supporting Actress.
Don't speak.
Bullets Over Broadway. Rated R. Now playing.
Contact wrote a book on cold medicine, then added this chapter. Contact Day and Night. Day caplets for non-drowsy cold relief. Night caplets to relieve your symptoms to let you rest. Contact Day and Night. The right medicine at the right time.
The new Ford Contour has taken off, and the compliments are flying.
The balance between ride and handling is unparalleled.
You might easily mistake it for a much more expensive European sports sedan.
No other American car in this class has ever driven like the Contour V6.
Top marks to the Ford V6.
One thing is certain, Contour is an excellent world car.
The totally new Ford Contour, well equipped for just $14,670.
ER will be back in a moment on NBC. The world's best on one night. Bayou, Yamaguchi, Vitt, Petrenko, Boitano, Hamilton. AT&T Skates of Gold 2, Saturday on NBC.
Saturday. How far will Teddy go to catch her husband's killer?
Sleep with the enemy? That's what it takes.
Guest star Gregory Harrison, Sisters, NBC Saturday.
Tonight on News for New York at 11.
I'm Chuck Scarborough. Case closed. Tonight see the wild conclusion to the Cullen Ferguson trial. The medical examiner confirms a News 4 story. The police shot these 2 suspects 22 times in the back. Plus, guess who's now the highest paid actress in Hollywood history at 11.
What happens when a car offers the comfort of a luxury car and the performance of a sports car? What happens when the same car can outmaneuver expensive European sedans while getting the gas mileage of a 4-cylinder compact? This is what happens. Presenting Motor Trend's Import Car of the Year, the Maxima from Nissan.
Expect a luxury car to make you feel better once you get in. But with its unique combination of refined elegance and invigorating BMW performance, the new 7 Series is designed to make you feel better long after you get out. Presenting the BMW of luxury cars.
It's Toyota's President's Week main event. Knockout deals make this the week to buy. Lease it yourself for an unbelievable $139 a month. Plus, deals on Avalon starting at $22,758. This week, thousands of units will be sold. Buy the tough 4-wheel drive 4Runners and get option package savings of $1,000. Limited time financing ends soon. President's Week deals end February 20th.
Acura Integra Sports Coupe and Sports Sedan. Not since Hot Wheels have cars been this fun. Tracks sold separately. Now special lease rates are available on the Integra at your tri-state Acura.
Does MCI Friends and Family work for you?
I found the Friends and Family program to be confusing. If the people weren't in my circle, if they weren't also using MCI, I didn't see the discount.
How is AT&T better?
It's easy. You can call anybody, anytime, anywhere, and not have to worry about not receiving the savings, because you're going to get the savings.
With AT&T, there's no confusion. Spend $25 a month on U.S. calls, get guaranteed savings.
Simple is always better.
Your true voice.
Don't blink. The business world is changing so fast, you might miss something. It's a world in which business as usual can put you out of business. Where you have to be more things to more people, or you can bet someone else will. This is the world UPS works in, which is why we do more than simply deliver packages. We do things others can't, from barcoding your inventory to helping you warehouse it, from tracking around the world to delivering around the corner. Like you, we have to wear a lot of hats. Ours just all happen to be brown. UPS, moving at the speed of business.
Later on The Tonight Show, for the first time on television, Sally Field reveals a secret she's held for over 25 years.
There was a rumor when you were the flying nun that you were pregnant.
Yes, I was. Yes!
And from The Larry Sanders Show, Jeffrey Tambor.
Hey now.
Plus The People's Court, a carload of fun, a Windy City Beach Party, and Jerry Mathers as the Beaver. NBC tonight.
Friday,
The 11th Annual Soap Opera Awards.
live from Beverly Hills.
Daytime's brightest stars shine in primetime's hottest night.
Hosted by
Days of Our Lives.
Louise Sorel.
All My Children.
Kelly Ripa.
From The Young and the Restless.
Victoria Rao.
And John Larroquette.
Find out who you chose as this year's Best in Daytime.
The 11th Annual Soap Opera Awards.
Friday at 9.
On NBC.
Hi, I'm Deion Sanders, and I'm hosting Saturday Night Live this week with musical guest Bon Jovi. If I could lead the 49ers back to the promised land, imagine what I could do with this show.